Finally, they got through in the third period in overtime.
Electric atmosphere, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And it will be in Raleigh when they come back.
All right. Let's send things over to Brad and Brittany. Check of our last weather here.
Yeah, we're tracking these severe thunderstorms still moving through parts of Lincoln County. This cell and this cell, these are the two storms we're watching. So if you're in Lincoln County, Cleveland County, Gaston County, you're going to get some hail here shortly. I want to go in and show you a couple of the hail tracks here. This is the hail moving into parts of Cleveland County. We're getting up to golf ball size hail. Also some hail to the north as well, up into parts of Lincoln County. So you can see the two hailstorms moving east. So Lincolnton, Gastonia area, and eventually Lake Norman, Lake Wiley. This is where it's heading later this evening. Hail, hail, hail is our #1 concern right now, Brittany.
And then as we get toward tonight, once that first round is over at about 8 or 9 o'clock, our impact is going to shift more toward gusty winds. You can see that's kind of that level 2 threat, or our #2 threat, and that will be from pretty much 10 o'clock all the way likely till about 2 a.m. A very low isolated risk for a brief spin-up tornado, but it's not zero. Our team's got you covered all throughout tonight and overnight, not just here, but over on WCNC+.
That's right, Brittany. We'll have that up until 9:30 p.m. tonight, even past that, actually, until 11:30 tonight, to make sure that you are safe out there.
Yeah, be safe indeed, and stick around. Of course, we'll be back here at 11 on air.
Can you hear me? Brad, can you hear me? Mic check, mic check, mic check, Brad. Hold on.
I hear you. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3,
Sweet.
4, 5.
All right, we've got you as well. So we'll toss to you. I'll count you. You'll hear Colin, and then he'll toss to you.
Okay.
Okay. And is Brad just tossing to me whenever he feels like it?
Yes. So Brittany, I can give you another IFB number if you would like, but it might just be easier if
My
Brad
phone's honestly
tosses.
almost dead, so I just think it's easier if Brad just tosses.
Yeah, I'll just.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And if we just bopping back and forth between the two of us?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
I'll leave this on just in case.
Coming
If I
out
hear
to
anything.
Colin. All right, hold on. All right.
That's a good question. I don't think there's no producer in there, right? Unless, is Jeb going to do?
But Jeb is the producer.
Okay.
Well, Jeb's the producer.
but I don't know if he's got control of anything from the impact studio, right?
Whatever you need is coming through the control room, and,
Okay.
then they're just punching up the control room.
Gotcha,
But I
gotcha.
need to change the battery.
Coming out to Colin.
Yeah.
3,
Which one is that one?
1.
Let me just make sure I do this.
Joining you exclusively on WCNC Plus right after our 6 o'clock show. We've got storms heading into our area that are severe with the threat of hail. I'm going to toss it over to our team of meteorologists tracking this in real time. Brad, take it away.
Are up here right now. I've been keeping an eye on these two storms in particular. The storms that we're most concerned about right now are in Lincoln County and Cleveland County. Both of these, very long history of producing some pretty significant hail. So let me do a track on both of these because we'll give you an updated time of arrival as these are pushing to the east right now at roughly 25 miles per hour. Now, we'll keep an eye on that speed. Sometimes it's been fluctuating, but just a quick little update here. So Lincoln County Airport, that's the airport there in Lincolnton, eventually Westport, so we're getting towards the Lake Norman area, eventually towards Lowesville, Cornelius area, northern Mecklenburg County, southern Iredell County. So right there in the southern part of Lake Norman, you're looking at probably 7, maybe 7:30ish this evening as that storm pushes off to the east. Let's go down to the other storm, which is moving through Cleveland County. I suspect we'll get another warning here any minute for this, and it will include Gaston and York County. So just know that we're likely going to see a new warning issued with this as it moves into Gaston and Lincoln County, or Gaston and York County, excuse me. This is a southern storm. So we got 2 storms on either side here of Gaston County. So there's a look at that storm, and this is the time of arrival. So if you have a garage, great. If you have a carport, great. So a lot of folks don't have those, right? Saw a lot of comments on social media. Brad, I don't have any of those. What do I do with my car? Well, you can try a lot of things. People do all kinds of things to protect your car. If you see that hailstorm heading your way, you could try to park under a tree. At least it would slow down the hail, but it's not going to be great. The other thing, comforters, blankets, pool inflatables and floats. Put those on the roof of your car. Hold them down, maybe take bungees or something, strap them down. Anything that can reduce the impact of the hailstones on the roof of your car. That is going to help you reduce the damage to your vehicle. And again, any overhangs will work great. Let me widen this out. I'm going to show you our hail tracker because the hail tracker is pretty impressive to see these 2 tracks of hail. You see them? We're going to loop it a couple times here. You get the idea. Those are the hail shafts that are producing the large hail. So we'll go into the hail that is moving out of northern Cleveland County into western parts of Lincoln County. Let me just quickly highlight that purple area right there. That's about 1.6 inch diameter hail. The dark blue, about 1.4. The light blue is about 1 inch. So you're fluctuating between 1 inch and 1.5 inches. So that's ping pong ball to roughly golf ball size hail. So right around that time, that size. And again, that ping pong ball size to about golf ball is typically, in my experience, when you start to see pretty significant damage to vehicles and roofs, especially roofs, because the thing about asphalt shingles, oftentimes you can't really tell the damage by just looking at them unless you get up close. And what happens is when these storms go over, nobody really checks their roof, and then the next rainstorm comes and all of a sudden the roof starts leaking because what you're doing is putting little dents or damage in the asphalt shingle, and the water can then seep into your roof. So if you get any hail that looks like it's about 1.25 inches, 1.5 inches, so think golf ball, ping pong ball, document everything. Take pictures, video, mark the times down that this happened. You're probably going to need it for insurance, and maybe call your insurance agent to have your roof inspected. Always a good idea. And for your car, you might not notice till tomorrow if you go out and look at it at an angle and see maybe a little dent in it. So those are the 2 hail shafts that are pushing to the east. So let's widen this out. I'm going to do another storm track on the whole line because what we're probably going to see later this evening is this become one line of storms. Right now it's individual storms. That's more of a hail threat. But if it becomes a straight line, that means it's going to be more of a wind threat. So it becomes a straight line wind risk as we go into the evening hours. So right now what we're looking at is a severe thunderstorm watch for the whole area. Now this does include those warnings. Remember what a watch means. It means conditions are favorable in and around the watch area for severe weather. Severe weather criteria, 58-mile-per-hour winds, 1 inch diameter hail. We've got that. Those are verifiable. And once we see that in a storm, we'll get a warning. So that's the difference. Watch is the first thing, then a warning, and then we have levels of warning, believe it or not. Depending on the type of severity of the storm, we get a base warning, which is roughly 58 mile per hour and 1 inch, but we've had some considerable tags, we call them considerable warnings, which means there's 70-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball size hail. And if we should get 80-mile-an-hour winds or baseballs coming out of these storms, we'll get a destructive tag, and that is going to trigger a wireless emergency alert on your phone. This is going to be that blaring sound, the EAS sound, and you're going to get this on your phone if that moves in. So we could bounce around between the two. We have already seen warnings that have classified as considerable this afternoon. Let me go back to our cameras because we've been watching that storm coming out of Cleveland County, and we've got a really good view from our Dallas camera. We can see the base, and again, that's the edge of it. So that's all rain, and if there's hail, it's somewhere back in here. Sorry, my computer is very loud. So there's more severe thunderstorm warnings popping up across the area outside of our area. But this is the storm moving into Gaston County out of Cleveland County. This is eventually going to move into York County as well as it pushes off to the east. So let's go back to the radar because I could kind of show you where that warning is. It wasn't in our viewing area, but we're getting more warnings in the mountains because we're getting so many hail reports coming out of the North Carolina mountains over into Tennessee. So I'll widen this out. Look at all these warnings. I mean, we've got warnings all over the place, from Virginia all the way back down to South Carolina, and then warnings over into Tennessee. So this has been a pretty significant hail setup. The reason this is not a normal day, these aren't your run-of-the-mill average severe thunderstorms. These are big hail producers, and Brittany Van Voorhees has been with me all afternoon, and we've been talking about this. This is a pretty rare setup to see large hail. We tend to see a lot of straight-line wind damage in the Carolinas, downbursts, microbursts. We do see tornadoes. We see small hail, but it's pretty rare for us to see this large hail. Kind of a unique setup and rare to see 2-inch diameter hail. And Brittany, we have definitely seen that hail risk this afternoon already. It's going to continue for a while, but we could see a transition later this evening to more of that straight line wind risk.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why it's so important for folks to not only know that there is a risk for hail because it is rare, but also sizing. We get a lot of reports, we were talking about this earlier, of things like marble size hail. Well, those can be any kind of different sizes. So there's actually specific criteria, pea, dime, penny. You can of course see all of these not only here, but also Brad posted this over on Twitter and Facebook. So if you're interested in seeing, but then this is kind of how we look at different sizes of hail. So pea, penny size is probably the most common hail that we see here in the Carolinas. And then we do see, of course, anytime it's quarter or larger, that is a severe level. Now, grapefruit, that's that 4.5, is actually the record for both North and South Carolina for the largest hailstone ever recorded. But Brad said since he's been here, it's been about 2.5 inches that he's seen personally, so about tennis ball or smaller. Now, again, this is rare for us to see about 2 inches, but of course, our classic pea and penny, we've actually seen a lot of reports of that. I've seen more pea, penny, and I'd say quarter size than where we've seen those larger stones so far. That's the key here. It's that 1.75, that golf ball size, and hen egg size that we are going to continue to keep an eye on because we've had those reports, which is why, as Brad mentioned, that considerable tag was issued for some of those severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, the large hail, again, it's relatively rare for us to see these higher levels. That's those areas shaded in the hash marks. So Asheville all the way toward the mountains, the foothills, and some of those northwestern parts there. So Catawba County, Cleveland County as well. Still a risk to see some hail, though, of course, across the metro and areas south and east, but the further south and east you go, that risk is going to get a little bit lower. Let's talk about one of our favorite things, which is always raising your weather IQ, and in this case, it's how hail forms. I was actually at a wedding last weekend and we had hail. And some of my friends were asking, so let's go over it. So when you see a thunderstorm cloud, we talk about this a lot, it's a cumulonimbus cloud. It is caused by updrafts and wind increasing, kind of pushing those storms high up in the atmosphere, and that's how thunderstorms develop in the first place. Now, when you see things like lightning, you know, that's that positive and negative charge of everything just kind of rubbing up against each other up in the updraft. But what happens sometimes is those water droplets and those ice droplets will actually lift so high up in the atmosphere that they'll reach what's called the freezing level. The freezing level can sometimes not exist. Sometimes it's low at 10,000 feet like today. Sometimes it's high at about 30,000 feet like today. But wherever that freezing level is, the water droplet itself essentially can bounce back and forth between warmer air, which warm again is relative, 32 degrees Fahrenheit or higher, and then the freezing level, which again is 32 degrees Fahrenheit or lower. And so as it kind of bounces back and forth, we get multiple layers of ice that forms. They'll also sometimes knock into each other. I always say this is like kind of like, imagine you're playing bingo and you're kind of rolling those balls around, they'll kind of knock into each other. So that's sometimes why you'll see hailstones also have little spikes, or maybe they're not super regular, circle shaped, because they'll knock into each other as well. But every time they sweep up and down, you'll get more kind of layers of frozen water and frozen ice that layer on top of each other. Eventually, just like with heavy rain, the updraft cannot handle how much heavy rain, how much hail is there, and then it'll get shoved to the ground, and that's where we of course see gusty winds as well, but the hail comes too, which is then why on top of that, if we meteorologists know that there's a chance for hail based on the freezing level, we'll look for those really, really bright returns, so bright areas of pink and dark red on radar to know that there's a chance of hail falling, because it will show up, because it's larger than most raindrops, as extremely heavy rain. So just a little mini weather IQ for you there. As we progress throughout the afternoon and evening, most of this first round of storm activity looks to wrap up by 9 o'clock at the latest, talking areas south and east of Charlotte. Of course, it will move through Charlotte a little bit earlier than that, as Brad has been tracking. Now, that's the biggest hail risk. The secondary round of storms that will start to pop off around 10 o'clock and go all the way till 2 o'clock tomorrow morning, that's going to be more of a gusty wind potential. I'm not seeing a strong signature for any isolated tornado risk, but it is still there, although it is extremely low. But if anything, it would probably be in the secondary line again past midnight, and it would be a quick spin up, a very quick spin up, likely on the weaker side, similar to what happened this past Saturday. So make sure you have multiple ways to get alerts. Again, it's not a large tornado risk, but every storm system is different. That's what we try to remind folks, is that normally our biggest risk is damaging winds, but in this case it's flipped. It's hail, then wind, then that isolated tornado risk. There's not been a lot of lightning so far today, but we did start to see an uptick, as Brad mentioned, I think in our 6 o'clock newscast, and that normally indicates more hail and kind of more of that starting to develop. Once we get past tonight, we're going to be mostly dry through the majority of your Friday, and then a few isolated storms in the afternoon, which is why we still have that 20% chance of rain. And then it's all about the cloud cover and actually some slightly cooler temperatures heading into this weekend. So once again, we'll talk quickly severe storm impacts, and we'll get back to Brad on what is happening right now. Biggest impact is hail by a landslide, secondary winds. Again, hail right now, winds secondary with that second line moving through. And then tornado risk is extremely low, but not zero. Flooding, not really concerned about that so much unless there's storms that kind of sit over the same spot, which we did see this in a few spots in isolated parts of Wilkes County. So again, something we'll continue to monitor over the next few hours and next few days as well. Not going to show the 7-day because I feel like this is more of a nowcasting situation. Brad, I will say that we did hear from the producer of our Live Impact News. He does have some of those pictures and videos that we've gotten from your Twitter up. So if you want them, you can call for them. Otherwise, of course, you can continue to track them.
Yeah, I was going to say one thing I'm noticing, Brittany, and I was just like analyzing the radar while you were talking about our threats this evening, is that storm in Lincoln County seems to be transitioning from a hail producer to a damaging wind producer. And I'll show you what I mean by that. So you see the storm right there. So that's the reflectivity. That's showing us whether there's rain or hail in there. Still some bright returns, a lot of cloud to ground lightning, but let's look at the velocity data. So one of the great things about Doppler radar, you can look at the velocity data, and if you look carefully here, you see these greens and even blues pushing out towards the radar. That's an indication of very strong winds hitting the surface right now. So let's focus in on this area. I'm going to pinpoint a couple of areas of strong winds. So we see these 31-mile-per-hour winds, 47, 31. So especially right here, south of Lincolnton, I just got a report from Cat Square area. It looks like some 50-mile-per-hour winds moved there. And if you're wondering why it's a negative number, the negative number is telling us the direction of the wind. So when you get a negative number, you know the winds are going towards the radar, so it's reading negative. When winds are going away from the radar, it reads positive. So it's not that there's negative 47-mile-per-hour winds, it's telling us the direction. So the plus minus is a directional component of the velocities, which the radar, you see the sweep, it's down near Mountain Island Lake. So there's very strong winds here in the southern sections of Lincoln County, northern Gaston County. Now, this is the exact same spot right here towards Iron Station where we had the tornado on Saturday night. So I don't expect a tornado out of this. There's certainly no rotation at all. This is all what we call basically outflow-driven storm. It's all going one direction. There's nothing, if we had the reds mixing in here with a little bit of rotation, then we'd be worried. But you see, this is all outflow dominant right now. So this is straight line winds, but it's enough. Wind is wind. We sometimes get in these weird arguments about tornado versus straight line. Hey, your tree, your house, your gutters, your shingles, don't care if it's straight or rotating. If it's 50 miles an hour and above, it's going to cause damage. That's just the nature of the strength of these engineering. So heading towards Lowesville, Westport, southern side of Lake Norman, this is heading your way, but we're still getting some hail reports out of this as well. This southern storm, I'm going to take off the storm track because that is way old. We'll get rid of that one real quick. This one, I am shocked we haven't had a new warning yet. This storm coming out of Cleveland County. Just got a tweet sent at me from the Gardner Webb. It's funny, I was just mentioning Gardner Webb on the air because it went through Boiling Springs. Their graduation is going on right now. They had hail going through the area during the graduation. So Gardner Webb graduates had a little memorable graduation there with small hail moving through the campus. This is heading into southern Gaston County. So if you're in Gaston County, Crowder's Mountain area, Kings Mountain area, Bessemer City, those are the areas that are next up. And trust me, this storm still has a pretty good history of producing some large hail. So let me do a quick track, what we call a Doppler slicer. We're taking a 3D view of this storm. And the reason that we do this, I'm going to turn off our warnings here real quickly so we can see the top of the storm. The reason I do this is to see the structure of the storm because the radar can give us kind of a general idea. So one of the things I'm noticing, there's still some hail in there. The brighter pinks, the hail's descending to the surface. When we see the hail up here, we know it's aloft. It hasn't made it to the ground yet. That is making it to the ground. So we've got hail at the surface right there. And as Brittany was mentioning, really describing how hail forms, she mentioned that freezing level today. It's just under 10,000 feet. So it's like, I think it was at 9,700 feet when I looked at the sounding this morning. So it's probably somewhere around, 95 to 10,000 feet up. So all that moisture above there is in freezing temperature. So you're getting ice. You're getting ice out of that storm. There's no question about it as that's pushing off to the east. Let's widen the view a little bit more, and we're going to do a big old storm track because as we get into the evening hours here, we're likely going to see this line become more linear. And what that's going to do is we're going to take this from basically a hail producing event to a straight line wind event as it goes to the east. So let's push this off to the east real quickly. There's a quick storm track. So this is an updated storm track. Huntersville, 659, Gastonia, 701, Kannapolis, 712, eventually Concord, 730, Charlotte, it's slowing down for us. It looks like it's closer to 8, which ironically, if you've been watching us, ironically, it's kind of kudos to the forecasting here. It's the fact that yesterday and this morning and today, we thought the worst would get to Charlotte right around 8 o'clock. And so right now, even tracking in real time, we're pretty close to that. Archdale, 751, Mint Hill, 820, and then Union County, you're looking at 8 to 8:30. So the timing is actually working out pretty good. So I know we got some pictures. I know Jeb's in there pulling some pictures up. I'll show you the one picture I do have in our system because it's pretty impressive. Roxanne Phillips sent me this. This is from Hudson. That's impressive. That is ping pong ball size hail. So that'll give you an idea. And one of the cool things about this hail, not that you ever want to see this, but one of the things that's really fascinating about hail, if you get some hail, I mentioned documenting everything, take pictures and videos. It's just not for us, for your insurance company. Please do that. You're going to need documentation. But if you see hail and you were to break this open, you see the cloudy area in the middle, there will be rings in the hail. The hail rings tell you how many times it went through that cycle of freezing, thawing before it came to the surface. So you can get a kind of a life cycle of these hailstones by breaking them open. So Brittany, pretty good example of what you were just describing there with that kind of cloudy center. Probably started as graupel or even snow at the top of the storm, and then ice forms on the outside of that over time. And we've seen a lot of that. And the fact that that's building up so much tells us that updraft strength is pretty strong today.
Yeah, I saw you pull this up, so I just wanted to show this again kind of in real time. So 9,700 is right here, so all of that is bouncing back and forth. That's actually something we talk about sometimes, especially during school talks, that a lot of people don't know, is that a lot of times that moisture falling at the upper levels of the atmosphere is originally starting as snow because it's so cold up there. It just, of course, melts when it meets the warmer mid-levels of the atmosphere and then falls as rain, and we don't even think twice about it. But all of that cold layer is necessary, of course, for storms to have hail because you need the warmth and the moisture near the ground in order to see the storm form in the first place. But then eventually it's got to go somewhere, and of course that is normally up, and then it gets tapped into that colder air moving in. So yes, it's kind of like tree rings, when you think of like going back to like carbon dating and things like that when scientists do explainers when it comes to that. I did want to once again kind of talk about the different hail sizes because Brad has been mentioning this a lot. Some of our largest hailstones, not necessarily here in the Charlotte area yet, but the storms that are producing hail, have had reports of golf ball to hen egg size, so about 1.5 inches to about 2 inches. Now that's pretty rare hail here in the Charlotte area, but across the Carolinas as a whole. So again, if you get pictures and videos, try to do your best maybe to have some kind of reference point for us. So whether that is a ruler, where you can just track the inches, very easily with a ruler, a measuring tape. A lot of people have that around, of course, especially if you do anything around the house. And of course, if you have a penny, a pea, a quarter, I guess who has a pea lying around? Maybe frozen peas. Who knows? You hurt your ACL. But penny, I feel like quarter, very common. Of course, golf ball size as well. And as Brad mentioned, there was that ping pong, which was about 1.5 inches. That was from Roxanne. So we really, really appreciate it. We don't just beg for pictures and videos because it benefits us here at WCNC Charlotte. I know Brad always gets a ton of really great pictures and videos to Twitter. It's not just, we're also asking for it so we can show viewers at home, especially if it's a storm, let's say, that's in the foothills and it's eventually moving towards Charlotte. It gives them an idea of what to expect. But we also send this information to the National Weather Service, which can help them forecast in the future. Now here's the large hail again probability. We're at a moderate risk for pretty much our entire area. The little hash marks you see, those are higher risk, which is why the mountains and foothills have seen a lot of this mess thus far. Again, the hail forms because it bounces back and forth between the freezing levels. So you have updrafts that are essentially shoving those water droplets and those ice crystals up into the atmosphere. They drop back down, they go back up, they drop back down. And as they do so, those are those rings that Brad was talking about that you can form. You can actually see, it's a cartoon version, I guess, but you can see that on the left side of your screen. Eventually, the heavy rain, the hail is just too much for the storm to handle, and so that's when it shoves to the ground, and that's really when it becomes the biggest risk. Brad showed this a little bit earlier. I can't remember if it was in the newscaster earlier today, but we also, when we do those Doppler slicers, we not only are looking at how tall the cloud is or the storm is, we're also looking near the ground to see if it's getting that radar return near the ground too, because that can sometimes indicate whether or not the cell in the storm has already kind of pushed to the ground, because of course it's the velocity at which the wind is pushing the hail down on top of the actual hailstone itself. You can get really, really strong downburst winds and have hail of penny size, and it can cause damage similar to what you could have if your hailstone was a little bit larger. Round number 1 of the storm starts to move out of the Charlotte area close to about 8 and 9 o'clock. That's the hail risk, and then we get that secondary risk over into the evening hours and overnight, about 10 to 2, and that's really gusty winds. That would probably also be our biggest impact to see at that quick, brief spin-up isolated tornado. So again, it's not a high risk by any stretch of the imagination, but it's certainly not zero. So it's still something we have a close eye on. With some of those kind of comma-shaped storms, as Brad mentioned, we're starting to see that potentially become a squall line. Sometimes when you start to see that comma, that outflow, that's where we could see one of those quick spin-up isolated tornadoes. So again, it's something we're watching. Nothing significant again at this point, and we're really seeing, at least for most of our area, pretty small hailstones. In fact, we just had one come in from northern Iredell County, pea to penny sized, near Harmony, so between about US 21 and 901. So again, right now, most of those are on the smaller side, but we are seeing that indication that some of those isolated cells could produce hail up to about 1.5 inches. So I'll repeat some of the heads up that Brad said before. If you have your car outside and the storms are not near you yet, try to put it under a carport, inside if you can. I parked personally at work because we don't have a garage under a tree when I came in, just knowing that it could potentially slow down the hail. Inflatables, blankets, anything around, the outside of your car if you don't have either of those things. And then pictures, document everything. Write it down on the calendar, put it in your phone, take pictures of your roof, pictures of the hail outside, and just save everything you can, because likely if you've been impacted by hail, there's likely a chance that at some point you will need that for kind of indication purposes as to what happened today and what's happening later. It will save you hours of stress and wanting to pull your hair out if you already have those pictures and videos pretty much ready to go. I know, Brad, you're trying to get a few more of those storm pictures kind of into the system. What are you seeing so far?
I just got this in from Boiling Spring, so I'm just updating this.
I saw
that is
you were
the wrong information there. So let me, you're watching us in real time here, so we're trying to do this as we go. So I just got this video in from Boiling Springs, North Carolina, where Gardner Webb is. So this is just moments ago. This is actually video, so I'm loading it into our system right now. Let me kind of give that a second, and then we'll play it here, and I'll kind of show you this video. I wish we had audio with this as well, because this will show you, that's golf balls. And there's no audio, I can hear this. Just look at the size of this hail bouncing around, and the sound of this just pummeling that poor car right now. Yeah. Ooh, that hail. See it bouncing around? Those are ping pong ball and some golf balls. See the branches coming off and see all the leaves? This is what happens when you get big hailstorms like this. It just shreds the vegetation. Remember the hailstorm last year in Rock Hill, the west side of town? One of the telling pictures of that was the hail swath. Every tree was stripped bare of leaves. Thankfully, this doesn't look to be windblown like that, but this hail is falling from pretty far up. In fact, one of the things we can do with hail is we can tell you the size based on the updraft speed. So how much wind does it take to keep that hail up there? So the hail we're getting today, we're getting in this golf ball size. So a 60 to 65 mile per hour wind. And the crazy thing about that, that's not a straight line wind, that's an updraft. That's wind going up into the atmosphere. Okay, two things I tell you. There's a lot of lift today. That also tells you there's a lot of what we call a pretty steep lapse rate, the buoyancy. If you've ever been in the pool and in the summer you got a ball, maybe a volleyball or a beach ball, and you hold it under the water and you let go and it comes shooting up out of the water because it's more buoyant than the water. Well, a day like today, the warm, humid air at the surface is doing that into the atmosphere. It's shooting way up into the sky and it's creating these high velocity updrafts, which is creating these big hailstorms today. So we're getting some really violent updrafts today and really strong wind speeds. And oh, by the way, the terminal velocity of golf ball size hail is roughly close to that as well. So if you don't want to get hit with a golf ball at 60 miles an hour,
Brad, I actually have a question for you real quick before we go away from the golf ball size.
Yeah.
Based on your experience, I mean, you've lived in Charlotte, worked in Charlotte for over 20 years. How rare do you think golf ball size is specifically? Because we talked about Rock Hill last year and it seemed like it was, for them, they were like, we don't see this often at all.
Yeah, golf balls around here, that's probably once a year. You might get that in somewhere in our viewing area, and I'm talking a very isolated spot. The fact that almost all of these storms are producing is kind of rare as well. And typically when you get golf balls, it's a rogue storm like we had last year down in Rock Hill in the York County area. Today was a widespread area. So yeah, golf balls are kind of the maximum that we normally would see around here. I've only seen baseball size hail here maybe twice. Once last year, very close to that same storm that came out of Rutherford County and moved down into parts of York County and Gaston County. And then back in 2011, we had a massive baseball size hail event in Fort Mill. Northern Rock Hill actually damaged so many cars. I know the Ford dealership down there in Fort Mill took it pretty hard. So yeah, seeing hail that size is pretty rare. The fact that that storm just moved through. So if you're wondering where Boiling Springs is right there, that's right there. That's where Gardner Webb, their graduation was going on tonight. So I hope it was inside. I mean, I just assumed it was inside and maybe people walked out to that hail. But just a heads up, Lake Norman area, northern Mecklenburg County, so Huntersville, Cornelius. You're probably wondering, hey, is this going to be hail here, Brad? Let's take a quick look at the hail tracker. And I can show you, the hail is kind of leveled off here. That's a good sign. The hail is subsided, but what hasn't subsided, the wind is picked up. So as we mentioned, and Brittany's been all over this, is that we're transitioning from a hail event to a straight line wind event as these storms get closer to the Piedmont. So can't rule out hail. I don't want you to let your guard down, but this is probably going to become more of a wind threat. Let's go back to the hail tracker and we can see that storm moving through Cleveland County. Yeah, it's still producing hail. And if you wonder why there was that large hail in Boiling Springs, look at that. You see the pink right there? Let's actually highlight that. So that kind of purple, I guess it's fuchsia, I don't know. I'm not good with colored descriptions here. Fuchsia, purple, whatever that is, that has been about 1.5 inch to 2 inch diameter. That actually verifies. So this is a case where we're taking the radar data and you're saying there's no way that's 1.5 inches. And then we get video and we're like, yep, that's 1.5 inches. We actually have verification there. So the Boiling Springs area saw that storm move right over them. And that same storm we've been tracking not only on radar, but with our Mr. Sparky Carolina Camera Network. We've got a great view of it now over in Dallas. This is in Gaston County. So the rain has made it to the camera. I'm going to step off camera just for a second because I'm going to go over to the controls. I will continue to talk to you, but I'm going to try to move this camera just a little bit so we can look to the south. So we're looking back towards Cleveland County. That's a guy wire in the middle of your screen that helps keep the tower up. I'm going to shift this. So in the foreground, the background there, as it moves, it'll take a second to move. You're probably going to see Crowder's Mountain come into the picture here shortly as I walk back over. By the time I get here, this should actually start moving. That could, a little bit of a delay there. So this is a guy wire, so I'm moving it. I'm already back. Look right here. You'll see some mountains right here. That's Crowder's Mountain right there and Kings Pinnacle. So we're looking more south. So this is looking down into York County. This is the storm moving in that direction. So right now, probably some small hail still, not as big as it was earlier, but potentially some hail in there and wind. So let's widen this out and kind of show you what's happening on the overall view, because this has all been happening west of I-77, but now we're seeing it cross over 77 into most of Iredell County. Big cell now moving into southern Rowan County, northern Cabarrus County, so Kannapolis, Concord area, and now Mecklenburg County. So the rain is on the way any minute now in Mecklenburg County. I'm going to do a quick storm track as this line is kind of doing this. We'll track it like that. So this is an updated storm track if you're watching right now. Mount Holly, 7:07, basically any minute now. That's the time currently as you're watching me. Concord, 7:31. Charlotte picked up a little speed there, right? 7:37 now. Clover, 7:47. Lake Wiley, 7:51. And then eventually Matthews, Mint Hill, close to 8. So we kind of figured 7 to 8 p.m. would be the time frame for the Charlotte Metro. And that looks like it's going to verify right now. Let's quickly look at these storm reports, because I haven't looked at those in a while. We're going to pop them up. And I'm going to erase the tally there. So those are all hail reports. So when you see those are all hail reports. So let's just tally that real quickly. What I mean by that, we're going to kind of put a box around and just to total them up. So we've had 31 storm reports. 29 of them have been hail. Okay, large hail, 1 inch or bigger. Wind damage, 1 report, and wind gust, 1 report. And that wind damage report came from Burke County. We heard of some trees down, maybe a microburst or a downburst with that. But the fact that you don't see this very often. Like when we get reports of severe weather, they're usually 90% wind damage reports and 10% hail and tornado damage reports. The fact that 31 of these, which means almost 90+% of these, almost 98% of these are all hail reports, tells you about the unique setup that we've had today. So Brittany, kind of rare to see so many hail reports, and I suspect the hail reports often are lagging. They come in later as pictures start coming out, and I think we're going to see a lot more added to the storm reports throughout the evening.
Yeah, we just got an update actually from the National Weather Service too. They're upgrading that Cleveland County severe thunderstorm warning, Brad, to considerable, what you were talking about earlier, for that 2-inch hail potential based on radar. So something, of course, we'll continue to track throughout the evening. I think the big thing too, again, is like we've talked about a few times, is that we don't normally see hail as our biggest risk. So we kind of have to bring things back to speed. I think it's easy to be like, okay, severe thunderstorm warnings here in the Carolinas. We're used to the gusty winds, the heavy rain, the lightning, but this has really been a hail-focused event. Then the gusty winds kind of all come before all the others. And so it was the hail and the gusty winds really, again, the reason why we are especially keeping you weather aware today and putting out, of course, the encouragement to stay weather alert, multiple ways to get warnings, all of that stuff. Of course, you can see on the left side of your screen, still under that low risk for a quick spin up, but again, that risk is extremely low. We'll take a look at the rotation tracks here in just a second, which of course, rotation tracks doesn't just mean tornado potential. It can also mean rotating at the mid-levels, which doesn't always result in a tornado near the ground. Again, 1 second until we get there. Again, the storms are moving through now. We'll likely get a break at about 8 or 9 o'clock from the hailstorm potential. And then again, on the back end, we have 2 separate kind of rounds of storm activity. That doesn't mean we couldn't see some of that in the middle, but I think it's important to note that we're transitioning from that hail risk eventually to the wind risk for the storms that come at 10 o'clock and go in overnight until about 2 o'clock in the morning. And our team will have someone here watching everything, of course, staying till Chris Mulcahy gets in the morning. And then all the storms are pretty much out of here after about 2 o'clock. And then we'll see a little bit of sunshine with an isolated thunderstorm throughout the day on Friday. So severe storm impacts, again, hail is #1 for now. And then we'll eventually see the gusty wind potential too. Sometimes also these can go hand in hand, as you saw Brad showing you the updraft miles per hour, the updraft strength needed to put a hailstone, that high up in the sky. Well, same thing as when you see, heavy rain on a normal severe afternoon thunderstorm, where it really feels like it's like shoving really close to the ground. You get that cool outflow. When we have winds and hail hand in hand, sometimes of course that can cause more damage because you'll have the sideways hail, but then also the fact that this is shoving down so far to the ground at such a high rate of speed that it can also not only cause worse wind damage because it's got the hail mixed in and sometimes you can't see it, but then again on the back end too, it's making the hail itself move at such a quicker clip when it's being pushed so far and so strong down. So again, hail #1, winds #2, and then a a brief spin-up tornado possible. You can see that little flooding sliver at the very bottom also. We have seen a few isolated areas with really a significant flooding. That's mainly been just out of our viewing area in Wilkes County. I saw a few flash flood warnings there earlier. It does look like it's subsided as of now. We did see rain, of course, last weekend, and that's helping the drought situation. What can sometimes happen is if we're so dry and there's so much rain at one time, the ground can't soak it up enough. But we really don't want a lot of rain now because we have a pretty strong signature that next week we're going to have multiple days with some of that heavy rain. So more on that later. There was that futurecast rotation track. Sometimes this isn't necessarily a rotation that's reaching the ground like a tornado. Sometimes it's in the mid-levels. If you looked at that 7 o'clock, I'm going to back up for a second so you can see the start again. Those are the storms we're seeing right now. So that's mid-level rotation, not necessarily near the ground. On the back end of that storm is a chance with the winds mixing in that we could see an isolated spin up. It is something that we'll continue to watch. And I've been kind of straying away from the 7-day just so we can focus on happening right now. But I'm going to show this briefly before sending it back to Brad. Tomorrow we will see an isolated thunderstorm potential, but again, not nearly as much as today. But I do want to point out early next week, after really a pretty dry winter and spring across the Carolinas, the warmest April on record, and we saw a few days, of course, of rain just last weekend. This Monday and Tuesday, we could have pretty notable rainfall falling across the metro and really all of the Carolinas, and this will lead to a decent rain risk and really decent flooding risk heading into early next week. Now, thankfully, it's not going to last all week because, of course, the PGA Championship will be here in Charlotte next week, so we're hoping some of that rain maybe helps make the grass look good and then gets out of here by the end of the week. But Thursday and beyond into the end of the weekend, yes, we know that things can change and kind of alter as we get closer to the event. But compared to Monday and Tuesday, Brad, it doesn't look like the PGA Championship next weekend has any kind of impact similar to what they'll see early in the week coming up with the rain. We will have to likely watch the chance for an isolated storm, but as we do every single year because I mean, it's May in the Carolinas.
Yeah, I was just tracking this storm here because we've got that new storm warning now for Gaston County. Let me zoom in on it carefully here. I had it briefly set up here. So here's the storm, and I wanted to highlight this because Brittany and I were chatting before about the considerable tag on this storm. So the concern here is that the radar signature is still showing possibly 2-inch diameter hail in this storm, and this is moving right through Gaston County. So if you're in Gaston County right now, any of these towns, anywhere in the southern 2/3 of the county, garage your car. Get in the garage, carport, protect it. You're going to get some big hail. And if you're watching me and you're going, I don't live there, but my buddy lives there, or my friend, or my neighbor, my old neighbor, my college buddy, somebody I go to church with, they live there. Text and call them because I guarantee they're not paying attention. They're going, this is just a regular old storm, and then all of a sudden they're going to hear thud, 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 and that hail's going to be bashing their car and everything else. And if you want to know what it looks like, hey, I've got a good example. This is what the storm looked like just to the west. So I actually had to change the aspect ratio. So this is the same storm, Boiling Springs, over in Cleveland County, moving into Gaston County. Look at the golf balls here. And what I didn't see earlier when I widened this out, look at the windshield. It looks like the windshield's got it's broke. So it's been damaged. So these golf balls are coming down. It's stripping the leaves and branches off the trees. That's the hail that's moving into Gaston County right now. So we got a signature on radar, and we've got, honest to goodness proof right at the surface of what this thing is doing moving into parts of Gaston County. So it looks like we just had a new warning issued. So let me update you on. So that's Rowan County. So I'm loading the radar. It's taking for a second. So I'll remove the radar there. So we'll go up to Rowan County. So this is a new warning. Ooh, that actually looks like a little bit of hail as well. Let me look at the hail signature on that one. Yeah, right around China Grove. So we're starting to see the hail signature show up. Enochville, China Grove area. This is moving through southern parts of Rowan County, moving into northern Stanley County. So not surprising because that's another strong hail signature. And let me look at the velocity data on this. So I'm going to look at the velocity. A little bit of wind in there, but the strongest wind is moving through Lake Norman right now, southern side of Lake Norman. So that hail is really what we're most concerned about right now in Rowan County. So as we mentioned, we knew we'd see more of a wind threat, but the hail threat is not going to go away completely. That cell's got hail, this cell's got hail, and the one in between is all wind. So we're getting a little bit of everything here. Let's go into this storm because we can use our Doppler slicer here, kind of look at this in 3D. And I'm going to move this back and forth. Oh yeah, definitely got some hail in there. So we'll pull this out. Let me turn off the top there so we can see it better. So look at that little poking thing up there. That's an overshooting top going above the storm up to 40,000 feet. Now remember, Brittany and I were just talking about, Brittany was correctly pointing out 9,700 feet roughly is the freezing level. So right there, 10,000 feet, 15, 20, all of that is hail. So we're getting moisture up here. This is all freezing. It's either ice, it's grapple, it's snow, it's super cooled water, all of that. Once it's super cooled water is actually water below the freezing mark, it's just waiting for something to crystallize and freeze on. So it runs into another raindrop, you get ice, or it runs into a piece of ice, like a piece of hail, and that's what causes the hail to build up. It's like building a snowball. They just get bigger and bigger until the updraft, which is about 60 miles per hour, can't sustain it anymore, and it comes crashing to the ground. And likely the hail is falling here. So the updraft's coming in here. That's why you have the overshooting top, and then the hail's coming out the backside there. So pretty significant looking hail right there. Let's look back at the Dallas camera, because we're looking towards this storm from our Dallas cameras. I bring it up. And so we're looking due south, and that's the rain shaft. Now, we can't see the hail because it's on the back side. I saw a bogus tornado report, funnel cloud report come out earlier, and it was the wrong part of the storm, so I knew it is incorrect. Tornadoes don't form on the beginning or leading edge of a storm. Those are called shelf clouds, scud clouds. The tornado forms on the back side of the storm where the updraft and downdraft intersect. So then we got to know the correct location of the storm. If you're going to see a tornado, it's going to be on the back side of the storm. And just to give you an example on the structure of the storm where we would see rotation and a possible tornado, it would be just behind the hail shaft. So I'm going to bring up this same storm. We'll remove the track here quickly. And so this is the storm. It's moving this direction. So you don't see tornadoes here. The tornado would be back in here on the southwest side of the storm. So if you're to the south looking north, you would have a view of this. Our camera in Dallas is up here. It's rain wrapped now. We're looking south. We can't see the back side. And the hail is right there. So the rain, the hail, and if there is a tornado, it's there. I'm not saying there's a tornado, but that is the location of where tornadoes form. They don't form on the leading edge or the outflow. So that's how we kind of know sometimes when we get those reports. And you can see there is a little bit of broad rotation in this storm. It's not at the surface. This whole storm is rotating. We call that a mesocyclone. It's a supercell. That's a rotating thunderstorm. That means if you were to watch the whole storm, you could probably in a time lapse see it rotating. If this tightens up, then we would see rotation down there. Then we would be worried about the possibility of, and you can actually see the rotation showing up on the GSP radar as well. So this whole thing has got mid-level rotation, which most supercells are going to have. But it's a good example of why not all rotating storms produce tornadoes. Rotating storms can produce giant hail and damaging winds because that rotating updraft is like a screw, just like when you turn a wood screw with a drill and it goes into the wood. In this case, we're screwing that up into the atmosphere and it's driving the air even higher up. So between buoyancy, the lift, and that rotation, it just pushes that air high up in the sky, and that's why we're getting monster hail this afternoon. But this is pushing due east right now. So Mecklenburg County, heads up, this is heading right for you. This is likely going to produce some hail here. I'm just looking at some of the games, some of the soccer games in Charlotte being postponed because of thunder and lightning right now. So a lot of the youth games down here being canceled because people are starting to hear thunder, which is a good sign. When thunder roars, you go indoors. But just a heads up, anybody outside right now and you see that darkening, time to head in. It's time to head in. This storm should be here any minute. And Brittany, I don't know, we haven't seen any damage reports other than the hail, right?
In fact, a lot of our official hail reports have still been that penny to pea size, not necessarily as big as what we're seeing radar indicated. I feel like the biggest ones have been the video that you got in Boiling Springs around Ping Pong Ball, but not really anything coming out right now. It could be because folks are out and about and they haven't gotten pictures and videos yet. I did have someone just reach out on Facebook in Kings Mountain letting us know that they just got hammered with really heavy rain. So that's something that, and a little bit of hail too. So I'm going to ask them to see if they can send us a picture or video just so we can kind of have an idea of what's going on there. Yeah.
Mountain as well. A lot of hail. It looks like there's.
Does it look like there's a size? Like, do they have?
It looks to be quarter size. It's definitely not as big as it was in Boiling Springs.
Yeah, and remember, guys, quarter size is the threshold for a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's essentially confirmation of the regular severe thunderstorm warnings. Those are the ones shaded in the yellow. It is larger when we get closer to golf ball size, baseball size, that you can get the higher level, the considerable, and the destructive, which are the different levels of warnings that Brad was talking about earlier. Yeah, not seeing Not really getting any updates either from National Weather Service, not really putting out any updates either. It looks like, I mean, that cell is holding pretty well together there over near Kings Mountain, heading into those areas in southern Gaston County. If you were with us earlier, Brad mentioned the fact that it's the 2/3 kind of middle and southern part of Gaston County that are seeing that best chance for hail. So here's where the slicer is right now. It's right over here, just south of Kings Mountain. You can see there just to the south and west of Bessemer City. This is the one that's heading essentially due east into South Gastonia. Gastonia, Lowell, likely McAdenville is probably going to be right on the northern end there of this, just north of Crowder's Mountain. I mean, this is going to be a pretty significant risk here of seeing some of that hail. We were talking about the hail returns that you can sometimes see. It's this area of pink shading. So what happens is that the radar site thinks that this is extremely heavy rain, which is why it's showing up with that bright pink coloring, but it actually is hail mixing in with the rain. And of course, hailstones themselves are much larger than a regular raindrop. And so they're picking up as larger, which is why radar thinks that they're larger too. And it's normally in these areas that we see our best little slicers. So you just saw the radar update. Remember, radar is not technically live. We actually can sometimes be about 5 minutes behind, which is why it's really important when it's a tornado warning and of course larger hail that you essentially react immediately. We just got that update. It's now moving over areas like Pinnacle Road into Brevard Street, eventually pushing there toward Freedom Mill Road, and then we'll be in South Gastonia, Crowders and Gastonia within about 15 minutes or so. So when you do the slicer on here, this is where we can see how high the storm is. And I mean, this one especially, holy moly. Look how tall that cloud is. We're going to zoom in here. So again, Brad was talking earlier, we mentioned this before. The freezing level is essentially here. So all of this moisture going high up into the atmosphere, all of that essentially is tapping into some of that colder air in the upper levels of the atmosphere. So that is essentially increasing that chance that we'll see hail in these areas. So kind of a wider view here for a second. We'll take off some of that track action, but right now we only technically have 2 severe thunderstorms, or I guess that third one is kind of going out of Stanley County, but it's got a ways to go. So I guess technically 3. We have this one here over near Kannapolis and areas east, so eastern parts there, Cabarrus County pushing into Rowan. We have this one kind of holding strong here for Albemarle and Stanley County, just trying to give folks a heads up. And then we have this one here in Gaston County. The one thing, Brad, and I'm sure you are seeing this too, but the one thing that's, I guess, more concerning about that one in Gaston County is that if it can hold together, it does look like it would be pretty impactful potentially for parts of the metro, because if it keeps that due east movement, it's essentially going to be moving right over Charlotte. So that is definitely something that we'll have to keep an eye out for. So again, we're going to do a storm track here. Here's Doppler radar. Again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect right now for Gaston County. That is moving essentially due east. Here's the latest storm track. I'm going to track it out here to where the heaviest rain is, not necessarily where the hail core is, but if we're going essentially due east, this would be moving toward places like Charlotte Douglas International around 7:45. So again, Brad was talking about this earlier. We've had a pretty strong indication that the worst storm potential would be between about 7 and 8 o'clock. So Belmont around 7:40, Berry Hill around 7:45, Charlotte Douglas, and then actually the actual uptown area between about 7:45 and 8 o'clock. But of course, before we get there, we have South Gastonia essentially right on your doorstep. Gastonia Municipal Airport, that regional airport, they have around 7:30. Gardner Park the same. Cramerton around 7:40 as well. So again, this is something we're keeping a really close eye on because of that hail that it's continued to form. Again, not getting any updates so far from the National Weather Service on it, continuing the severe thunderstorm warning. But I will tell you that normally what happens here is that they wait for the storm itself to kind of get closer and continue to push east before they'll actually issue a new warning. So if you live in Mecklenburg County and you're watching this and you're like, well, it hasn't impacted me yet, it is going to likely, if whether it holds together or not, it is going to impact you at some point. It's just how long it's going to take to get there. So again, the hail core is still in kind of southwestern parts here of Gaston County, but continuing to push east, but essentially right on the doorstep of places like Gastonia and South Gastonia.
Yeah, Brittany, they just had a new warning here for the cell back to the northwest there in Cleveland County, but that one in Gaston County, I'll tell you what, it's not getting weaker. It's holding its own, and there's definitely. Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. I'm like, hey, how close is it going to be to my house? and our car, because here at WCNC, we're just on the other side of the airport. So that has definitely got some hail in it still. And the reason we know it still has hail is two reasons. One, as Brittany mentioned, the reflectivity showing up, but our hail tracker still shows it. And if we look at the Doppler slicer, we would see it as well. So the Kings Mountain area, I'm getting a lot of video from Kings Mountain. Now, the one thing I will tell you, there's a lot of hail, but it's smaller. And I just got some video that came out of Mooresboro, which is over here on the Cleveland-Rutherford County line. And it was accumulating on the road. It looked like snow. That's how much hail. So that one's definitely producing hail. Also the one in Rowan County, right around Kannapolis. So passing over 85 between China Grove and Kannapolis, there's definitely some hail in there, maybe up to 1 inch diameter, and still some hail in Lincoln County. Now, I did, as you were talking, Brittany, I did see one reported some limbs down in parts of northern Gaston County, which tells me that that little downburst might be affecting areas in the northern part of the county. It looks like that's moving towards Huntersville now, so some pretty good wind right around Birkdale Village, Cowens Ford area, exit 25 there. That's the Highway 73 exit off of 77 there as you're going between Cornelius and Huntersville. And that's going to be pushing into northern Mecklenburg County. So just a heads up, any loose items, trampolines, lawn furniture, you might want to make sure, bring the flags in. That's definitely going to cause some minor damage, like twigs and stuff like that. So let's focus back in this, because one thing I've been looking at a lot is, as Brittany has, is the Doppler slicer to just see, yeah, there's still a ton of hail in that thing. Let's move this back and forth. Let's see. So right there, you see some hail aloft, up around 25, 30,000 feet, and then it looks like it's making it to the surface right there. So these brighter returns, remember the freezing level's way down here. I mean, something we look at, just to peel back the curtain here, is we look for like high DBZs, which are reflectivity above the freezing level. So if you get, 50 or 60 DBZs like we're seeing above the -20 line, which is way up here. I'm going to see where the -20 line. So I'm thinking -20 Celsius, by the way. So we do everything in Celsius. So -20 Celsius line is up around 21,000 feet. So it's below freezing here, but up here it's 20 below 0 Celsius. So it's really, really cold up there. And the hail on this thing, Brittany, is off the charts now. I wish I could bring up my GR2 analyst, because the reflectivity I'm getting there is crazy. I'm gonna have to look at this closely, but if I'm not mistaken, I've got something on the order of 65 to 70 DBZs getting up to 21,000 feet. So the reflectivity up there at the -20 line is off the charts. I don't think I've seen it that high in a while, and that's pretty close to us. So heads up, Gaston County, there is large hail in this storm. I don't know how much is making it to the surface right now, but at some point that reflectivity we're seeing up there is going to come down. Everything that goes up has to come down. So that is going to produce some monster hail in parts of Gaston County. That is a doozy of a storm. And right now, it's right over Crowder's Mountain. So that's the area we're talking about right now as I'm looking at this.
You can literally look at the slicer and watch where you can see the purple like up in the atmosphere, and then watch it being pushed near the ground.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
We just don't get hail like this that often in the Carolinas. So
that's reflectivities like that. That is not rain. That is hail because you can't load up a storm with that much moisture and reflect the radar that well. Solid objects always reflect the radar much better than liquids. So.
We're even getting some of that white, like that you almost never see from our actual radar.
That is actually what I'm seeing on my radar. So I have a program called GR2 Analyst, and that's what I'm seeing, the white shades, which you don't normally see. That's crazy. And some of it is still aloft, as you mentioned, like way up there around. So there's hail hitting the ground, but likely hail still off the ground. That's a storm we're going to have to watch very carefully. So let me do another storm track, because this is...
And for reference, y'all, this is west of 321 in South Gaston, so it's not yet toward 321.
So that's why I'm going to... It's basically heading, almost to 321 now, so South Gastonia. It's basically over Crowder's Mountain area, if you know where that is, southwestern part of the county, but it's heading towards South Gastonia. So here's the timeline. If you've got a car in any of these towns, you need to move it. Get it to a location where it's protected. Garage, carport, hey, find some trees that can slow down the hail. And again, it sounds silly, and you'll see neighbors probably doing this tonight. I've seen people take comforters and pool floats and whatever they can, pool noodles, lining them up on the top of their car to protect it from hail, anything to shield it from direct impacts from hail. And they actually make devices. It's actually a big inflatable that goes over your car, and it has a little pump, and it basically puts an air pocket. It's called a hail shield. Pretty popular out west where they get large hail quite a bit, because hail can be very destructive. The other thing that I hate about hail, the sound it makes, you just know things are being damaged. It destroys plants and crops. You'll see trees shredded. If you have a garden, it'll pummel them. This can have a really big impact on orchards and other fruit crops because it just obliterates those poor plants. So if you have plants out there, you might want to try to put something over the top to block the hail from hitting it as well if you want to save the garden. So again, that's pushing due east. I'm going to erase the storm track and kind of show you where it's heading. So Brittany, that has its eyes set on the airport. So I have to check the airport. I know they had an inbound ground stop, which meant inbound flights are being stopped. I don't know about what's coming up now, but usually at the airport, the two things they don't like, wind shear, lightning, and hail, because hail will damage aircraft. Aircraft cannot ingest hail into their engines. It will destroy them. So they're going to stay as far away from this storm as possible, and even planes on the ground are susceptible to storm damage. The military is very cautious of this. They will move their aircraft out of the area if they think hail is going to come into the airport, or put it in a hangar to protect it, because multi-million-dollar aircraft can get damaged by that hail. I've seen it happen out at air bases in the middle of the country. Let's zoom in again on this. So where this hail is falling right now, South Gastonia and Crowders, south side of Gastonia. So this is moving east towards Cramerton, Belmont, Daniel Stowe Botanical Garden. Those are the areas that are next. And then if this crosses the river, this is going to be right at the airport. Excuse me. And two things about the airport. Usually during the day, a lot of inbound flights are coming in here to land. At night, they start coming in from the south and landing on the runway. So they're going to get in there before this or get out. You can't really go north because there's a storm. So my guess is there might be a ground stop over there. Yeah.
I just checked FlightAware. It still says inbound flights being held at their origin until 7:30. Obviously, it's 7:32, so that might not just have updated yet. Our producers are checking on it just to see if there's any more information. But I'm wondering if they just haven't updated it because the also current conditions say 80, partly cloudy, and light winds. So I don't think that's updating.
So, yeah, departure delays are 48 and increasing. All inbound flights are being held till 8.
Okay.
Arrival delays, averaging 32 minutes. Inbound flights delayed at their origin 54 minutes. So, and I'm looking at the flight data right now. There is nobody coming in from the north as I expect. There looks like there's a couple planes coming in from the south right now. And they might be diverting them actually right now as I'm looking at this.
Because our executive producer Neil just sent ground stop due to thunderstorms until 9 EDT, so Eastern time, but then there's also a ground delay, it looks like, expected till midnight.
The crazy thing is there's like no planes anywhere near the airport, which tells me they have kept everything away. Normally this time of night, 7, 6 o'clock, there's a ton of planes landing, especially even cargo planes. There are no planes. Looking at FlightAware, there's a couple planes going out and taking off over the city. So if you're east of the airport, you're probably hearing a lot of rumbling because those planes are getting out of there in a hurry. There are no air traffic up in this area, so it's pretty wild to see this all clearing out. They're getting out of the way of this thing. And hail is just as bad for airplanes as it is for cars. They are not going to be anywhere near that. So
you said this during the 5 o'clock newscast, and I thought it would be interesting to say it now, is that we thought it was a ground stop for inbound and outbound. You specified the fact that normally it's inbound based on where the storms are coming from, but sometimes the outbound flights will kind of speed up. Can you explain
why? So I think what was happening earlier is they didn't want any more planes coming in because they didn't want them parked in a storm because they'd be stuck. So they kept them at the origin, and they were letting planes take off. So, ideally what you want to do is we live in a spoke and hub system in the air industry, which means the plane you get on here in Charlotte came from 3 other places. If it gets delayed there, it gets delayed here. So they don't want planes to come here and get trapped in the storm, which then causes delays for wherever that plane was going next.
Especially knowing the storms were going to eventually come
so what they'll
closer.
try to do is get it out of here and divert it so that even if the flight here never makes it here, it at least can continue the rest of the flight at its next airport. So, and then the other thing is you just want to get aircraft out of here because they can get damaged now. It's not just being trapped here, because once they land, they won't be allowed to take off for however long the storm is over the airport. They can't load and unload baggage, which is the other reason. It's just not an air safety thing. Hey, if you're on the ground crew, you're not refueling an aircraft or putting baggage in there in the middle of a thunderstorm. That's incredibly dangerous. So none of those crews are going out. They're not cleaning the planes. They're not refueling. They're not restocking, because none of those people can be out on the tarmac. So it's a multitude of things. That's why oftentimes when people tell me and ask me, hey, do you think the weather's going to impact the flight? It's not always the direct impact of weather here in Charlotte. It could be the weather somewhere else, and there's this trickle-down effect. So, yeah, I expect this is going to have some big issues at the airport coming up here. Let's look at our Dallas camera again, because we should have a pretty good view. Now, it's going to be in rain. I'm going to tell you right now. We can't see much, but the good news is we're probably going to be able to see the backside of the storm. I can kind of see the darkening cloud here. So it's raining here. This is all rain. And just FYI, if you're out in not looking at an app, looking at the actual cloud itself, when you see these dark striations, that's rain. That's not a cloud. That's the rain falling out of the storm. This is the cloud up here. So we're going to see the backside. If there's hail, it's going to be in here. And sometimes the rain will look like this dark blue, and the hail will look white. It'll almost look like snow falling out of the storm, and you can see hail shafts visually. So I'm interested if we see hail here, and if there is any rotation in this storm, we would see it back there. I'm not seeing any. Look how stark that looks like a rain shaft. It may be some hail there. It's hard to tell. I'm looking at my other monitor here, but see how stark that is right there? So I might have to go over and move the camera, because that's kind of fascinating to see that. Definitely looks like a lot of rain, but I'm curious if we're going to see the hail coming out of this at all. It's a pretty good view. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to swing the camera a little bit to the left and aim it back towards the airport. This is going to be looking towards Spencer Mountain, Gastonia, Mount Holly. That's definitely all rain in the foreground. Might be some hail in there. It's hard to tell.
Lightning strike.
Yeah. And then we'll look back towards the airport. So right there, this is looking back towards Charlotte. When you see the guy wire in the middle of the screen, that is going to be looking directly back towards Charlotte. And where that guy wire is, it'll pop up here in a second. Just to the right of that there's our strike that we missed over here initially. But this guy wire right here, that's where the city is, and to the right of that is where Charlotte Douglas is. So just to give you some perspective on what we're looking at. So we're going to move this back to the right, because I want to see the back side of this storm. I think I lost control of it. Hope we didn't hit a power surge over there.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Okay. I was getting nervous, too. I was like, we're going to move the camera so we can see the back side of this a little bit better. So we're going to, right here, because this will give us a good view of the back side, because we can see that little clearing taking place on the back side.
I feel like that is much more clear. It will take a second to see this on air, just because it's a little delay. But so that's, I feel like, more obvious.
Charlotte's right there. The airport's somewhere in there. So good luck landing there. So we're moving the camera. This is all rain, probably some hail in here, and this is the backside of the storm. So we're going to watch this area for the possible hail shaft. So we'll leave that up. I'm going to leave that up and go back to the radar just to show you. And I'll put this in perspective on where we're looking from, just so you know where the camera is and the storm we're looking at. So I'm going to pause this, and the storm we're looking at is in Gastonia, south side of Gastonia. So Dallas is up here. We're looking down at this, so we're looking at the back side of this right here. And due east is Charlotte, and then the airport's right there. So this is all south of our camera, which is up here in Dallas, North Carolina. And looking at that, definitely has some hail in there still.
Wow.
There is some broad rotation, but I had someone earlier ask, is there a tornado? No, there's nothing that looks tornadic in these cells.
They just got an update from GSP on the Rutherford County. They've upgraded it to tennis ball-sized hail.
Oh, I just cringe when I hear that, because if you've ever been in a hailstorm in your car, it is just not. Yeah, so that storm that Brittany's talking about is right there. It's actually moving into Cleveland County out of Rutherford County. It's over at Ellenboro, moving towards Lattimore, Double Shoals, Waco, Shelby, North Shelby. So yeah, more hail moving in those two cells right there. So again, garage your car if you have it, because there's the hail there. We can see the hail coming out of Rutherford County. So it looks like Forest City is probably where that report came in, I'm guessing. we'll look at the amount here. So the hail right there.
I think it was radar indicated.
1.7. So yep, that's getting up to 2 inches there. Just between golf ball and hen egg, or basically egg size. So there's our hail tracks right now. So you see the hail, that one tracking, and Cleveland County has seen the worst hail today, and Rutherford County are right here. So 2 hail reports. This is that hail streak. So this is heading, I tell you what, Brittany, this is pretty easy to see. This keeps moving. This is going right at the airport. I mean, you could not line this up any better for the airport. So I'm kind of curious to see. I'm going to look at FlightAware real quick. I might bring up my ADS. I have a different flight tracker that I use quite a bit. I'm going to see how many flights are actually getting in there, because this will track everything. All right, so let me see who's flying in there, because I'm kind of curious.
Answer, no one.
There's no, yeah, you're right. It's got to be no one right now, because there's no way as a pilot you don't want to go anywhere near that.
I was being facetious, but maybe that's the answer.
Look.
But
So there's a lot of planes on the ground, though, I can tell you that. We got a couple planes trying to land right now. American Airline 2909 trying to come in. Where did they take off from? They took off. Boy, they had to fly around the storm to get here. They were coming in from Southwest somewhere. Looks like they were coming in from Pensacola. And then we've got another, looks like a private jet coming in. One plane just took off, so somebody's getting out of there. And that was a private jet as well, so.
who are these private jets taking off?
Probably flying out of Wilson Air there. But it's crazy to see the lack of traffic. There's usually a lot more air traffic. Yeah, there's a couple more American Airlines flights trying to come in. So typically this time of night, the planes are lined up 2 by 2 coming into the runways here from the south side. That's pretty typical of this time of night. If you've ever driven home towards the south side of town, going towards 45, you'll see them at night just lining up coming in from the southwest. I'm trying to see which runways they've got open right now. I'm trying to see. I'm looking at my air traffic data here. They've got a little bit of a crosswind. Not too bad, so I guess they're trying to make it in. So yeah, it looks like they're coming in on 36 left and 36 central. I don't see anyone coming on 36 right, which is the third runway off to the right. Usually get the smaller planes, but these are coming in on the left and center right now. Well, one plane is flying around, so they're not landing. They took off.
Is that the one that's going to
Yeah.
the PDT 5754?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of aircraft on the ground, so they're definitely hunkering down. We'll see how long this lasts until they just shut the airport completely off to any traffic.
It looks like there are 2 flights, if you look a little bit further down. It looks like 2 more American Airlines
Yep.
flights that have CLT, though, as their destination. Do you see those?
Yep, they're trying to come in.
Yeah, one from LaGuardia and...
They're going to get a couple in there. So the thing we're going to watch here is once that storm gets over the airport, they'll probably completely. So they're trying to sneak in ahead of the storm is what they're doing. They're trying to come in because the outflows here. Now, the reason we have a terminal Doppler radar, they can detect wind shear down here and they'll shut everything out. But once the lightning and the leading edge of this heavy precip and definitely the hail, which is right there, gets to the airport, you're not going to see anything coming in. Let's zoom in on that hail. It's on the south side of Gastonia. That pink is the brightest returns you're going to see. That is definitely hail. If we look at the hail tracker, we can see that we've got that hail moving into the Crowders area. So the hail tracker is a little lagging because it's a product, it's a little algorithm it runs, so it'll take a second to populate here. But you can see the hail track. This is the swath of hail moving right through the southern part of the county, heading towards Catawba River. It's going to cross over the river. Daniel Stowe Botanical Gardens down in that area, and then right towards the airport, which is going to be right there. So just a heads up, anybody around the airport, Steel Creek, northern part of Lake Norman, south side of Belmont, Mount Holly, Cramerton, those are the areas, McCaddenville, South Gastonia. You got hail coming in, and then the airport, and then it's going to move into the west side, and then Brittany and I's cars will be under the gun right here.
I'm like, should we take turns?
Everybody at WCNC here off of Billy Graham Parkway, and then this will cross over 77 heading towards lower South End. So that would be the kind of the area that this is moving along Woodlawn, and eventually.
Just remember, I'm triggered because remember I got caught in that York County storm.
Last year you got in that one too.
All the Rock Hill, York County people, I feel your pain. I got caught in that cell as well, trying to go to my niece and nephew's birthday party. So I understand your pain.
So hopefully the hail's subsiding.
Hopefully.
I'm trying to.
I feel like it's been really pink for a long time.
Yeah, it looks like it's getting a little better. It looks like if there's hail in there, but sometimes these things kind of reload with hail, especially if the updraft's really strong. Let me remove the storm track here. Velocity data in there. It's not, the good news is the wind doesn't look too bad, though we can see a gust front moving across Charlotte right now. That's that red. So what you're looking at right here, this red is a gust front. So this is the leading edge of some really strong winds coming out of there. So uptown, likely seeing some pretty strong gusts right now through the uptown buildings. So that's moving through, and I can loop that, and you can actually see that push of air. So that almost looks like a cold front. When you see these reds and greens, this is a downburst. Those are winds spreading out. These are winds spreading out like that. The air hits the ground. It's like a splat. It's like spilling water onto a table. It hits it. It just spreads out in all direction, and that's what's happening down here in Gaston County as well. So this is all outflow dominant. The good news, no tornado threat with any of these storms right now because there's just no rotation at the surface. These are all, well, they're strong storms, don't get me wrong, but these are all what we call outflow dominant storms. These are the type of storms that do not produce tornadoes. They produce damaging winds and hail, but remember, this hail and damaging wind is going to do enough damage. You don't need tornadoes. And the crazy thing about this, the hail and straight line wind damage is much larger than a tornado. It's going to be over bigger areas. Tornadoes on average are only like a football field or smaller in width. They're not very big. These storms are taking up whole counties. So that should give you a good idea on how strong these are. Let's put a track on this Gaston County storm. I think we can get a really good gauge on when it's going to be near the airport. I'm going to track it right into Charlotte. And you could see it basically over Shopton, which would be close to the airport, around 8:13, and then uptown around 8:37. So in some ways, it looks like it's slowing down, Brittany. I thought we'd be closer to 8 o'clock. But
the latest radar return, though, is not quite as bright pink,
no,
so I have faith.
Yeah, so I said that it looks like the hail might be subsiding here. So if you see us disappear for a quick second,
that's why I was like, should we
sort of be out there moving our cars underneath a tree? I know there's an overhang back there. We'll be fighting for that overhang for everybody to get under there. Yeah, one thing to be careful of out there,
We're the only ones
I've seen
paying
this
attention.
a lot, is people, when hail hits on the interstate, people pull over under the overpass, and everyone tries to cram in there, and then they stop traffic and ends up backing up, and it becomes a hazard. So my advice to you, if you're on the interstate and you ever run into hail, just pull off the closest exit and maybe get to an overhang for a gas station or something like that. Do not stop on the interstate. It is dangerous, dangerous, dangerous stuff. Just be very, very, very careful there.
Brad, as we approach 8 o'clock, our executive producer is asking if we wanted to do a quick cut-in on linear.
Yeah, I think we should.
Okay.
I think that would be a good idea because as we move it into the metro and give people a heads up that this is moving in. So let's just recap. I'm going to widen this back out. I'm going to turn off everything here real quickly just so we can see everything a little clearer. The warnings we have, I'm going to just do a recap. Severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Rowan County, northern Cabarrus County here. This one is up, I believe, until 8:15. And we have one for Montgomery, Randolph, and Stanley County until 8:15. So a couple warnings there. Warning for Gaston County, which I would imagine in the next minute as I'm talking, this will be extended into Mecklenburg County, but for right now, 8:15 for Gaston County. And for Cleveland County, you have a severe thunderstorm warning until 8:15. 8:15 for all of these warnings, which is coming up in less than a half hour. I believe 20 minutes now, almost. 25 minutes from now, excuse me, these warnings will expire. So we'll likely see new warnings here for parts of Mecklenburg County, Charlotte, maybe even Cabarrus County, maybe even northern York County, Union County. So just a heads up, those are likely going to be our next warnings that we see populated here, Brittany.
Wowza. Getting lots of texts asking if people should move their car inside. The answer is absolutely yes.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, it looks like the radar return thankfully is not as aggressive. I do want to remind folks though that this is round number 1 of storms moving through right now. There is a secondary round that is expected, again, heading into the overnight hours. Most of this kind of first round will be wrapped up between 8 and 9, depending on where you are. Of course, we know it's already 8 o'clock, but for areas north and west of this area, you're pretty much good for at least an hour, maybe hour and a half, and then eventually we are going to see better opportunities for rain and storms move back in. So as we look at the hour-by-hour futurecast, here's 10. That area just south and east of Charlotte that expands all the way toward Raleigh, that's round number 1. Kind of starting to push out, and once it does, we are going to see a secondary risk of gusty winds on the backside, but this won't be as hail aggressive, which will be, I would say, good news for those who are concerned about their cars, not so much for other areas because, of course, gusty winds can produce damage as well. But this is why we were keeping you weather aware for the last few hours and, of course, looking ahead because we knew Thursday was going to be a relatively big event. Now, tonight into the overnight hours, we'll be here all night long tracking this mess for you, but we are going to have more pockets of heavy rain. Again, gusty winds, I would say till about 2, 3 a.m. Chris, of course, will take over eventually, and then we'll head out of here. But I do want to say that the overnight potential, this kind of a secondary round, would be if there was a chance to see an isolated brief spin up tornado, this would be it. Because if you look, it's more like a squall line, kind of more of these storms in a nice little line there. And there are a few little hooks that potentially could develop with that one. So if we were to see an isolated quick brief spin up, it would be within that. Now we know how quickly these can move up and how quickly they can move out. If you were with Brad on Saturday night, you did have to unfortunately cut into SNL because there was a tornado warning around 1 o'clock, but it did verify that it was an EF0. So again, our main thing here as meteorologists is the reason why we wanted to be meteorologists is to try to help keep people safe. So we will cut in if necessary, but regardless, we'll be here watching any updates for you. And if we don't feel necessary to cut into WCNC Charlotte on linear TV, on cable, we will of course have you covered here on WCNC Plus and our essentially, it feels like at this point 24-hour stream, which we will of course continue to keep an eye on as we head into eventually end of severe weather season and then into hurricane season. Your severe thunderstorm impacts, again, hail is still number 1, winds number 2, round of hail right now, winds on the backside, and then that very, very brief risk of an isolated tornado. The good thing when it comes to the rain itself is that it doesn't look like a widespread flash flooding risk because even though we had rain earlier this week over the weekend, it really hasn't been enough to cure the drought situation. So not really seeing a high risk for flooding. What we will watch though is how much rain we had today and how that could impact our storm potential heading into the next work week because we have a pretty decent amount of rain coming in Monday, Tuesday. So in areas that saw heavy rain today, there likely will be a slightly higher risk Monday and Tuesday of brief potential flooding. Now, we did see a flash flood warning in effect for parts of Wilkes County that is technically out of the WCNC Charlotte viewing area, but still a place that we typically are keeping a close eye on for folks who live there since there is some crossover with the channels that they get. So they saw a lot of heavy rain and the storms were really, really, really slow moving. So they definitely got hit a little bit harder when it came to the heavy rain earlier. But we'll go back to radar, kind of looking at what's happening right now. You can still see the severe thunderstorm warnings over in Rowan County, Stanley, but it's this one that we're still keeping a close eye on here in Gaston County. As it's right now, at least the leading edge of the heavy rain, it's getting closer and closer to the 485 loop toward Cramerton, but it's still this backside kind of here of the storm that has a better chance of seeing hail. Brad, I think this is interesting. I'm sure you've been watching this, but it looks like kind of the original spot where all that lightning is south of Gastonia, where we were watching the hail. It looks like a piece almost broke apart. And does it look like there's a secondary hail risk that just popped up in those areas east of Kings Mountain? Because if that's the case, that's moving more so toward Dallas, not necessarily toward Charlotte.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to watch that that area. It looks like the hail is kind of moving back towards Crowder's Mountain area as we look back in that general vicinity.
Maybe we'll see it on our Dallas Tower Cam.
Yeah, that storm, it's like almost like a little line is beginning to kind of train and redevelop, that kind of back building, we call it, like another storm building on the backside as this is sliding to the south. And everything's kind of becoming, we're going to have to watch a flash flood risk, as you mentioned, I think, with these storms now, because if you see these are individual storms, but they're kind of lining up one after another. If you think of something we call training, it's basically an acronym for kind of what we call like the storms moving over the same spot again, like a train. So the train tracks are here, and each storm is an individual train car, and it moves over the same track, obviously, again and again. Each one dumping rainfall. So that's a problem. That will end up causing flash flooding. And yeah, that would be an issue for flooding in that area, even in the midst of a drought. So don't be surprised if that becomes a problem here over the next, I'd say hour or two, especially if we continue to see more of this training in the same areas. So let me zoom in on a couple areas that we're watching back into Cleveland County and now York County. It looks like a new cell forming here. South of York, here's Clover. This is the western part of York County. We move into southern Cleveland County. You can see from Double Shoals down to Shelby. I mean, poor Boiling Springs in Cleveland County. I think it's the third storm that produced hail in the county today. So really been getting hit hard. And now moving into Gaston County. But as Brittany was mentioning, the storm doesn't look like it's producing as much hail. Might be more wind. And now we've got heavy storms moving into parts of Harrisburg, Concord, Kannapolis area. We look at the velocity data. Still a lot of wind in these storms, even though the hail threat is subsiding. We're likely going to see that wind threat stay up. So I'm kind of curious on the estimates of rainfall now. Now, rainfall estimates, the big disclaimer on this, hail can contaminate the rainfall estimates. And you're probably asking, how does that happen? Well, the radar is trying to estimate how much rain is falling based on the reflectivity. Well, when hail is falling, the radar thinks it's giant, heavy rain, and sometimes it's just hail, so it'll make it seem heavier than it was. But this looks pretty legit. An inch, maybe inch and a half of rain. Anywhere we have hail, we probably have a little overlap there, and that's going to cause some issues. But there's our hail tracker moving into Gaston County. Also, don't want to leave out Cabarrus County between China Grove and Kannapolis. Definitely have some hail there. Let's do a quick little loop on that. Yeah, we're going to see that hail kind of cross over 85 here shortly. That is moving pretty quickly over 85, and that was an inch and a half in diameter. So some golf balls moving through there. That certainly is going to cause some havoc there. So we're in a second here, we're going to have to go on to normal TV, linear TV. So if you watch on WCNC, on air, on cable, YouTube TV, Hulu, Roku, wherever you are, we're going to go do a quick cut in over there, but we're going to join you back here in a minute, probably afterwards in our Impact studio as well with Colin, talking about these storms. But we're going to be leaving here momentarily as we go to our live coverage over there. So just be ready if you see us cut away for weather. We will be back, but if you want to catch us, go over to WCNC and we'll have more coverage. The reason we're going to cut in is because these storms are moving into Charlotte right now and likely going to be impacting a lot more people and definitely having much more of an impact on traffic and everything else, the airport. I'm just quickly checking the airport right now. They're still holding planes till 9, which seems like a good idea. Some are still coming in, so I still see some coming in, but boy, they're having a tough time getting out of there because they're having to swoop over uptown and get out of there. So what's happening, planes are taking off and going like this instead of flying north like they normally will. So yeah, severe thunderstorms continue out there right now. Gaston County getting the worst of it. I'll leave you here with a view from our Dallas camera over in Gaston County. This is looking almost due south into Gaston County from our Mr. Sparky camera network. We're up there at 1,450 feet. We could still see heavy rain falling. There's some cloud to ground lightning as we speak. These storms are going to continue for a while here, and as Brittany mentioned, we could see another round of storms coming up here later tonight. We're going to toss it over to the Impact Weather Studio, or the Impact's news studio, excuse me. It feels like a weather studio today because we're doing so much weather, but we'll be back in a little bit. We're going to cut into WCNC.
All right, Brad. Yes, we'll take it from you and let them do their live cut in on WCNC. Bring you back here to WCNC Plus. Thankfully, we do have a reporter, Siobhan, who is on the ground for us. We'll check in with her in a couple of seconds. I know she's starting to get ready, so we'll ask her about the conditions that she's seeing. Where she's at. I do believe she's in Gastonia, which is where... I'm sorry, say it again. All right, I don't think we're going to be able to get her. It seems like her sound is blown out. So we don't want to put that on air if it does not sound good, but hopefully we'll have another report at 11 o'clock from our reporters who are out in this storm, obviously staying safe. But we do want to make sure that you know what's going on, where you live, and on the ground. We've been telling folks all evening as well to use that Near Me feature inside the WCNC Charlotte mobile app. That helps our meteorologists, that helps us to know exactly where you might be. So take a photo, maybe take a picture when it is safe to do so. If you see those storms passing overhead or have any damage or even pictures of hail, we'd love to see them. It helps us tell the story here at WCNC. So again, our weather impact team going to stay here throughout the duration of this storm. This is the first round. Obviously, we're going to get a second round that'll come in after 9 or 9:30 tonight that Brittany and Brad have been talking about. These storms, though, they're potentially the biggest risk is these hailstones that we're seeing, large hail, damaging winds, and could be some localized flooding as well. So we'll continue to watch out for this. And Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich, along with Brittany Van Voorhees, they are both here making sure everything goes smoothly, or as smoothly as we can make sure that folks have a smooth night. So Jadeveon Clowney will go to this report today. Obviously, we did an in-depth segment and I guess story with our sports team on him coming to the Carolina Panthers last year, but the 3-time Pro Bowl pass rusher released from the Panthers. That happened today. And Dan Morgan was asked and questioned about why, and I don't think general manager really gave a reason for that, but it was noted that Clowney was due more than $8 million in his salary this year, including $2 million in guaranteed money, and Carolina explored trade options during the draft week and emphasized looking for pass rushers, but clearly it doesn't seem like they had any buyers on this type of situation. So after failing to trade or to find a trade destination for Clowney, he is a free agent. And he's actually entering the final season of a 2-year, $20 million deal, or he was, that signed with the Panthers last offseason. So unfortunately, I have to say goodbye, I guess you could say, to a hometown man, but hopefully we'll see him suit up for another team, hopefully not somebody that Carolina plays. But it was good to see Jadeveon Clowney in blue and black here in Carolina. So some interesting stuff as well. Where do we want to go now, Jeb? All right, we have an update here on the president announcing earlier today that his administration struck a deal with the United Kingdom. It's the first agreement the United States has reached since these imposed sweeping tariffs have been placed on trading partners. This is just the first step in a very long line of steps that will need to finish this deal, and not many details known about it as well. So we will get to this right now, as the president had it a little bit earlier, and the discussion about tariffs and trade with the UK.
And our Secretary, as you know, of Agriculture is here. Brooke, thank you very much
for
being here.
Good day. Thank you, sir.
You'll let the farmers know. In addition, the UK will reduce or eliminate numerous non-tariff barriers that unfairly discriminated against American products. But this is now turning out, I think, really to be a great deal for both countries, because it'll be really great for the UK also. So they're opening up the country. Their country is a little closed, and we appreciate that. They'll also be fast-tracking American goods through their customs process, so our exports go to a very, very quick form of approval, and there won't be any red tape. Things are going to move very quickly both ways. The final details are being written up in the coming weeks. We'll have it all very conclusive, but the actual deal is a very conclusive one. We think just about everything's been approved. So good for both countries, and we'll also receive new market access for American chemicals, machinery, and many other industrial products that weren't allowed, and they'll end up getting products that they'll be able to price, and if they like them better and we make great products, they'll be buying those products, but they were not available in the UK. Furthermore, in a historic step, the deal includes plans that will bring the United Kingdom into the economic security alignment with the United States. That's the first of its kind. So we have a big economic security blanket, and that's very important, and we feel very, very comfortable with that, because it's been a great ally, truly one of our great allies. I mean, a lot of people say our greatest ally. I don't want to insult people by saying that, but I can say it's certainly one of our greatest, and right at the top, and they're the first one we're talking about. And by the way, we have many meetings planned today and tomorrow, and every country wants to be making deals. And we have a meeting, as you know, Scott will be going over to Switzerland on Saturday, and that'll be very, very interesting. Let's find out, but I think they want to make a deal very badly too. Both countries have agreed that the economic security is national security and will be working together as allies to ensure that we have a strong industrial base, appropriate export controls, and protections for key technologies and industries like steel. Steel is a big factor. Both countries will become stronger with steel and things necessary for military. You know, we used to build ships and other things literally at a level that nobody's ever seen, and we haven't. We've eased up, and I would say that the UK certainly eased up, but now we're going to be uneasing both, and we work together. Once again, I want to thank Prime Minister Starmer. He's been terrific for his partnership in this matter. The special relationship and external bond, it's really an external and an internal bond between our two countries will soon be stronger than ever before. And we really do. We have a great relationship. I want to just say that the representatives of UK have been so professional. And it's been an honor doing business with all of them, and in particular the Prime Minister. And I'd like to introduce him now to say a few words. Mr. Prime Minister, please take it away.
Thank you, Mr. President, Donald. And this is a really fantastic, historic day in which we can announce this deal between our two great countries. And I think it's a real tribute to the history that we have of working so closely together. Can I pay tribute, Donald, to your negotiating team as well, particularly yes. Howard and Jameson, who've done an incredible job, a very professional job, and my team as well. Two negotiating teams have worked at pace now for a number of weeks to bring in this deal today. Really important deal. This is going to boost trade between and across our countries. It's going to not only protect jobs but create jobs, opening market access. And as you say, Donald, the timing couldn't be more apt, because not only was it 80 years ago today that victory came for Europe after and at the end of the Second World War, but of course on that day the UK and the US stood together as the closest of allies. And Donald, I think even down to the hour, because you may or may not know that it was about this time of day, exactly 80 years ago, that Winston Churchill announced victory in Europe, and that led to great celebrations across Europe, across America, but particularly in the United Kingdom. Literally people going out into the street, putting bunting up, going up to the palace. And so to be able to announce this great deal on the same day, 80 years forward, almost at the same hour, and as we were 80 years ago, with the UK and the US standing side by side, I think is incredibly important and makes this truly historic. That close relationship has endured over those 80 years. As you know, Donald, when it comes to defence and security and intelligence sharing, of course, there are no two countries that are closer than our two countries. And now we take this into new and important territory by adding trade and the economy to the closeness of our relationship. It is built, as you say, on those notions of fairness and reciprocal arrangements. We've always had a fair and balanced arrangement between our countries. This builds on that, hugely important for sectors like car manufacturing and for steel and aluminium and so many others. And yes, we can finish ironing out some of the details, but there's a fantastic platform here, including, of course, on the tech side, where I think I'm right in saying we're the only two Western countries with trillion-dollar sectors when it comes to tech. And in the end, it comes down to, as you say, Donald, economic security is national security. On national security, we've been absolutely the closest of allies for so many years, keeping the peace through that close alliance, that friendship. And now we add to that this deal on trade and the economy. And I want to thank you for your leadership on that, Donald, and for the way in which your team have negotiated this. And I'm so pleased that we've got this deal, we've finalised it, and we've built an incredible platform for the future. So thank you so much. Donald, I'm now going to go and do a press conference. I think you have your press in with you. But on the details, I think if you've got Howard, we can deal with that through one of my team.
That's great. Well, Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much. It's an honor. We're going to have a continued, maybe a better relationship than ever before. You know, I don't know if the media knows, but the U.S. and UK have been working for years to try and make a deal. And it never quite got there.
Yeah.
It did with this Prime Minister. So I want to just congratulate you.
Well, with this President, this Prime Minister, we've managed to achieve what many people have tried to achieve for many years.
Right.
And I'm really pleased, and it feels completely historic and on a special 80-year anniversary as well. So, Donald, thank you so much. It's really good to have got this deal over the line.
We got to pull you away from this really quickly. We do have our reporter on scene, Siobhan Riley, who is in the eastern part of our viewing area right now. Siobhan, great to have you on WCNC Plus. I know you're a busy woman, so I won't keep you too long, but tell us where you're at and what you guys are seeing right now.
Colin, right now we are in Lincolnton, and as you can see, things have certainly calmed down quite a bit, but about an hour ago it was a completely different story. We saw heavy rain coming down, the trees were moving from side to side, we saw light hail. The rain was so heavy that it was even hard for us to see as we were driving down the road. So thankfully, things have calmed down. We also spent some time in Hickory earlier today, and we talked to folks there. Kind of the same weather story there, except we didn't see the hail, but we did see the heavy rain, dark cloud. It was lightning. Just about every few minutes we would see lightning. We are starting to see even more lightning out here as we continue to stand out here right now. But again, things are calming down, minus the lightning. Things have calmed down quite a bit. We spoke to folks in Hickory who said that weather patterns like this, they kind of had mixed opinions. One person says that he likes studying storms, so he enjoys seeing the storms, he enjoys seeing the rain, but other folks we spoke to, they said when it was like it was earlier today, they were extremely scared. They were just ready for the weather to let up. Now we're gonna stay out here throughout the night, and we're gonna be monitoring the weather pretty much throughout the rest of the evening, and we'll be sure to let you know what we see. Colin, back to you.
Awesome. Siobhan, last thing real quickly here, driving conditions. I know a lot of folks, there's things planned on Thursdays. We're headed towards the weekend, right? The all-important weekend. In terms of the roadways, in terms of standing water, that type of situation, are you seeing anything like that? Any type of hazards or even a tough, way of driving? Have you guys had traffic, seen anything like that as well?
As we were coming in, the traffic wasn't terribly bad, but as we started to drive through the city, we did see a little bit of standing water, but a lot of that has let up because, again, it looks completely different than what it did like an hour ago. An hour ago, we did see a little bit of standing water in the area, but we're not seeing as much of that right now. Really, the only thing we're hearing, I don't know if you can hear it, but we're hearing the thunder, the lightning. That's kind of what we are dealing with right now at this hour.
Awesome. Siobhan, thank you so much. Appreciate Ben as well, your photographer out there. We'll let you guys break your shot down. I know lightning's in the area, so stay safe. We really appreciate our reporters giving us that view on the ground so that you at home know exactly what you're dealing with. So, of course, we'll have more coverage throughout this stream until I do believe we're going to stream this or go up until 11:30 through our 11 o'clock hour and our 11 o'clock show. I do believe our two meteorologists are still standing by, Brittany Van Voorhees and Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich. You guys are still watching this first round of storms make its way through the area. Where are we with this? Is it almost out of the area? And where's the second round, guys?
It's actually moving into Mecklenburg County right now, Colin, as we speak. We're actually seeing, I think, a complete ground stop now at Charlotte Douglas, because it doesn't say officially ground stop, but I've been tracking the flights. Nothing is taking off or landing right now, so that's usually a good indication. And we're actually seeing flights circling over the Midlands of South Carolina, meaning they're not coming in. They're just sitting there burning fuel right now, trying to stay up until this storm passes. So let's get into where the storm is. It's moving into Mecklenburg County right now, right over the airport. So this is the airport. A lot of cloud to ground lightning. These are positive lightning strikes. A lot of wind, and the hail here has subsided. I should say subsided, because we haven't had a hail report since the western part of Gaston County, which means the hail reports have gone away. A lot of people live here. Trust me, we would be hearing about hail right now if we were still getting some. It's moving into Mecklenburg County as we speak. It's still producing some wind. Let me quickly show you the wind speeds here. Does look like a pretty good burst of wind over the airport right now. That is what we call an outflow boundary. You see it pushing to the south. Looks like a new warning just popped up. Let me go right to that. We'll show you where that warning is. And that's a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is out to our east, so this includes parts of Stanley, Anson, and Richmond counties. They're probably just going to do giant warnings for these storms, just because they're kind of becoming more aligned. And here we are coming up here at 8:15. That's the only warning we currently have in our area. So the storms, though, are kind of back building, we call it. You see this storm, and then new storms are building back here. I'm going to get out of the way real quickly just so you can take a quick look at that. And you can see how the storms are kind of training, which means they're moving repeatedly over the same area. So one thing, I didn't think we'd have to deal with this so soon tonight, but flooding might become a concern here in the next couple of hours. Let's quickly look at the velocity data here. Not a ton of wind, no rotation. So we're not seeing any rotation, any impact from tornadic type cells. So this is all either straight line winds or hail right now. Let's look at the hail tracks. We'll kind of show you where the hail has been showing up. This cell has been producing hail, but it's actually gone away a little bit here in the last couple of frames. I'm going to pause it. And so the last real hail signatures we had were in the southwestern part of the county. A lot of reports out of Kings Mountain of hail, and then head towards Crowder's Mountain. And then all of a sudden, the hail reports went away, and it kind of lines up with what our radar is saying. So that's some good news, but we got more hail reports back into Cleveland County, and we did have a bunch of hail reports coming out of the Enochville, China Grove area, Kannapolis area, right along the Cabarrus, Rowan County line, pushing off to the east. So this is a little bit wider view of the system. So you can see this is wave number one. Now, there is some concern we could see another line of storms tonight, but I don't think it'll be as strong or severe as what we're seeing right now. And I'm going to quickly just show you the future cast, because this is what I'm thinking is going to happen tonight. Wave number one moves through, and then sometime around it looks like maybe 1 to 2 a.m., we might get what's called an MCS, a complex of storms developing to the south. Looks primarily this would be heavy rain or wind, not much of a tornado risk right now. That's a good thing. I think these storms right now are using up a lot of fuel. That is a good thing. That'll help us out for later tonight. But what's happening right now in Gaston County is just a good soaking heavy rain. This is a view from our Dallas camera, our Mr. Sparky camera network. Look how dark it is. The sun just set 2 minutes ago. So we still have some twilight, but we don't even see the sunset because the clouds are blocking that horizon, and we're seeing some heavy rain. But that's where we're seeing the worst of the weather right now, pretty much in Gaston County. We'll focus back in on that area here in a minute. Let my radar load as we zoom in on that area. So just heavy rain. So these storms are subsiding, which is good news. I don't think those are going to be nearly as strong. You also notice the lightning strikes going away as well. So the severe storms seem to be perking up here in the Midlands, or not the Midlands, the Sandhills, excuse me, into the central part of the state. That's where I think our next batch of storms will persist. If we widen this out just a little bit, we'll show you the satellite and radar together. We still have storms over in Tennessee. We'll see if this is the next batch of storms later tonight. These things kind of come together into a big cluster and then move into the Piedmont of the Carolinas. So if there's one thing I'm noticing, and I don't want to jinx it, Brittany, I think we're seeing a weakening trend in a lot of these storms, which is a good thing. We need the rain. We don't want the hail, the wind, or any tornado risk. But the fact that we're seeing only one warning right now, this is the quietest the warnings have been, I think, since probably 3 or 4 this afternoon, when we just had one single warning out there. So it's been a while since it's just been one warning.
I think the first one popped off at like 3:45, because it was right before the 4 o'clock newscast started, because it was that cell that was in McDowell County that was pushing into Burke and Caldwell County. So thankful for this. We are going to show you the future cast as we go throughout the rest of this evening, so you can kind of take a look at like what it's expected to look like. And I know Brad showed you that a little bit, but as we look at future cast again, you're looking at about 10 o'clock, round number 1, pushing completely out of our area. Then toward the morning hours, this was that MCS that Brad was mentioning. A complex of storms. We talk a lot about severe thunderstorm and thunderstorm terminology, which we actually did a weather IQ, and Brad, you were the main person in our weather IQ dictionary, part 1, to kind of talking about these different things and what they mean. Overnight, most of the rain looks to wrap up by about 4 or 5 o'clock. Chris Mulcahy will be in early just to make sure that you guys are covered heading into the overnight hours. Of course, only breaking in if absolutely necessary, and we'll be live on WCNC Plus if we deem necessary heading into the overnight hours. I think one thing that's kind of nice about Friday is it looks mostly dry, so still expected to see a few more clouds than what we had today, but relatively low risk to see a few isolated thunderstorms. And then not ideal for outdoor plans, but this weekend we actually see more clouds and lesser rain. I know earlier this week it looked like more of a heavy rain event sometimes over the weekend. It really does look like a relatively low rain potential and just more cloud cover, which maybe mom wants a bright sunny day on Sunday, maybe not as bright, but at least it doesn't look to be a significant rain event by any stretch of the imagination. Again, as Brad mentioned, right now is the hail risk. We kind of transition to more gusty winds and just isolated heavy rain overnight. Flooding risk still overall low, but any area that sees heavy rain tonight, if we see another round of rain heading into Monday, that's when we could start to see some of those issues. So we haven't showed this a lot during the stream just because we wanted to focus on what's happening right now. But as we look at your Guy Roofing 7-day forecast, again, tomorrow pretty low in chance for rain, cooler this weekend. But Monday and Tuesday look to be pretty heavy rain at times events across, not just here in the Charlotte area, but across the Carolinas as a whole. So that would be likely on top of the rain we had today, pretty notable flooding potential, and the first we've had in quite some time, especially because of the drought. Few isolated thunderstorms on Wednesday as golfers are warming up, but I think the biggest thing really after today is the rain Monday and Tuesday. And then we're all looking ahead to late next week as the PGA Championship will be back here in Charlotte. Of course, we'll be watching the radar and the storms with a fine-tooth comb because normally the threshold there is similar to what we see at Bank of America Stadium during Panthers games and FC matches, where it's normally about 8 miles away from Quail Hollow. So that's something that we'll be monitoring extremely closely heading into next week. But at least at this point, it doesn't look like anything like what we have right now. Anything like what we have right now. So that, of course, is good news. Let's look back at radar. Let's see what's happening across the Charlotte area. Brad, it looks like they just extend that warning in Stanley County into parts of northern Anson and northern Richmond County?
Yeah, they just put one big warning up for that area.
Okay.
Just basically put a giant warning for that whole line. And I think we're going to see more of that if this becomes a line. We still have the severe thunderstorm watch till midnight, so this is going to stay up. But I'll be curious if we start whittling away counties if the line shift, because I think to the south, as we're seeing in the futurecast renderings here, that a lot of this is going to stay to the south. But what you were mentioning was that's the only warning we have. It actually was a whole new warning because we had like 4 warnings that were in effect till 8:15, and those expired just a second ago. So they put this one warning in. So we'll zoom in on it and just kind of show you the counties that are included in this. So severe thunderstorm warning is a giant one. You don't normally see them this big. I'm going to get out of the way. Yeah.
Like, what's happening?
Davidson, Montgomery, Moore, Randolph County, as well as Anson, Stanley, Richmond. I mean, there's so many counties, there's not enough room on our thing to like list them all. But it does include Stanley, northern Anson, and extreme northern sections of Richmond County. I mean, it looks like a watch. It's so big. It's got so many counties in it. But that's for that line moving out. And that was a line that produced some severe weather earlier. And the one thing I've noticed in Brittany is these aren't individual storms they are kind of coming into a line. So when things get into a line, you start losing the hail threat. It doesn't go to 0, but the size of the hail and the amount of hail goes way down, and the wind threat goes up. So I would expect this to become more of a wind issue. So let's just do a giant storm track on this as it's pushing off to the east. And this will give you an idea. Albemarle should be there any minute. Tegakay coming up here at 8:29, Pineville, Fort Mill, 8:30, 8:40, Matthews, Mint Hill, Weddington around 9-ish or so, Rock Hill about the same, Unionville, then Waxhaw, maybe 9:20, then wind get around 9:40. So I get a lot of comments on our page. We're posting all this stuff to the Westbrook. Nothing's happening where I am. It's because it's not there yet. Okay. Remember the timing. This timing we expected in the Charlotte area around 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock. Here we are. And it's going to push east into the 9, 10, 11 o'clock hour. We had a great graphic earlier today, showed the progression of this, and the timing has been amazingly accurate so far. So we've had a really good setup for this with the timing. So if you followed that graphic earlier, it's actually worked out pretty well.
Brad, here it is. I pulled it up really quick.
Oh, I found it before you.
Oh, no.
No, there it is. So,
okay,
yeah.
I'm going back to radar.
Yeah, no, I was thinking the same. You and I were thinking the exact same thing, because we expected to be here in the Piedmont, what, 6 to 10? Here we are.
6 to 10, yeah.
And then going down here after 10 o'clock. So yeah, this has actually worked out pretty well so far. And our biggest threat still is hail. But I'll be honest with you, this graphic, Brittany, I might start pulling the hail down and putting the wind up a little bit more.
Yeah.
But it's really still a medium risk, though, for everything, to be honest with you. The hail, we kind of pushed it up to the high level just because it was such a rare event for our area. So typically,
have there been any updates from the Storm Prediction Center?
Yeah, we don't see hail up this high very often. So we've got a medium risk for wind, but if anything, the hail threat is going down. I tell you what I'm going to do. In real time, we're just going to do this since we're in the stream. We'll show you what's happening in real time. I'm going to build this graphic as I'm talking to you. We're going to grab this right here, and we're going to shrink it and bring it back into the yellow or the orange, because that's what's happening. We're seeing less of a threat. So, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. We're seeing this threat go down probably all the way to here, and we're seeing the wind threat maybe increasing just a hair. In fact, I might bring this down to the yellow just because the threat is kind of subsiding now. And that's what happens when you don't grab the right things. So.
It is what
I
was going to say. I feel like the tornado risk is even a little smaller than that.
Yeah, I would bring that down too, because as things become linear, they become less of a tornado risk. Now, it's never really zero. Like I say, we call it a non-zero tornado threat often in these cases, which means anytime you have a thunderstorm, you just never know. Thunderstorms can collide with other storms and produce quick spin-ups, even when the atmosphere isn't conducive for tornadoes. Today overall was not a conducive day for tornadoes, because even though these storms were rotating in the mid-levels, there was no rotational components of wind shear at the surface. So tornado genesis isn't going to happen when you get that. And just from a meteorological standpoint, one thing to have the storm rotating, but at the surface, you need wind shear down there for the storm to connect and become a tornado, which a tornado by definition is always on the ground, because if it's not, it's a funnel cloud. So tornado on the ground is like a redundant statement. So to get that, you need wind shear close to the surface, and we don't have that today. So to see a tornado, you'd have to see one of these produce their own wind shear, which means taking a right turn or two outflow boundaries colliding, and that would increase the wind shear. Heavy rain moving in. These aren't moving exactly quickly. Most of the speed I have on these, if I look at the speed real quickly, let me quickly look at the speed. I have the movement at about 30. I think it's not even that fast, to be honest with you. Let me look at the speed on this. I'm gonna move the one in Mecklenburg County that's over us right now. It's moving 30 still. So yeah, we still have it moving about 30 miles an hour. So yeah, not surprised they're moving pretty slow. Just saw a wind damage report come out of Gaston County. We had some trees on a car 2 miles northwest of Gastonia. So that's from one of our spotters over in Gaston County. Let's see if I can bring that up on our map here. We're going to do the storm reports real quickly. And that report just came in as I was doing. So here's downtown Gastonia. So the north side of town here. Here's 85 going through Gastonia. And let's highlight that. We'll query that. We call it, bring it up. And so there we go. Tree on car. That happened at 7:56. So that just came in. But that tree on a car on the north side of Gaston County from an amateur radio operator, one of our trained spotters. So that's one of the first wind damage reports I've seen in our area, which tells me that we've got the wind starting to pick up. So that's another sign that the wind is becoming the main issue and not the hail. So let's quickly look at the wind. Yeah, the wind definitely, just looking at the velocity data, even in Mecklenburg County, I mean, look at this wind gust heading towards uptown. There seems to be a downburst possibly forming here. This is on the east side of the airport. So that's a 40-mile-per-hour wind gust southwest side of town. This is right here where we are. There's Billy Graham Parkway right there, airport's over here. So that's right where we are. I might actually step outside here in a second, Brittany, and see if we see some wind out there, but that looks to be right over us, and a lot of lightning. Lightning's gone up here in the last couple of minutes.
Better lightning and gusty winds than the hail.
Yeah, and look down here, and so this is a good indication of what we call bolt from the blue. The storm is here, it's raining. Look at the lightning strikes, likely coming out of the anvil from this storm. So, lightning can strike up to 20 miles from a storm, and you want to be in shelter. If you can hear thunder, you can get hit. But honestly, if you can see the storm, you can get hit as well. You need to seek shelter. Most people that get hit by lightning, it happens before and after the storm. So it happens before the rain hits, because guess what happens when it rains? People go inside. So rain will force you inside, but the lightning happens far away from the rain shaft. So you want to make sure you're staying indoors until this storm actually passes. So it seems like things are transitioning, Brittany. We're getting away from the supercells, the individual storms, discrete we call them, with hail, and we're now starting to see almost a linear type phenomena here. But the other thing I'm noticing, man, flash flooding could be a real problem back here, because this, especially southern Gaston County and Cleveland County, there's a new warning just popped up. Okay, so that cell, that's the one producing all that lightning, by the way.
And we were talking about this earlier. We didn't have a lot of lightning in the earlier storms because it seemed like there was so much hail. It was almost preventing kind of those positive and negative charges from beginning to develop. But now we're seeing kind of the opposite. It seems like the lightning is beginning to pick up. So we're seeing more lightning and not as much of a hail potential.
Yeah, so this one is York County, right over Clover. This is moving towards Lake Wiley. This is going to move towards, this is going to clip southeastern Gaston County, by the way, so southeastern part of the county. Fort Mill is going to be in here, Tegakay, Carowinds, Steel Creek, and then up to the airport and just to the west side of Pineville. So Arrowwood Road area, Westinghouse, those areas on the west side of I-77, those are the areas that we're talking about. I'll do a quick storm track on this one. And it's generally moving in this direction, so this will give you kind of a time of arrival. Lake Wiley coming up here at the bottom of the hour, Pine Harbor, Forest Pond, and Pineville closer to 9 o'clock. So yeah, that's the first, I think that's our first South Carolina warning, if I'm not mistaken. So our first warning down in South Carolina. And that's the cell that we got to watch for tornadoes, because the southern part of this line is kind of in the inflow. And what I mean by that is it's where the inflow is coming into these storms from the south, and so it's uninterrupted. And so if they take a little right turn into that, if this storm should churn into it, it would create its own wind shear. So that's why that area right there, there's a little bit of rotation there right now that I'm going to keep a close eye on. But looking at the closer in velocity, that don't look like it's doing a whole lot right there.
So rotation in the mid-levels of the atmosphere, we talk a lot about that because when we look at velocity, it has to not just be at the mid-levels, but it also has to be close to the ground. So I think that's something people don't often know too. When we'll see like the rotating storms, and we'll get reports of a funnel cloud or a tornado, and it's just kind of distinguishing between the fact that not every rotation in the mid-levels equals a tornado. Just like every single time that we see hail high up in the atmosphere doesn't necessarily mean it's always reaching the ground.
Yeah, because sometimes in the summer, you got to count for melting because it's coming down into really warm air. And sometimes on the radar, we'll see like 2-inch hail. And then by the time it gets to the ground, it's like pea size because it's gone through like 90-degree heat on the way down and it's melted. But I will tell you, that storm in York County is definitely more intriguing looking every frame of the radar. And what I mean by intriguing, there's a little appendage on the back side here coming out, and we've got a little inflow notch developing. So as I mentioned, if there's going to be some rotation, it's going to be one of these southern cells that are kind of in that inflow area. So that's the area just northwest of Newport, south of Clover. We'll have to keep a close eye on that one. I'm looking at the velocity data. There's a little bit of a rotation there, but as you mentioned, Britt, a lot of this doesn't look it's not very tight, first of all, but there is some there. I would be regress
to not mention
that.
I will also say that it looks like the tag too, when it comes to hail, is still saying ping pong ball, which is about 1.5 inches. So just because the hail risk overall is lowering doesn't necessarily mean it's over.
Yeah, so we'll have to keep a close eye on that one. That one is in particular. It's any storm that I would be suspicious of producing a tornado, that would be the one. It just, it's not very, I mean, it's nothing crazy. Like, For most supercells on any given day, I saw that, I'd be a little more concerned. The atmosphere is not great, but if it turns a little to the right, that's the key. We call those right churners. And when a forward motion is like that, this is churning to the right, this is churning to the left. The inflow from the south is pretty strong today. We've got a low-level jet. So as long as it's moving due east, it's just kind of going on with the flow. But if it churns into that flow, all of a sudden that inflow and that churn to the right can cause something to spin up real quick near the surface. So yeah, that's what we're gonna have to watch very carefully. I'm gonna look at the, it's kind of weird because it's on an outflow boundary too, which is not normally where you would see rotation, but it might be the collision with the outflow boundary might have helped spin up that little couplet, but it's probably going to go away here. It's not very strong. I certainly don't think that thing's producing a tornado right now, but it's one storm I would watch. If we're going to see one that sneaks up on us with an isolated risk, that would be the type of storm that would do that. There is some big hail in that one too, Brittany. That one looks like it's starting to produce some bigger hail.
You can see those bright pink returns.
Yeah, you mentioned that right there. Oh man, that's like Lincoln Road area. So that bright return, that's definitely hail.
That's
So-
just west of Lake Wiley.
Yeah, I think we spoke too soon. We got one that, and the reason that one's probably doing the hail is because it's in an area that was not really hit by storms earlier. So there's probably still some thunderstorm fuel, or CAPE we call it in that area for that one. And sure enough, looking at our Doppler slicer here, you can see, oh yeah, there's some aloft too.
Oh yeah.
Right there. So we've got some hail off the surface here, freezing levels right there. So yeah, York County, just a heads up, everybody there, be ready. Probably some hail heading towards Lake Wiley right now. I would not be shocked if this starts to produce some hail.
This is not in the same spot that had the hail last year, just
No,
FYI. This is
different
much
spot.
further north of Rock Hill, but still, of course, will be impactful. So it's pretty much smack dab between the northern part of Lake Wiley toward North Carolina border and in between Tega Cay, which also means, Brad, we haven't really had any hail make it all the way to the interstate so far today because it
Yep.
didn't really impact a lot of I-85. But if this held together, it could certainly impact I-77, probably between, what is that, Pineville and Fort Mill?
Yeah,
If it holds together.
definitely going to move over Lake Wiley. I just put the hail tracker on there and I put a track on it. So there's the hail. It's not gigantic hail based on our algorithm here, but it hasn't made it to the surface yet either. So 1-inch hail, so pretty close to, quarter size there. So it hasn't quite made it to the surface, but looking at the Doppler slicer, there's certainly some hail in that storm and likely some wind as well. So yeah, we're gonna have to keep a close eye on that one for an uptick in the hail threat that we thought would hopefully be done. And Lake Wiley, you're gonna see this move right over you. So if you've got garages or the boats out there, hopefully that you got it tarped up or under cover as well. We'll probably see some hailstones bouncing in the water there, making some big splashes here shortly. And then moving into Steel Creek area, Palisades neighborhood down here, heading down towards Southwestern Middle School. High school, those areas, and then McDowell Nature Center is down in that vicinity, heading over the Buster Boyd Bridge, and then Steel Creek, Westinghouse, Carowinds would be next in line. That would cross right over Carowinds, head towards Regent Park, and then Ann Springs, Close Greenway area, northern Fort Mill, and then Pineville, Ballantyne, Indian Land, those areas that would probably be next. And then actually Quail Hollow would be impacted by this as well as this pushes off to the east pretty quickly. It looks like 30, 35 miles an hour.
So here's a question in your experience. So normally when we see any kind of impact, I would say, to the thunderstorm fuel, oftentimes storms can kind of lose a lot of their oomph, for lack of a better term. But Lake Wiley is relatively, like skinny lake, so even though the water temperatures there are upper 60s, low 70s, which is much cooler than where we are, do you think that could impact the thunderstorm fuel at all? Because it's not like a large body of water, but it's still a body of water nonetheless.
Probably not in this case because it's just it's a glorified river, wide river. But what I think is helping us, and this is what happens at night. So people often ask, how can we get thunderstorm fuel at night when there's no sun, right? Well, it can be advected or transported in. We have something called the low-level jet, which is a southerly wind that's just off the surface. It can push fuel up here. So when I widen the radar here, let me widen the radar out, and I think you'll see and notice this as I widen it. Whoops. I think I got rid of it. I'm going to widen the radar out here, and I'm going to show you the radar returns. We just heard some good thunder here at the station, by the way, off the Billy Graham Parkway. I'm going to zoom in on the radar here for a second, and you'll see these kind of false returns. This is ground clutter, but it's actually showing me that we have inflow coming into this from the south. And what is ground clutter? Well, the beam could bounce off of trees. It actually could hit bugs, dust, birds, all kinds of things, and that kind of shows us the flow of the air. So yeah, there certainly is some fuel being pushed up here right now. I'm just sending out a quick update because people in Lake Wylie, I want to make sure they know, who aren't watching us on the stream, that we've got some hail on the way. And this is the closest the hail has gotten to the metro area today. The closest report has been Kings Mountain, but Gastonia haven't had reports, but this will likely be some of the first reports. I'll tell you what though, Brittany, the more I look at this storm, the reflectivity has still got a little hook on it. It's really interesting.
I know, it's interesting because a lot of times we'll see that for like one radar scan, and then it will start to go away. Yeah, that is interesting.
But the thing about, not all hook echoes are producing rotation. Because
Yeah.
the hook echo itself is actually, could show mid-level rotation. And I've seen hailstorms, big hailstorms with hooks. I was telling you about the story the last time, the biggest hail I ever saw in our area, baseball-sized hail. It was in April of 2011. We had a supercell with a giant hook. You would have thought this thing had a massive tornado. Not a single tornado, but monster hail. It produced baseball-sized hail in Fort Mill. So this definitely tells me we've got, you know, some hail. So I'm looking at a product off camera here. You can't see it. It's a product that we use quite a bit. It's called Prob Severe. It gives us some good analysis of the radar data. So this storm has a 54% chance of producing damaging winds. It has a 23% chance of producing damaging hail up to 1 inch in diameter, and has just a 1% chance of producing a tornado right now. And that's based off of radar analysis and the environment of that cell. So it definitely looks like more of a wind and hail threat than a tornado risk right now.
Yeah, it is interesting to note though, is that it certainly, because you know sometimes we get false scans and things like that. It is at least the rotation, we're seeing it in the same place as the hook on radar, because sometimes those don't meet up, and we know that it's some kind of, you know, in something impacting the radar not being accurate, but it is at least in the same place. So I feel like it's at least good to know that we're able to track it in the same place versus tracking something that's non-existent. But
what's interesting though is it's actually attached to an outflow boundary. You see the outflow boundary down here, and so that might be the thing that's keeping it from being surface based, because it's got that outflow. And if you've got an outflow boundary attached to the storm, typically it's not going to produce a tornado.
And it's like converging with that back storm.
Yeah,
too.
so what's happening is the outflow boundary is cool air. It's going to choke the storm off. If that gets wrapped in or ingested into the storm, it can actually cause it to weaken. But if you get the perfect setup, this is what causes tornado genesis, at least in theory. And what I've seen chasing is the rear flank downdraft, which is cold air coming out of the back of the storm, surges ahead and meets up with the warm, humid air, which is the inflow. And right where that interface happens is where you see the spin up. So we'll watch that storm. Tega Cay, it's heading right for you. This is going to move right over Tega Cay and Fort Mill in the next couple of minutes. So if you're in those areas, I would be inside seeking shelter. Maybe not in your safe spot, but maybe get away from the windows, get towards the middle of the house. And if there's a tree that you know that you're kind of nervous about on one side of the house, maybe go to the other side. There's levels of taking shelter in your house. You know, when there's a tornado, we tell you specifically, lowest level, interior room, protect your head, all those things, you know, stay in that safe spot. But sometimes even in a severe thunderstorm, we would love you to get more towards the middle and maybe not looking out the window or standing next to the window in case just hail or a branch or even a lightning strike could be close enough to cause injury. The windows are improved over time, but still just glass, right? We want something more sturdy between you and the outside.
And put shoes on.
Yes.
Because
sure.
if there's debris of any kind, no glass breaks or anything like that, and you're trying to get yourself to safety, even if it's like you said, it's just hit, you know, whatever, you want to make sure that you have shoes on so you can, and bring your pets inside. We didn't say that today.
Yeah, so I just got some video from Clover. There is hail falling in Clover with that storm as it moved through.
Is it as big as the hail we had earlier?
It's pretty small. I would say it's quarter size.
Okay.
And I just got a report, 1 inch hail south of Clover on 321. This was at 828. So that kind of gives me a good gauge. We're getting 1 inch hail out of that right now. So I've got ground truth. We can give you some ground truth to that. Wow, a lot of hail reports. Shelby, I just got a video out of Shelby that's pretty crazy. I'll try to bring it up here in a second, but Yeah, it's crazy to see the amount of hail that came out of these storms when they were to our west. Thank goodness they did not do this as they were moving into the metro. We don't want to see hail anywhere, but there's just more roofs and more cars and more things to break as it gets over populated areas. So you always worry that, you know, when you see a big hailstorm like this, you go from causing a little bit of damage to extensive damage. Yeah, it's good to see that these storms have weakened, if just a little bit, as they moved into the metro area.
Yeah, it's kind of like when we talk about tornadoes too. We will cover a tornado the same way, whether it's impacting 5 people or 500,000 people. But when you see that over a less populated area, at least the overall impact is lesser. So it's not that we're not tracking it the exact same and we're not concerned the exact same. But when you see ping pong ball sized hail, that is a mouthful, in places like very rural parts of Gaston County versus right over uptown Charlotte, it's just a much less significant impact, at least in terms of how many impacts, how many people it's impacting. So that's why we of course always want to give you a heads up so you're able to plan ahead, so you're one of the ones who is not impacted.
Yep, that's the good news. If you don't see it, then we don't want you to see it, because you missed out on it. And that's the thing about today. I think the one thing I will tell you is oftentimes when we talk about this severe weather, it's not going to impact everybody equally. It's going to be of this isolated nature. So I'm building this as I'm talking to you, and I just got this in from Andy. So Andy, if you're watching, thank you so much. We're gonna add it in here real quickly, and I'm gonna play this there in a minute. But this is from Shelby. This is video he just sent me. So we'll bring it up real quickly here, and we'll show the video. And I want to show this because this is what hail does. See how it's stripping the leaves off the trees? Look at that. It's absolutely shredding them. This is crazy to see that much hail. I mean, look at the trees. This looks like they're just being cut. So this is going to be a mess to clean up tomorrow. All the hail will melt, but all those leaves and branches, they're going to stay in the yard, on the sidewalk, on the roads. And look at it piling up. And this isn't even that large a hail. It's just a lot of it. Boy, great video. Unfortunately, hope the car's okay, hope the roof's okay. But that's the kind of hail reports we've been getting out of some of these areas. Pretty wild to see that today, Brittany.
Yeah.
Just more and more of these videos like this.
We actually have not said that in a while.
Yeah.
If you are impacted by hail today, take pictures of your roof, siding of your house, of your car, of the ground. Like if Andy were to be impacted, he'd want to utilize this video. It makes it much write it down in your calendar, put some notes in your phone, let them know. I don't know if you're watching Brad talking about hail at 8:45 p.m. Write that down so you can kind of go back and reference. I mean, heck, if you need to, reach out to us. We'll try to get you some of this live, information, since it lives on our streaming channel at least for about 24 hours or so, and we can clip it for you. But it's really good to save it, because when it comes to dealing with potential insurance company issues, you mentioned this earlier, I think specifically about the roofs. Sometimes you don't notice that your roof was impacted until the next rain and you start to see some of those leaks. But sometimes they'll try to fight with you, say there wasn't hail that day, whatever it is. And some of our data doesn't last that long. And so if you can kind of get it in real time and then you already have access to it, it can just make it much easier to track it in the future if you kind of go ahead and have all those things now, especially because they normally will put kind of a center area where the hail was the worst, where you have to go and talk to them and they'll give you estimates, things like that. They want you to have all of that information already, and I dealt with that even with my car during the Rock Hill hail last year. So just have all the information ahead of time. I don't know, even if you have a chance, take pictures of your car now, or have them just so you can prove that there wasn't dings in them, I guess, ahead of time. But just have everything gathered. It makes your life easier.
And Brittany, too, the reports are important, because for everybody who files a report with the Weather Service, that goes in the LSRs. And I can tell you, the insurance companies will go look when you make a claim how many reports of hail were in your area. So the more of your neighbors and friends and spotters that report hail, the more likely all these claims will be covered, because there will be a lot of evidence to show that there was hail in the area. And sometimes it doesn't even have to be in your neighborhood, just close enough that they'll cover it. But yeah, great advice, because the more documentation you do of this event, the better it is for your insurance policy when you go to make one of those claims. And trust me, you may not know there's hail damage until the next rain event moves in or until the next storm. So Tomorrow, if it is nice out in your spot, and we do expect clearing tomorrow, maybe go check the roof out if you can get up there safely, or just get up to your attic and see if there's any wet spots in the decking, which is the plywood or the OSB or whatever kind of decking you have on the underside of your roof. You will see if water has made it and soaked it, because it's usually going to seep in through the indentations that were made by the hail that came in. We're hearing a lot of thunder here at the station, by the way. I don't know if you guys, it's picking up on the mic, but it's booming right now here off Billy Graham Parkway near the airport. That storm's moving in, and we're likely going to see some ponding of water on the roads and some minor flooding. I'll tell you, I've seen a lot of flooding with some of these storms the last 6 days or so, because it hasn't rained in so long. There's all those helicopters and all those seeds and pollen from the trees that hasn't been washed away yet. It's had time to accumulate and clog up storm drains and downspouts and gutters. So you might see a big push of those coming out of your gutters, or even clogging up and then causing some flooding issues around your house or your yard when this rain moves in, because it's really coming down out there.
Didn't you say earlier that there was a difference between, sorry, I'm still on the roof thing, because I don't have a house, I'm not a homeowner, but I'm sure a lot of people are. There was between asphalt versus shingle. Weren't you saying something about that?
Yeah, the type of shingle you have is going to dictate whether the hail size that causes damage. So I actually posted a really good chart that a roofer had given me on my page that shows the kind of damage they expect from certain size hail and the type of roof you have. So asphalt shingles, and also the age of the roof is a big part of this. Remember, if you got a relatively new roof, the shingles might be a little better. The architectural shingles are pretty thick, and they might have some more give, but the older shingles are kind of hard and crusty, if you will, and so when they get hit, they tend to break or kind of get punctured a little bit better, or worse for you in this case. Metal roofs tend to do pretty good, but if you have tile roofs, those are the worst. Those will break pretty easily. I've seen a lot of those, like the terracotta roofs. When I was in New Orleans, I saw a hailstorm, because most of the roofs are like that. They're tile roofs in the French Quarter were just obliterated. So you can see those roofs get impacted differently. Or if you have a flat roof with tar and gravel up there, you could have different types of damage. So you'll know tomorrow. You might see dents in the fascia boards and or even your gutters. There might be dents in there. You probably need to go check the roof. It's hard to see from the ground. You need a drone, or you need somebody on the roof to physically check it out. So I'm sure a lot of roofers will be out there tomorrow, but also be very careful. I love my roofing friends, but there's a lot of storm chaser roofers, we call them. They come in after hailstorms and they run scams. So make sure you're being very diligent about vetting anybody who's just walking up to your house trying to replace your roof.
Yeah, it seems like, at least in my experience with my car, not house, it seems like it's more so better to go through the insurance company first and kind of who they recommend versus just like choosing the first Joe Schmo that you talk to.
People will be showing up in some of these neighborhoods tomorrow. They will watch what we're doing, Brittany, and they'll look at those storm tracks and they'll just go to those neighborhoods and start canvassing for people. And just got to be very cautious. And again, make sure, I would call my insurance company first, have them send an inspector, one of their people, then they can give somebody out there. There's some great roofers out there though in Charlotte, though, and local's always better. Try to get someone local, because then you can go, if you have a problem, you know where to go and you can get them. So I'm a big fan of sticking with your local roofers here.
You're not standing on a 1-800 number
Make
for
sure
hours
if the
now.
license plate says like Georgia or Tennessee or some other state, you probably want to stay away. Make sure it says something in the Carolinas.
Yeah, Carolinas.
Yes.
Carolinas for life.
Yeah.
We really haven't gotten a lot of new storm reports from the National Weather Service and GSP, which I feel like is a good thing.
Yeah, because it's moving over a very populated area. As we always say, people are the canary in the coal mine for us, because we know if there's bad weather moving over a highly populated area and we're not getting reports, no damage is occurring. Because there's so many people with these now out there to take pictures and send instant reports, or just send us a DM or a tweet. We're going to know if something bad's happening. And so far, we're not hearing of any widespread, just hearing a lot of thunder right now.
And speaking of that little hail shaft that we were looking at, the area in pink, it's pretty much right over Lake Wylie right now, between Lake Wylie and TKK, which is also populated. So you would think that people in TKK, Fort Mill, would start to be sending us reports here soon if that was the case.
Yeah, we haven't heard a whole lot. I'm looking at, so I just got a report of, I just blew past it. In the Palisades, which I mentioned, down towards Lake Wylie, that's on the North Carolina border. Hail there. Just had some hail reports from Clover. Small hail in Lake Wiley. Thank you, Jane, for sending me that. Quarter-size hail right now after Dr. Nichols Road. Thank you for that. Just had a video from Belk Theater. It's pouring in Uptown. I could tell you that. Boiling Springs is an old one.
Someone who has not seen rain or anything action at all right now is Matthews Mint Hill, which of course a lot of suburban areas, over there, and they're pretty much right on the leading edge of at least not the hail, but some of those gusty winds right now.
Yeah, so we did get some hail reports around the Lake Wiley area, so it sounds like this is verifying, because the Palisades, if you're wondering where that is, it's right down here, right where that lightning strike is. Palisades neighborhood is right here. So you go over the Buster Boy Bridge into South Carolina. Palisades is off there. It's right on the border. And Southwest Middle School is up there. And then you've got, McDowell Nature Preserve down that way. Copperhead Island, if you've ever been over there, go fishing, get on the lake. So this area, that pink right there, where the pink is actually where we got the hail. So there's probably still hail falling there. Now this is going to cross over. This is that weird section of Mecklenburg County where you can go from South Carolina, North Carolina, back to South Carolina. Carowinds right here, heading out this way. So going towards Carowinds now as we go over towards the Carowinds exit. Excuse me.
The Carowinds exit, sorry. Exit 90.
Yeah, Carowinds exit right there as you're going. I think that's 160 coming out of there. That's the little wedge of York County that comes up into Mecklenburg. So Regent Park is over here, the old PTL, that area, northern Fort Mill. Then you're going to cross back over into North Carolina, Pineville, near Miller's Grocery, and those areas over there as you're coming back towards downtown Pineville. So those are the areas that are likely going to see us hail. That's kind of where this is tracking, 160 there as you're moving from west to east. Springfield Golf Course down that way as well, just on the north side of Close Spring Greenway. So you're seeing that area. This is probably going to be the corridor as it moves, and then moving towards Ballantyne area, maybe northern Indian Land, but probably more Ballantyne, and then heading down 51 towards Arboretum as it goes east. And there's the updated track. So still not seeing anybody taking off or landing at the airport. It looks like they are in a complete ground stop. Let me, just for folks that are watching, I'm going to refresh this because I'm going to make sure I have the latest data. So inbound flights are being held at their origin for the last 54 minutes. Departure delays now are an hour and 18 minutes and increasing. So all inbound flights are being kept away until 10 now. So yeah, even taking off, it looks like at least another hour before flights can land, and it's been almost 2 hours since anything's taken off. So not a good night at the airport. There's nobody taking off or landing. I'm looking at the real-time data, nothing. So they've got the airport pretty much in a complete ground stop.
Yeah, and I think we get questions about this a lot, about flying in and around storms and things like that. There are many pilots, new and trained, well trained and relatively new, that can drive out, fly around storms and things like that. But there's, at a certain point, when it comes to the wind gusts and the amount of hail and the fact that it could impact, like I think you were saying earlier about the planes themselves, like they don't want, even within 30 minutes, for example, you landing, if they're not going to be able to taxi you all the way to get everybody out and get the plane under shelter, knowing that there's hail specifically, because hail can be just as bad as gusty winds, because it can damage not only the people but also the planes.
Yeah, for sure. So we're going to be cutting away here for a second from our WCNC Plus coverage, going back over to WCNC on TV to give an update to our viewers there who are watching prime time, who are probably saying to themselves right now, wow, it is really coming down out there, and we hear a lot of thunder. But I will tell you the good news, except for that one small hail report, we're not seeing a lot of reports coming out, but this is becoming more of a line. So there's a new warning just popped up as I'm speaking. Let me remove that. That looks like that's going to be out east. Yeah, that's going to be for most of Anson and Richmond County. So new warnings popping up to the east, but we'll widen this out and kind of show you everything's kind of shifting off to the south and east, and it's becoming just more of a rain event. So the leading edge is where the rough weather is. It's raining back here, it's storming, but no longer too severe. It's all the leading edge. The atmosphere here has not been worked over by storms earlier today, so we're likely going to see most of this area stay pretty active for the next hour or two, I think till 10 or 11, honestly. After midnight, we're likely going to see another complex of storms, but I don't think it's going to be as severe. It's just not looking like it's going to be that strong. Doesn't mean we're not going to hear a ton of thunder and see a lot of lightning and heavy rain, but it should be much calmer. So we'll return in a couple minutes, but we're going to head back over to WCNC. I'll toss it back over to the Impact Studio, and we'll be back with you shortly if you're on WCNC Plus. If you want to catch us, go over to WCNC On Air. We'll give you an update coming up here in a minute.
All right, Brad, taking it back here on WCNC Plus as they get ready on our air just to go back and to reshuffle some things. We're going to pull up FlightAware right now. I do believe they have some of the most comprehensive information in terms of flight status to and from, and this is what we're looking at right now. You heard the ground stop that I don't believe has been lifted, Jeb. I didn't hear him update that yet, but it seems like planes are still circling from what I'm seeing on FlightAware's radar. We still have planes circling over in South Carolina, closer to Columbia, outside of our area, trying to burn that fuel so these storms can pass. But you can see 560 delays today. A lot of these have gotten worse over the last 2 to 3, even 4 hours. Total cancellations today at Charlotte Douglas, 35. So obviously there's a ripple effect that we obviously talk about. Check your flight status. If you do have anything tonight, that could definitely be affected, but into tomorrow, there could be some lingering issues with this. And it looks like, also seeing on FlightAware, inbound flights delayed at the origin an average of 54 minutes. Departure delays an average of 1 hour and 18 minutes, and that is increasing in real time. All inbound flights being held at their origin until Thursday at 10 p.m. So that is the update. So all inbound flights, again, being held at their origin until Thursday at 10 o'clock Eastern Time. Arrival delays for airborne aircrafts on average of about an hour and 8 minutes. Now that is decreasing. So there's some statistics for you. I know a lot of folks sometimes fly in and out of cities, especially towards the end of the week. So some interesting information there to be aware of. Check your flight status, please, before you go to the airport or have to pick up anybody at the airport. So we'll continue to watch and monitor the situation here. We did have an earlier press conference. I do believe we're going to go to this, Jeb, now. Oh, we're gonna go back to the forecast. We do have Brad Panovich and Brittany Van Voorhees still discussing this severe thunderstorm warning that we are still in the middle of, and this stuff sounds like we're still in round 1. Round 2 obviously is upon us. We're going to continue to stream right here on WCNC Plus throughout the next 2.5 hours and potentially more, seeing how serious these storms might get. So we'll go back to Brad as they are in coverage of this right now.
Minutes ago, as these storms are moving through the Shelby area, just ripping leaves off the trees. This gives you an idea of how strong these storms have been this evening. Now, as I mentioned, we are under a severe thunderstorm watch, which is going to stay up until midnight tonight. We could see another round of storms later, but right now the worst weather is right over the Piedmont, pushing off to the east right now at about 30 miles per hour. So you're going to want to stay inside until this line moves through. Once you get past this leading edge, there will be more rain and even some thunderstorms, but likely not as strong as severe. I'm going to widen this out just a little bit to show you what could be coming in later tonight. We'll kind of loop this a couple of times. You can see more storms building back here. These could pivot in here closer to midnight or maybe 2 a.m. They will be weaker overall. But again, the severe storms over us right now include York County, Mecklenburg County till 9:15, and then 10 o'clock for Anson and Richmond counties.
All right, Brad is done there for now. We will continue to monitor the situations. Here's what the outages look like here in the Carolinas. Not too bad. I was expecting probably a little worse in this category, but outages not topping even 600 here in the Mecklenburg County area. You saw nearly 230, 227 more to our west. Yeah, thanks for zooming out there. Oh, so it's a little bit worse up north. You see 1K, 2K up above Hickory, above I-40. So this could obviously get worse as these storms pick up. The wind damage is going to be a situation that probably could impact this. Maybe branches that come down from any hail, that could also be an impact as well. I'm looking on Dominion's energy site. They also service a lot of western North Carolina, a lot of our communities that are still rebuilding from Helene. The biggest one that I'm seeing in terms of Dominion right now, this is on readync.gov. Not sure if you're able to pull this up, Jeb, but I see we've got in total 5,000 outages across the state. The worst right now in Lincoln County, 2,644. That does not surprise me because that is where this storm came from, with a lot of hail from the mountains. Brad was talking about that a little bit earlier. And the size of this hail, man, it's really been odd that we don't normally see things like this. So some interesting numbers here in terms of power outages. This is Duke Energy, but Dominion looking around the same in some sort. Mecklenburg County still 178. That could go up as we go through the evening in real time. So we'll continue to watch out for whatever pops up here, not only on WCNC Plus, but with our team of meteorologists. I have not seen any damage reports. We did have one damage report of a car or a tree falling on a car near Gastonia. I think that's the only one that I can find at this time. But again, we're going to continue to watch all these fronts. Arrivals and delays for airborne aircrafts. It seems like that is increasing now to an hour and 20 minutes. So all of these happening and developing in real time here on WCNC Plus. We'll go back, I think, to the press conference that we had with President Trump for the time being, as we get ourselves together here and continue to make sure that everything is tracked in terms of these severe storms outside in the Charlotte-Mecklenburg area.
And then the good side, the very nice side, we'll be speaking about it also, maybe, from so you get a pretty equal. I think it's a very, it's just been a deal that was, we thought, very complicated. It became very simple. It's opening up the country that we really didn't have the kind of access to that I would have thought. I was surprised. I think it's why the deal never got done before. It was, they've been working on this deal for 25 years. And we got it done, and we got it done. Really, it's going to be great for both countries. So, Sarah, if you could go, and then somebody else, you may have, you'll pick whoever you want who'd like to do it. I have a feeling you're going to do it, right? So you guys go ahead, and then we'll take questions right after that. But I think you'll get a pretty good understanding of how big it is. It's a very large deal, very big deal. And Howard, go ahead.
So the UK is the 6th largest economy in the world, and the 4th largest that we export to, right? So it's a huge market, a top 10 market. If you remember Liberation Day, they were at 10% because we have balanced trade with the UK, right? They say they have a surplus, but of course that counts gold bullion, which is, so let's just call it balanced trade. So how do you open up a market in balanced trade? People think it's impossible. They've always thought it was impossible until President Trump came on the scene and changed the way things work. So here's what we've got. We've opened up new market access. Ethanol, beef, machinery, all the agricultural products. They've agreed to open their markets, and that will add $5 billion of opportunity to American exporters. So the question is, why would they do that now? Because they've never done it before. And we still have our 10% tariff on, which will produce $6 billion of revenue for the United States. So the idea was, how do they keep their jobs, protect their economy, and do the best for their people while opening the market for us? And the way is they studied it, their team was exceptional, and they tried to figure out the markets that they're importing from other people and try to send them over to America. So why were they always favoring others and not us? And what they've done is they've found the ways to do that so that we have new access, right? But the UK workers are protected, and that was the balance. So we did a deal with them in automobiles, and if you're not building here, we charge you a 25% tariff. But the president, and by the way, I want to make this clear, while Jameson and I worked hard, this was the president's deal, and people think, oh, that's not the way it works. If you got to sit next to him, I have the best deal maker to my left, and if you don't think that we take advantage of him calling the prime minister and getting that deal done, you don't understand who's the president of the United States. So he's the closer.
All right, folks, Vanessa Rufus taking over in the Live Impact News studio. Thanks for sticking with us here on WCNC Plus as we cover not only some of the weather impacts of the day that we're seeing, but also some of the big headlines. We're going to pivot now from this earlier announcement of trade deal with U.S. and U.K. back to our weather coverage. Our weather impact team has been hard at work tracking the impacts of these storms moving through our area. We've been getting a whole lot of updates from folks out in the community. So thank you once again for keeping us abreast of what you're seeing out there. Some folks seeing hail, and of course we've got rain out there. Our weather impact team tracking some winds. So we want to check back in with them. We've got Brad Panovich, we've got Brittany Van Voorhees standing by. And guys, what are you seeing right now? Is it starting to get better at all?
A little bit better, Vanessa. It's starting to push off to the southeast, but we're seeing a couple more warnings, and it's really the leading edge. And so let me kind of focus in on this area. This leading edge of storms right here, moving into what is basically all of Union County now, the panhandle of Lancaster County and York County. So right there, that's the newest warning, just came out. And this storm in particular has been very interesting to watch. It's had this appendage or a little bit of a hook, but it's attached to an outflow boundary. So normally you'd see that, go, that's got to be a tornado, Brad. It's going to spin up a tornado. But that outflow boundary is kind of a thing that tells you it's probably outflow dominant, but it is also turning right. So it's something we're keeping a close eye on. But that is a new warning for most of York County. That is up until 10 o'clock tonight. That is going to include Rock Hill, Fort Mill, Tega Cay, but all the way down almost to the Chester County line. So as you're moving down towards I-77, Leslie area, and then heading all the way over there towards areas towards the river, towards Catawba River as you cross over there. So that cell in particular, I'm going to show you why it's not producing a tornado, because there's no rotation at the surface. Everything's aloft. So sometimes you see a hook echo. It's not always meaning that that it's producing a tornado, but it could mean that it's got rotation in the mid-levels. And sure enough, this storm does. And it's moving through the Lake Wiley area, Tega Cay. You see all the lightning in there. I'm going to take the lightning strikes off just because we know there's a ton of lightning now. Moving through Pineville, the Ballantyne area, over there towards Providence, over here towards the Arboretum, near Providence High School, heading towards Matthews, and then Mint Hill, Hemby Bridge, eventually moving out towards areas towards Old Sycamore as you go out on 218, and then heading into areas of the extreme southern part of Cabarrus County. So you're going out towards Midland, and then northern sections there of Union County. Unionville will likely be impacted by that cell. We go a little bit further north. We just got a damage report coming out of China Grove. And I'm going to zoom in on the area. So this is China Grove, not too far from Kannapolis. And I'm going to highlight what this is. This is the China Grove area. We got some reports of wind damage at 8:46. Multiple trees snapped and on power poles and lines. So there could be some power outages in there. And I heard Colin talking about some power outages, so I'm kind of curious if we're getting some outages up in that area. But that would be an area that we probably could see some power outages between China Grove and Kannapolis up to the north. Let me erase that. We'll kind of widen this out and show you the overall storm reports that are coming in. A lot of hail. I mean, look at all the hail reports that we have in the western part of our viewing area. If I quickly show you those reports, I'm going to query them, and you'll see all across our area all the reports. So 54 reports, okay? 45 of those are hail. That tells you what kind of hail day we had. Wind damage reports are on the increase, though, up to 8, and a wind gust up to 1, which means we probably had a gust over 50 or 55. But the wind damage reports are starting to increase as this becomes more of a wind threat overall. So we'll take a look at this severe thunderstorm watch, which is up until midnight tonight. Brittany Van Voorhees is going to have you covered into the wee hours of the night if it goes that far, and Chris Mulcahy's going to be in bright and early. So I don't think we'll have a ton of rough weather overnight because this first batch looks to be it, but you can never kind of rule out maybe a secondary surge of wind in particular as we go into tonight. You can see the risk of severe is in this yellow area. You notice how it's been kind of trimmed back a little bit. This area right in here, and the reason this is here is because we're probably going to see this secondary line, and it's probably going to be what we call an MCS. An MCS is a fancy acronym for mesoscale convective system, and you're probably like, What the heck is that? Well, it's just a complex of storms. These storms all start as individuals. Sometimes they get together and they throw a big thunderstorm party. They just become one giant storm and they move across the area. So overnight, we'll likely see that happen. And then tomorrow, the reason we're even in a low risk is because these thunderstorm outlooks start at 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. in the morning. So we might have a couple storms still ongoing to the east, but trust me, this will be in and out fairly quickly. The large hail risk, remember earlier we had the significant risk, 15% chance, that has been cut back as well. We still have a 15% chance, but no longer significant hail, which is a good thing. That means the risk of 2-inch diameter hail has gone down. So now we're looking at more 1-inch diameter hail. So our threats are actually changing pretty quickly tonight, or our impacts, if you want to look at them that way. Tonight, our impacts initially were hail, was up in the red. Scale that back because now it's in the low range. Winds, medium. So the wind risk is going up, and I would actually probably start increasing the flood risk just a hair because I do think we could see the wind risk go up a little bit. So Brittany, we've been tracking this most of the afternoon, and the biggest story so far I think has been the hail. And before I toss to you, I just want to show you this Shelby video again because it's so impressive to see how the hail falling there has shredded some of the trees. That's always one of the things we see, all the leaves being ripped off. But we had golf balls in parts of Boiling Springs, golf balls up in McDowell, Burke County, Kings Mountain area, even York County saw some around ping pong ball size. So large hail was the big story now, and there's a huge transition now to this wind risk, and that could lead into overnight storms.
Yeah, and it's also kind of the combo of the fact that we had gusty winds, hail in some of these areas could then be impacted by some of those gusty winds too. So essentially, here's where we sit around 9 o'clock. We're kind of seeing that first line of storms move in, but into the overnight hours, this is what we'll be watching. Now, the good news here is that Brad showed you a second ago that severe weather risk. It was essentially mainly along and south of the I-85 corridor. That's exactly what we're expecting. We're going to expect the biggest wind risk to be south of the I-85 corridor, probably Gastonia, Charlotte, Concord, Albemarle, and south. So for the mountains and foothills, a much lesser risk. And of course, they got clobbered with a lot of storms earlier today. But kind of a secondary thing we'll also have to watch is some of these slower moving cells that had rain earlier. We'll have to watch for some isolated flooding, maybe even some ponding on the roadways, even into the overnight hours tomorrow morning. So your Friday morning commute, even if it's not actively raining, could be slick on the roadways. And most of the rain does look to wrap up by about 4 or 5. So of course, most people not on the road at this time. Of course, unless you're Chris Mulcahy, who's going to be coming earlier to work. But by the morning hours, we will quickly brighten up and sun shines back by about 9, 10 o'clock. Thankfully, on Friday, it actually looks to be a relatively dry day, even though we're going to see some sunshine, which puts temperatures into the 80s, only a very brief isolated storm potential for Friday. So a literal 180 from where we are today. So things are overall looking better. Now we are going to see a chance for some rain heading into early next week. So while the weekend looks to be relatively dry, I think this will be the next time that we're looking for the potential for flooding. So as we look at your 7-day forecast, this is not a change from what we had earlier this week, but I think confidence is building that Monday and Tuesday will be relatively wet. Now this is going to allow for some drought-stricken areas to get much needed rain. But as we typically say, we don't want a lot of rain in a short period of time. We also don't want a lot of rain today and to immediately see a lot of rain a few days from now. So these 2 days we'll really be watching the isolated flooding risk, especially for areas, of course, across the metro that had the most rain so far today. And then the good news is we look to dry out relatively well heading into Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, which of course is big because it is the PGA Championship. Now, if you were with us earlier today, I know Chris was also showing a lot of folks the Futurecast rotation tracks, which normally this would indicate a risk for tornadoes. It is low, it is not zero, but I also want to point out that this is essentially following the same storms that we have seen so far today. Sometimes this is not necessarily rotation near the ground, but it can be rotation in the mid-levels of the atmosphere. So even if you're seeing the really, really bright areas of red and you're thinking, oh my gosh, high risk, that's not always the case with every single storm system. It's why we don't just give a blanket statement of heavy rain, gusty winds, lightning every single time we do storms. We give you specifics as in this is the biggest risk, is because every storm system is different. And so I do think that some of those storms could potentially rotate into the overnight hours, but at this point it doesn't look to be a very high risk of that producing a spin-up tornado. In fact, Brad, we were tracking those storms earlier that showed a classic hook developing, which normally people would be watching us thinking, oh my gosh, tornado potential. But again, it doesn't always mean the same thing, which is why we gotta have us so we can communicate that too.
Yeah, sometimes the radar, sometimes what you see on the radar, you have to match it up with the conditions in the atmosphere. Sometimes there's just not the environment for a tornado to be produced, so the radar can play tricks on you sometimes. So the thing we haven't had today is we haven't had low-level shear, which is near the surface. We've got a lot of shear in the mid-levels. That's why these storms are rotating there, but down at the surface, you're not connecting to the ground, so you're not getting tornadoes. So even though this storm looks like it's got a hook echo, it's also got an outflow boundary, which you can clearly see, and that's an indication that you're not getting a tornado, because outflow dominant storms like this have cold air wrapping into the storm. And so this is being driven by what we call a cold pool. The cold pool is like a mini cold front, which is driving this storm. So even though you see that kind of appendage there, there is some really strong winds, but nothing rotating. Yeah, there's nothing rotating in that storm at all. So completely a wind-driven storm right now, likely some small hail. Rock Hill, this is moving in right now. We've been looking at this storm from our Dallas camera. I'm going to bring up our Dallas camera here in a second. And so we're looking back towards this storm, towards the Charlotte area. And what we're seeing is we've seen just so much lightning back towards the Charlotte area and south. We have seen some reports of small hail all around Rock Hill, Fort Mill area. Mostly there's the lightning strikes you could see ongoing. We're kind of looking off to the south. I'm actually going to go over and move the camera again so we get a little better view, because I think this is looking a little too far south. So as I'm talking to you, we'll move the camera a little bit. Now there's going to be a little bit of a delay as I move this. But I'm going to move it closer to the Charlotte area, and we should see the lightning a little bit better because we'll be looking back towards Charlotte. I'm going to pan it just a little bit more. The airport's going to pop up. So the city's off to the left. You'll see this. It'll take a second for it to move, because there's a little delay between when I'm moving it in real time and then showing up in our system. So we were looking due south. You saw the cloud to ground strike there. We're panning it, and coming up here in a second, you're actually going to see the airport right there. That's the airport beginning to show up right here, and then you're going to see the city over here. So the skyline right there, there's uptown Charlotte, and there's the airport right in here. So we'll watch this area. A lot of cloud to ground lightning ongoing in this area as we look off towards the south. Let's go a little bit closer. I'm looking at the hail reports. There's a lot of pea-size and quarter-size hail reports coming out of Fort Mill, TGK, southern part of Lake Wylie and Rock Hill. So that storm is still producing some hail right in here. And we can kind of look at the Doppler slicer, we call it. We grab the storm, we'll tilt it on its end and kind of show you what it looks like from a three-dimensional standpoint. We'll turn the lightning off. We'll kind of drag it. So it looks like the hail threat, I don't see anything monster hail in there. It looks like it's already made it to the surface. What we're looking for is bright returns up here around 15 to 20,000 feet. The freezing level today was right here, right around 9,700 feet. The minus 20 line, which is 20 below 0 Celsius, is up around 21,000 feet. So when we're getting a lot of moisture above there, we're creating ice, and we're going to get this convection current going where we're going to get some big time hail. And so we've seen that today in some of these storms, but we're not seeing as much right now. We're not seeing those really bright returns, except for maybe right here, a little bit of hail might be coming down. So this is up towards TGK and west of Fort Mill, so the north side of Rock Hill, towards the southern sections of Lake Wylie right now. That's where we're seeing the worst of it. Now, we had a couple of what we call considerable tags on these storms today. There's three types of severe thunderstorms warnings. There's the main one, which is the base. That's what we typically get, 58-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch diameter hail. Considerable tag, I probably saw, I'm going to say 4 of these today, 70-mile-per-hour winds, but golf ball size hail. And then destructive, that's a severe thunderstorm warning that will trigger the wireless emergency alert on your phone. Your phone would go off with that blaring EAS signal, and that's when you get baseball size hail and 80-mile-per-hour winds. So think derecho, or like last year's Rock Hill severe weather event and hailstorm. That's the type of alert that probably would have been going off. In hindsight, there was a considerable tag in it, but never really made it to that level to warn people about how serious that wind-driven hail was. So let's go back to the radar. and kind of show you what's happening. So for me, the severe weather risk for the rest of the evening, and I'm thinking till midnight, is going to be in this area right in here because the atmosphere is still not been tapped into. There's still storms developing back here, but these are likely going to be less severe as we go into the evening. Doesn't mean we won't see a strong storm or two back in these areas. In fact, let me turn the radar on back there. We'll turn the satellite and radar on together. So you can see there's likely going to be another cluster of showers and storms. This is, I think, is our overnight storms that'll be moving in. But because the atmosphere has been used up a little bit here, there's still cold air aloft, so we could still get a strong storm or two. But the loss of heating and the storms kind of working over things, I think we're going to be okay for the overnight hours. But, you know, we're going to keep our guard up just the same, just to make sure that we don't see that risk persist. We'll look at the latest futurecast. I'm going to actually look at the most recent one. We'll kind of see what it looks like going into the overnight hours. And there's still a cluster that comes in around 12 to 2, but it's mainly south. So this, and that makes sense because think about the atmosphere there's been storms up here all day. There's not much left for the atmosphere to provide for fuel. So you're looking much further south. So after about midnight, that second line comes in, and then it's good to go. And then tomorrow looks like a really good day. We actually start to clear things out. So Brittany Van Voorhees has been with me all afternoon. She's been watching these as well. And Brittany, I am excited that we're not seeing as many damage reports because I was a little worried when we saw these storms coming into the metro. We were going to see a lot of wind damage reports and power outages. Haven't seen a lot of that, but I will tell you some of our MPING reports around the Rock Hill, Fort Mill, Lake Wylie area, there are quite a few small hail reports coming out of there.
Yeah, there are. And I was just looking at FlightAware to see an update on the flight status, and it does look like they're still at least at a ground stop. I finally found the page we were looking for where the arrows are pointing differently. But it's still saying, it's saying that the departure delays are decreasing, but it's still an average of an hour and 27 minutes. So.
Yeah, I just got some video from Rock Hill 2 minutes ago. Well, looks
still
like
seeing all inbound flights too being held at their origin, but that doesn't mean that things won't pick back up.
Yeah.
But I think it's interesting because it seems like Charlotte Douglas, we didn't really see that hail kind of form and come together to make it all the way to the airport. But now that the storm is shifting a little bit further south, in theory, you would be able to potentially fly around those storms, but it looks like the back storms, like the ones over toward Cleveland County now, kind of are impacting that. And I'm assuming that they're going to keep the inbound, outbound, delays until everything's out of here.
Yeah, they're going to have to, they're only approaching from the north right now because of the storms down south. So,
but then it's like if they come in from the south, they're just going to impact more storms. So then, and I guess in theory, right, that secondary storm, like that secondary round, they'd have to wait till that's over, right?
Yeah, they're going to have to, it'll be interesting tonight. I mean, the thing is, they'll try to sneak in and out of between these storms. That's what they're going to do because they're going to try to get as many flights in and out of there before things, go downhill. But that secondary line doesn't look as bad. There's not as much lightning, but it's enough to delay flights. Right now, the worst weather in our area is Tega Cay, Fort Mill, Rock Hill, Pineville, Weddington area, Ballantyne, Indian Land. So it's that storm right there that is doing the bulk of the rough weather right now. And that's the first rain of the day in these areas as well.
Okay, so we're starting to see some of these brighter radar returns too, and it looks like a little more extra lightning strikes kind of popping up there between Weddington and Fort Mill. It's not part of the actual severe thunderstorm warning, but I'm going to put a slicer. Or splicer. I always get those. Splicer, slicer, whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, so, I mean, I wouldn't say a strong signature by any stretch of the imagination, but I mean, the storms themselves are definitely tall enough that you could see some hail embedded within these, kind of a little bit of that pink, because I feel like we said this so many times, so hopefully it's not getting redundant for folks at home watching. But when you have hail, in order for it to form, you need warm, moist air near the surface, which allows for all of that instability. You need strong updrafts that can essentially drive the storm, drive the cumulonimbus cloud high up in the atmosphere, but then you also need cold air at the upper levels. So we look every single day when we get the weather balloon launches that happen, at multiple National Weather Service offices across the country. We get that data, and then it's inputted into some of our model data, and then we get SCUTs, different soundings and things like that, and we look for where the freezing level is. Because, for example, what you're currently seeing on your screen, if the freezing level, let's say, I'm just making this up, it's not normally this high, but 25 1,000 feet. Well, you would see that the storms didn't quite reach there, but today it was about 9,700. So we saw a lot of these storms kind of tapping into that cold air. And I need to find the hail explainer. Okay, here it is again, because we talked about this earlier and we haven't shown it in a while. But essentially how hail forms is that when it reaches those upper levels of the atmosphere and taps into that freezing layer, the water droplet essentially, here, I'll go by. So you see it kind of bounces up and down. So as the updraft throws it up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down, it goes back up. And so as it continues to move up and down kind of through these layers of the atmosphere, it forms ice, but the ice forms on top of each other. And Brad, you mentioned this was one of the pictures we had earlier, but you can see on the left portion of your screen how it looks like almost different rings. If you were to cut open one of those hailstones, you essentially can see the life cycle, kind of like the tree rings when you look at carbon dating and things like that. So the frozen water accumulates on itself. So the longer time it spends up in the updraft, the larger it typically is. And sometimes they'll bounce into each other and hit each other, and that's why sometimes you'll see those hailstones that are not perfectly circular. Well, then the updraft eventually becomes too heavy, just like with actual heavy rain, and it pushes toward the ground. But sometimes you'll get the heavy rain and the hail, which you mentioned wind-driven hail. Sometimes the heavy rain, and depending on how gusty the winds are, that's where you'll not see the hail maybe go all forcefully down to the ground, but you'll see it coming at different layers, kind of at an angle. Kind of how annoying it is when you see like rain that's driven by the wind and it just feels like it's smacking you extra hard because it's coming in from an angle instead of coming right down. So it's something we still have to watch because, as you mentioned, this is some of the first rain for some of these areas. So they haven't really tapped into some of that warm, moist air and some of that instability that still remains, because while it is 9:30, temperatures across most of the area still are well into the 70s.
Yeah, it's still pretty warm out there, and that area is still being fed by that low-level jet too. And I was when you were talking, I was just looking at some videos. There is a lot of video now coming in, at least on my Facebook page, and people, thank you so much for sending me those, of hail around the Rock Hill area, and some of it looks pretty good size. I wouldn't say it's golf ball, but it's definitely 1 inch or larger. I'd say 1 1/4 inch, so kind of that quarter size or slightly above. From Fort Mill, Lake Wylie, and even Pineville. I got one report, it looked like almost a ping pong ball size hail. So it seems like this corridor right here, Brittany, this area between Rock Hill, Fort Mill, TKK, Lake Wylie, and Pineville, this is definitely, those bright returns are verified based on the actual video that I'm seeing coming in from that area. So just got pea-size hail report from Steve in Indian Land, so thank you, Steve. So that tells me Indian Land, obviously right there, the Panhandle of Lancaster County, so that is hail. We can confirm that. So next stop there, that's going to be Waxhaw, Weddington area on 16. So between there, eventually heading towards Mineral Springs. So heads up, if you're watching me there or you got friends there, just let them know there's more hail moving in this area. This is kind of the area we expected to see the hail kind of subside. But I think Brittany was exactly right when she said this area wasn't really worked over. It wasn't used up. The energy is still there for these to produce some uplift. And one of the things I look at, I have got my laptop here. That's why you see this table here. We're looking at real time. I'm looking at the meso-analysis, and there still is some fuel. We call it CAPE down to the south. It's been used up to the north. The other thing I'm looking at is the supercell parameter in real time. And the one thing I will tell you, you can't see it on my screen, but I'll show you on here. This area back in here, the supercell parameter is still a little elevated. So that tells me when these storms are coming out of Georgia and the upstate of South Carolina, there's going to be some energy here. You see this outflow boundary? Don't be surprised if in the next hour or two we start to see new storms forming in this area and moving east, because this whole area, this is why you see this giant severe thunderstorm warning off to the east, because that area has not been tapped into yet either. So the atmosphere down here still looks to be somewhat conducive for severe storms to form. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see that go. In fact, I'm going to bring up the real-time CAPE. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this over into my show here, and I'm going to show you the real time. So I'm working on this system while I'm talking to you, and we'll kind of break this down. So this is technically what the storm fuel looks like right now, but I'm going to switch to a different product. It's storm fuel, but I'm going to use a more rapid updating cycle of this product. So right now we've got that in there. I'm going to use something that's a little bit quicker. We'll use the HRR, which is going to update. So it might take a second to populate here, but We'll give it a second to update. There we go. So this is actually more realistic, and this is what I'm seeing in the meso analysis. So you see where the holes are? That's where the storms used up the fuel. Look where the fuel is more plentiful down here. So that brighter yellows, that's moderate levels of CAPE or storm fuel. So down in here, we've got some energy, and this is actually lifting north. So as these storms are coming in, this is like gasoline being fed into those storms. So you're likely going to see those persist for a while, and you can see as they move, they eat up that fuel and use it up. And then this is why overnight I'm not overly concerned with tornadoes or severe weather, because nothing would be surface-based. We can still get thunderstorms with elevated thunderstorms, and you can still get a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, some wind, and heavy rain, but it won't be surface-based. So you won't see a lot of hail, downburst, or tornadoes. You'll see just a lot of heavy rain and obviously a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. But that gives you a real good idea of that area. And I will tell you, I'm just seeing right now as I'm talking to you, they are taking the watch and whittling it down a little bit, Brittany, to the north. I just saw Watauga County and Ashe County removed. So you can see to the north, they're starting to take some of these counties out of the watch, which is a good sign, guys. We want to see that. That means the threat is shifting south and is going down for the evening.
Yeah, and also as we're getting more, kind of like you said, real-time updated data, it might not produce severe storms, but we have a better idea, I feel like, too, of where the storms will be the most aggressive. Because if you look at 9 o'clock right now, we're kind of on track here to see these moving through the metro. But then as we get closer to this evening, as you mentioned, kind of south of I-85, we're starting to see some of those pop-up storms. So even if they're not severe storms, certainly could see some gusty winds, some heavy rain, but that will be mainly south of the metro. I also don't want to forget to say this, Brad, but you make a really good point, because you had the report of the hail in Indian Land. You got some of those videos. Well, they're not under the severe thunderstorm warning. So it just reminds us why our viewers are so important to send us the videos and the pictures and just reports in general, because that allows us to get the real-time ground truth and can also help us tell the National Weather Service, and then they have that data. Because think about it, I mean, they can't know exactly what's happening at every single spot across our area. We have 22 counties that we cover. They're under 4 different offices, but even then, they can't be every single place. So it gives them an opportunity too to see what's happening and can help their, what we sometimes call nowcasting situations based on what's currently happening. Because we say it a lot, especially when we do presentations and things like that. A lot of meteorology and forecasting is recognizing patterns and trends, and that includes what's happening right now and what's happened in the past.
Yeah, I'm looking at more videos coming in of that hail around the Rock Hill area. Certainly seems like we got some pretty good hail down there with that cell. I think you're exactly right, Brittany. Those areas south where you're showing that future cast, those will be the areas that I would watch tonight for potentially some stronger storms. So that storm in Rock Hill, even though it doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier, we're getting some confirmation that it's still producing some hail. It's diving southeast. Yeah, you mentioned the point that probably should be a severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, it should. It definitely should be.
I know there's a special weather statement up for that area, which means, you know, they're still watching it. But yeah, that hail, I mean, honestly, over in Waxhaw, Weddington, Marvin, there's definitely hail falling. So hail hitting the ground. So I would, you know, make sure you got the car in the garage there as well. That to me is like the last hail risk, the big hail risk. Doesn't mean we're completely done, but if we're going to see damaging hail, you look back to the west, you start to see some of the storms trying to reform this evening back to the west, but those are definitely, I'm going to go back, this is a better view of the radar. We took the ground clutter off. We're getting new storms forming back here, but these are not as strong. In fact, you don't see a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning with any of these either. They're just kind of meandering off to the east, and this could cause a flash flood risk. We'll look at the velocity data. None of those are showing really strong winds either, which is a good sign. We can look at the Doppler data here a little bit closer. Yeah, there's some good wind in there too, honestly, moving through York, the panhandle of Lancaster County, down towards Sun City. I mean, 521 going south towards Sun City, Waxhaw, crossing over there, Weddington, Marvin, Fort Mill area, Pineville. Certainly have, you know, pretty potent storm right there.
Yeah, it looks like the terminal Doppler is coming at like 40 miles per hour. I don't know if you think it's higher, and that might be higher up in the atmosphere.
That sounds about, I mean, it's probably pretty close. 40 to 50, I would think, would be the range. I'm going to take a quick look at the hail tracks here, because this will give us a good idea. Yeah, so this lines up exactly with the videos I'm getting it's kind of nice to see the ground truth. So yeah, I got a bunch of hail reports there, a bunch of hail reports there, and now seeing some in the panhandle of Lancaster County. So all of this lining up exactly with our real-time reports. And that's why, you know, I said this other day, we were talking about spotter training and spotters and how valuable people are. We have a lot of great technology, folks. Doppler radar is great, but it's not covering every square inch. It doesn't cover the lowest levels of the atmosphere in a lot of places. Satellite data is great, AI modeling, all this stuff's great, but still the #1 tool we have, human beings with eyeballs and cameras giving us ground truth. And then you feed that back into the data, it makes the data better. So the ground truth is really, really important to help not only make the forecasting better, but also help people downstream. So as these storms move east, people will really, hey, there's hail in that storm. We saw the video that Brad just posted, so we know it's coming. There's the outflow boundary. That's that green line. So that's why there's no tornado risk with this. This is outflow dominant. Outflow dominant storms do not produce tornadoes. They tend to produce straight line winds and hail like we're seeing with this cell right now. So that warning goes to the top of the hour, Brittany. Both of these warnings, by the way, until 10 o'clock. So I have 9:38 on my watch. So this warning is likely going to be going to expire and a new one will be issued. This one will expire, but I'm waiting for the next warning. We'll just call it right now. It's going to be parts of Union and Lancaster County. But remember, 2 separate National Weather Service offices here, so we're going to need some coordination here to get that working. But one of those counties will definitely have a warning. Hopefully both will, as both the Columbia office and the GSP Greenville-Spartanburg office kind of work together there.
Yeah, and I'm still surprised that Union County, those areas south and west of Monroe near Jackson, Van Wyck, places like that aren't under the severe thunderstorm warning. I guess Van Wyck is closer at least to the storm, the warning there in York County, but I'm really surprised about Union County because not only are we seeing the return on radar, not only have we seen official, pictures and videos and things like that. I know you've been sending them out, but this is where the official warnings can kind of be not that they're hit or miss or anything like that, but this is where things get a little dicey because we want to of course let you know. That's why we're on WCNC Plus. You've been streaming essentially nonstop since the 4 o'clock newscast happened, with the exception of cutting in for linear TV. But we also want people to know because there's hail falling actively in this area, but they're not under severe thunderstorm warning. So it's kind of one of those reminders why it's so good to have the WCNC Charlotte mobile app and have those location settings turned on. We get questions all the time as to why we don't have a specific weather app. We had a specific weather app. You got to use our news app, at least for now, to get the weather and things like that. But this is how, if you have the location settings turned on, you can get the real-time reports as to what's happening. Because as you mentioned, even though there wasn't an official severe thunderstorm warning, there was what we call a special weather statement, which is essentially a step, I guess, technically below the warning. But at least you would have had a heads up as to what was going on, especially with these storms moving through, not really fast, but also not really slow. So it comes to hail. I mean, you could have it for at least 10 minutes, if not longer.
Yeah, so the panhandle of Lancaster County is under, when you said, a special weather statement for hail. And we're getting some pea-sized hail. Nothing yet for Union County. So Union County, just heads up, Monroe. I just had someone ask me, hey, is it coming to Monroe? I haven't seen anything yet. Yep, it's coming. In fact, we could probably bring up the Monroe camera here and I could show you what's happening in Monroe. I'll pull it up real quickly here.
Ooh, a lot of lightning.
Yeah, I was going to say it's got to be pretty active. I'm going to bring it up here. So I'll bring the downtown one up here briefly. We'll show you downtown Monroe. So it's dark, obviously. We'll see how much lightning. There we go. We're getting some cloud to ground lightning. So downtown Monroe, it doesn't look like it's raining quite yet. It's not quite there, but we have another view on the other side of the building looking more towards Charlotte, looking back north, and you could see, I could see rain actually on the horizon. So, and you could see it wisping across the sky. That was a big lightning strike there. So we're definitely getting that storm heading towards Monroe. So this is traveling towards the camera. We're looking back towards the Charlotte area. So this storm is coming right at us from the northwest. We'll kind of go back to this camera here, and I might move it a little bit up a little bit just so we can see the sky more. But there's definitely.
I did try to move it up slightly, but I don't know if it's on a delay or if it's not working.
That's a good lightning strike there.
So
I'll move it up just a little bit. Oh, that's the Monroe. Let's try this one. Normally we want to see beautiful downtown Monroe, which is great to see the skyline, but we're getting a lot of lightning in Monroe. So I'm going to widen this out too as far as we can.
And we weren't seeing as much lightning earlier, partially because there was a lot of hail in the updraft and in the upper levels of the atmosphere. So it was essentially so big that it was kind of preventing those positive and negative charges from kind of rubbing against each other. But as the hail has gotten smaller and kind of lowered, we have seen definitely more lightning than we had, let's say, 5 hours or so ago.
Yeah, as the hail's gone away, we're getting more graupel and snow and ice crystals in the top that can actually separate the charges to the positive and negative. Hail's so big that it doesn't really separate charge as much. You need what we call glaciation in the top of the cloud. Even in the middle of summer, on the hottest summer day when there's a thunderstorm, the very top has snow in it and has graupel, which is like a soft hail, looks like styrofoam BBs, and those things rub against each other in the updraft. Ooh, we lost the camera. Hopefully they didn't get hit by lightning there.
Oh, my goodness.
That separates the charge, and just like static charge in your house, if you ever had socks or a sweater on in the winter, it's cold, dry, and you have the static charge when you touch something metal or touch somebody else. That's lightning. That's just lightning on a very small scale. In the thunderstorm, the convection current up and down, updraft, downdraft, is separating that charge as well and creating a giant
I think if you go back to it, Brad, I think it might have been actually WSI because it's still showing on our system.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so sometimes that happens, I feel like, where it gets finicky.
There we go. Oh, no, that's a Dallas camera. We got that working. So let's try this again. Because there's a lot of lightning. Okay, there we go. So you can see the lightning just lighting up the sky. And so this is Monroe. We're looking through downtown Monroe. I think we're looking actually more south. So the sky's lighting up behind us as the storm is moving in. This is a pretty active storm, and Monroe hasn't been hit by storms today. So this is going to be a pretty powerful storm, albeit weaker than what we saw to the west. Let's go to the radar. So that's what it looks like outside. And if you're in Monroe, you're probably saying, I see it. That's what's heading your way right now. You could see it moving in from the north and west. It's in Waxhaw, Weddington, Mineral Springs, and it's pushing east. So those are our only warnings till 10 o'clock. This one is going to be done here at 10. This one, it's kind of a weird warning, actually. It doesn't really see much. We might see some new issuances out here. So if you're in eastern Union County, Polkton, heading out towards Wingate, Unionville, Wadesboro, Pageland, all these areas, Marshville, Peachland, out towards John G's, heading out that way. Some of the best Texas barbecue you'll find in North Carolina. Wadesboro, heading out that way, Morven, and then going out towards Rockingham. You're going to see that all pushing out that way. So these areas are probably going to see some pretty big storms here over the next, I'd say, hour or so. And then after midnight is when things get a little bit more interesting for what we call an MCS. And we have to go back to the west to see what is going to be heading our way. So these storms back into Tennessee, northern Georgia, to me, that looks to be the area we're going to watch right here. But I think all these areas north, I don't think we're going to see anything too strong. And I think even south, the severe risk is really trending down. And this is kind of what I was hoping would be the case as we get into the overnight. But there will be rain into the overnight hours. So just know it's going to pour at some point tonight in many locations, probably some pretty loud thunder, some gusty winds, and some heavy rain. So hope those downspouts are cleared out, the storm drains. Make sure if you have the kids or the pets who don't like that thunder, they end up jumping in your bed or hiding. Tonight might be a good night for the thunder jackets, the thunder vests for the dogs, the fur babies out there, and the kids get a little scared. They might be jumping in bed tonight as well. Just be prepared. There's probably going to be some of those as we go into the overnight hours.
I know, and it's just like all of these areas that we were talking about earlier that are currently seeing some of those areas of hail. I mean, they're the spots that didn't see anything earlier, so I feel like they were like waiting and waiting and waiting, saying, Brad, when is it going to happen? Where is it going to happen? And now that it is, it's unfortunately producing hail and heavy rain and of course all the lightning, but then there's an opportunity that again overnight they'll see gusty winds. So it's like, that's why sometimes when you look at the 7-day forecast, I know we talk about this all the time, but we try not to put 100% chance of rain and storms on a day where we know it's not going to rain and storm until 6 o'clock because we know it's going to happen at some point, but it's not going to rain all day. So that's kind of where the social science I think goes into effect a lot.
Yeah, it says this overnight event, and so you're going to see most of this rain into the overnight. And even when you see rain chances for Friday, remember at midnight it's technically Friday. So from midnight to sunrise would all be technically Friday, but for most of us, we think of that as overnight. So there's new storms forming behind this first batch. They're not as strong, but it's kind of fascinating to watch this, Brittany, as we're still getting some kind of disturbance coming through that's allowing for back building. And what is back building? Well, when storms are already out, storms build on the backside of previous storms. So this is really fascinating to watch. We've got storms building on the backside of the first batch, and some of those look like they're producing some really heavy rain, though not much lightning, and doesn't look like they're getting too tall either, where we would see more hail, because one of the things I was looking at earlier was the hail tracker, and you can see there's not much hail coming out of those, but the only storms that are showing some signs of hail is that one in Rock Hill moving into the panhandle of Lancaster County and then into Waxhaw. So that's, I mean, I widen this out. The hail tracker looks much quieter than it did a while ago. If we go back, this is 3 hours, a 3-hour loop, by the way. And this is kind of cool to watch, actually. The 3-hour loop shows the actual track of the hailstorms moving in. So the good news is the hail threat looks like it is diminishing, except for that one storm, obviously, that was just to the south and is now moving into the panhandle of Lancaster County. It's almost out of Rock Hill. So this is going to head down towards Highway 9. So if you're heading down Highway 9 between Lancaster and Tradesville, Chesterfield County, that's right there. So anywhere north of Highway 9, south of Jackson there, as you go towards the southern section of the areas of Union County, heading down towards areas in northeastern Lancaster County, that is still an area that's going to be hit. The one thing about nighttime that's kind of nice, you can see this lightning coming. You're probably seeing the horizon flashing with a ton of light. That's the storm. And so there's a new warning that was just issued. We'll go right to that one. I'm guessing it's out east. Yeah. It does clip. This is a weird warning, actually. It just clips a very small section of Richmond County. So really kind of a weird warning overall. Just clips Richmond County. So that's a new warning for parts of Richmond County. But in general, that is going to be for the Sandhills. So folks over in Southern Pines heading towards Fayetteville, Laurinburg, this is going to be a long night. I had someone ask earlier, hey, I'm on the coast, because obviously we're on stream. We got people watching us all over the state and all over the country. This is going to head all the way to the coast by tomorrow morning. That's why Friday is more of a risk for severe storms in the eastern part of the state. So if you're in Wilmington, up towards Kinston, New Bern area, all the way down to Myrtle Beach, Grand Strand, Myrtle Beach Classic going on there, golf tournament, all this heading out that way. And there will likely be storms late tonight and early tomorrow into the first half of the day as these storms all track to the southeast. The water vapor loop shows the upper low still back to the northwest. So there's still that trough digging down over the Midwest. You actually see it diving down from the Great Lakes, pushing down into the southeast. So we're likely going to see these storms kind of keep going into the evening and overnight hours. So it'll be a long night. That's why these storms, this second surge of storms, if you will, are likely going to occur as we go into the evening hours. The good news is the warning for York County was canceled early. So that's good news. 10 minutes early. So we got one early cancellation, which makes sense because the storm basically moved out of the county. Let's go back to the Dallas camera because we can look and see the storms off to the south. Not seeing as much lightning as earlier. We'll see if the sky lights up here, but it's still raining over there in Gaston County. As we look down from 321, we're looking down almost into the Lake Wiley area. That's kind of the direction this camera would look. So it's pretty far away, and we're looking through this storm as well, which is just rain. So these storms are so far away now that the lightning is exited. So the good news, the only warnings we have left here are for parts of Anson and Richmond counties. So these are the last of the warnings here. These are going to continue to push up. Does that say 12:45 in the morning? Oh, this is
10:45.
I couldn't even read it. I'm like, for a second, I'm like, wow, that's
I'm like,
long.
Brad, where are your glasses?
That is a long warning. I was about to say 10:45. Like, woof. Yeah. So this one expires at 10. This one's at 10:45. But honestly, those storms don't look that strong at all, Brittany. I'm with you. I think this is the only storm that really is doing anything, and I'm surprised there is not a new warning for this storm in Monroe, down towards Van Wyck, and then into southeastern York County, moving into Chester, Lancaster, and Union counties.
I'm also interested to see what's going to happen because if you look at the, here's our Doppler radar, there it is. We have so many different ones now. If you look at the areas just south of the I guess, what is that, York County, Union County storms. Just south of there, it looks like there's that outflow boundary kind of trying to push toward the south, which wouldn't really impact the storms that we have actively right now, but it might actually eventually impact some of these areas later, because when we have an outflow boundary, what will normally happen is there could be storms developing on the outflow. So while it's not necessarily, and just to give you guys some perspective of what I'm talking about, where's my little pointer? So the outflow boundary is this little area right here. So if we see more storms develop across the outflow boundary, there's a good chance you could see more storms kind of ahead of these in parts of Chester and Lancaster County. But I'm also curious if those could eventually move into parts of even the upstate between Columbia and us, because they again haven't really, just like the other areas, really tapped into any of that moisture from earlier. And I know sometimes we'll use different radar to kind of get this ground clutter out of here, because that's a lot of what this is on the left. But there's very clearly an outflow boundary just in these areas of Chester and Lancaster County. So I'd be curious as to what would happen if we had storms develop along those, although it wouldn't impact us as much because they're moving away, but for areas south of us, because the upstate has really not gotten any action.
Yeah, Brittany, what's interesting, that outflow boundary, I don't know if that's a bogus lightning strike, but there's a random lightning strike.
It would be in the same exact spot.
That's exactly where the outflow boundary is. So maybe we've got a new developing cumulus there that's not showing up on the radar, but is enough to create some ice. So, or that's just coming out of the top of the anvil from this storm. But yeah, that's interesting. That's right in that vicinity. I agree with you. I think that's the area where I'm looking at the mesoanalysis, which also shows we've got a lot of significant tornado parameter ingredients there, and also a lot of CAPE still south of that boundary. It's not crazy high CAPE. I'm looking at the actual levels. It's probably around 500 joules per kilogram squared. It's about 500, and usually 500 is what you need for storms. 1,000, you can get severe storms, but you can see that kind of drifting off to the south there into that area where there is still thunderstorm fuel available. That is the one area, though. I mean, honestly, for the rest of the evening, if we're going to see a severe storm, Chester, Lancaster, Chesterfield County, those are the three counties that I would be watching very carefully in the next hour or so for a strong storm or two.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's already seen action today.
Yeah, and just, Brittany can't see this, but I'll draw on the map here. So I'm looking at what we call mesoanalysis. It's basically like real-time analysis where things are in a short-term model. And so what I'm seeing on the mesoanalysis is right where she was pointing out that outflow boundary right in here. That's not only where she was looking for, like, we could see development. This is where the significant tornado parameter and the CAPE is elevated. So there's some ingredients here for something to form if it can get its act together.
Interesting. Yes, we're in the same studio, but we're across.
Yeah,
we're across the way from each other. I guess I could come over there, but then I wouldn't be.
Yell at you, or like,
yeah.
I was going to take my laptop and show them.
Well, there's a wall in between too, so even if we wanted to, so good thing we have our phones.
A lot of hail reports. By the way, not to interrupt you, but there's a whole bunch of hail reports now coming in on LSRs around the Rock Hill area. 1.25 inches, 7/10 of an inch, and 1 inch. So I think we're getting some caught up on some of those LSRs that we call them. They're called local storm reports that we use an acronym for, but it's basically, and I'll bring them up actually. You see all of them now popping up around Rock Hill, Newport, and then over towards, looks like South Ballantyne. That's basically Indian land as you go south on 521. So yeah, definitely that had hail in it the whole time, Brittany.
Yeah, that was the storm, I think, that you had the video that was sent in also. Yeah, oh my God, I just think it's wild. Anytime we see more than an inch and it's like across the board, it's just wild to me. And the fact that we had so many today that were ping pong ball size, I think it just kind of goes to show again how rare this is. I asked you earlier how rare it is to see like consistent more than a quarter, and you said about once a year.
Yeah.
And so this could be our once a year, but even then, I mean, just the likelihood that we're going to see hail that big is just so low. Typically, our biggest impact is damaging winds. So to see kind of such a widespread area seeing so much hail, it's like what we had last year in York County, but for multiple different areas.
Yeah, it's a rare to see hail this elevated. Usually, hail is going to come with an upper low. We had an upper low in the area, and sure enough, and we also had a lot of other things. I don't want to get too geeky. If you watch my vlog, you heard me talk about this earlier today. An elevated mix layer coming off the mountains. This happens a lot in the Front Range of the Rockies. Some of the biggest hail you'll see in the country is in parts of Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, the high plains, because that elevated mix layer can really drive the hail pretty large. Obviously, you see big hail in parts of the southern plains during those big thunderstorms and deep in the heart of Texas, but that's more driven by just monster cape or fuel for storms. Sometimes the elevated mix layer, though, near mountainous regions can help produce big hail, and that's kind of what we had today. We felt like we were kind of a little Rocky Mountain weather here with these storms coming out of the mountains in that northwest flow. So yeah, there's still storms developing on the backside, and there'll be more rain tonight. The good thing about all this, we had the drought monitor today. We're still in moderate drought conditions, so this rain is much needed, and it's actually going to get even wetter by the tail end of the weekend into early next week. So there's always a good side of these storms. We needed the rain desperately, and in the spring we tend to get severe storms and strong storms. Sometimes they're like a day like today where they're a little out of the ordinary. You get a bunch of hail, which isn't normal, but storms are normal. I think we get on average like 100+ days with some kind of thunderstorm per year. It's a lot. We get a lot of them in this area, and maybe about 20 times a year you get some severe storms. And like I said, and Brittany was correct, I'd probably say one time a year where we get a large hail, or at least a significant hail impact. That's widespread. You can always get one storm that produces a ton of hail, but nothing like that. Just a heads up, these storms that are moving south into Lancaster County and Union County still have some tiny little hail cores in them. In fact, if we look at them, they're still producing, it's not as big, but the gray areas, so this still has some hail, this still has some hail. You see those little areas right there where the yellow is, or the gray? Let's show you the radar, and you'll see those are the exact same areas where right there and right there, that's where we have the brightest return. So we clearly have some hail still in there. It's just not as big. So I think I mentioned earlier, the hail threat's gone down, but so is the size. So two things in our favor right now: less hail and smaller hail, which is what you want to see into the overnight hours. Let me just move this. Yeah, they're not giant. They're definitely not as tall as earlier. We had 40,000-foot storms earlier. So these are certainly a little bit smaller. But remember, at night, the freezing level probably is coming down a little bit too as that upper low gets close and the surface cools down. So the hail can make it to the surface a little bit better. So again, we're going to stay weather impact here with you till the top of the hour. Coming up at 11, I'm sure we're going to have a bunch of these videos and stuff turned around. Brittany will have you completely covered. But definitely been kind of a rough evening for the western counties, but now we're starting to see things at least calm down slightly, just not completely done with the storms.
And it looks like we are going to send it back in, I believe, to the live impact studio once again, so we could do a cut-in on linear TV, if I'm not mistaken, folks in the control room. Thumbs up, thumbs down.
No cut-in, but we will be tossing back to the Weather Impact Studio here. And we'll have more coverage coming up at 11 on WCNC, and we'll be streaming on WCNC Plus as well at the same time. The goal is to stay streaming on there until 11:30. So there's a lot of other news going on today as well. We've got a new pope. We found this severe weather going on. That might be the biggest story worldwide and even nationally here. But the storms locally definitely did pack a big punch this evening. For those who had their car in the garage or the carport, I think you're okay. Maybe to take it outside, but if you don't, just leave it in for the night. The only area I would tell you not to do that yet, right here. And I'm going to draw a big old circle where if I have a shelter or some kind of carport or protection, I would leave my car in there right now. And I normally at this time of night, I would show you clear from severe. We're not quite there yet, though areas north, the risk has definitely gone down. North of Interstate 40, let's call it, you're going to be clear for the rest of the night, and that's also from severe, not from storms or rain, just severe. We'll also show you that the risk of severe weather is going down as we're starting to erode and eat some of those counties up in our watch, which goes to midnight tonight anyway. So by midnight, we should see that risk almost completely diminished. So we'll toss it back over to the weather impact. I keep calling it the weather impact studio. We are going to need our own studio eventually here, but the Impact News studio, we'll toss it back over there, and we'll have complete coverage of this and the wrap up of the storms that are moving in tonight coming up at 11 o'clock.
All right. Thank you so much, Brad and Brittany. And yeah, I mean, we could call it the Weather Impact Studio pretty much all evening long, as Brad has been alluding to. We've been very focused on keeping you safe with all of these storms moving through the area. It sounds like, according to our Weather Impact team, we're still not totally in the clear. So keep it here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We do expect to have updates for you throughout the evening, going late into the evening, as Brad alluded to. He did mention, right, we had some news to talk about. Of course, we'll be talking more about the impacts of the new Pope Leo XIV, in just a bit, but this evening, we did have some late-breaking news from the president, and there's kind of a Carolina tie to this. So we just wanted to make sure that we were keeping folks up to date with the latest with this U.S. Attorney nomination for the District of Columbia. So we learned today that Ed Martin, the previous nominee for this spot, who has actually been serving in an interim role since Inauguration Day, is actually going to be moved to a different position. And President Trump says that he is now planning on having Fox host Jeanine Pirro take over in that interim role. So basically the top federal prosecutor for the D.C. area. So on Truth Social, President Trump talking about Mr. Martin, remarking here, you can see the statement he put out, writing, quote, "He's done an amazing job as interim U.S. Attorney and will be moving to the Department of Justice as the new director of the Weaponization Working Group, Associate Deputy Attorney General and Pardon Attorney. In these highly important roles, Ed will make sure we finally investigate the weaponization of our government under the Biden regime and provide much needed justice for its victims. Congratulations, Ed." Now, we mentioned that there was a Carolina connection, kind of, to all of the movements that we're seeing here late tonight. And that's because we told you earlier this week that Senator Thom Tillis of North Carolina basically came out and said that he would not be able to support Mr. Martin as the permanent fill-in, permanent position, holder for U.S. Attorney for District of Columbia. Senator Tillis citing Mr. Martin's connections and close ties with folks who were involved with January 6th. However, tonight, just a couple hours ago, as you can see here, Mr. Tillis weighing in on the selection of Jeanine Pirro for this interim role, seemingly on a positive note. He says here, Jeanine Pirro has had a long and storied career as a prosecutor, and she is a great choice by President Trump to serve as U.S. Attorney for D.C. Important to note, and we pointed this out before, the fact that Senator Tillis, sitting on the Senate Judiciary Committee, not approving of Ed Martin, was basically the nail in the coffin for Mr. Martin. He would have needed Mr. Tillis's support to get any farther in the nomination process and the approval process. So we wanted to make sure that we brought that to you tonight. We just found that out this evening here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Now, speaking of the president, we did see an announcement made today that had a positive impact on the markets. We saw major indices rise today, closing up on the day as a result of this announcement of a trade deal with the U.S. and the United Kingdom. And while there are details yet to be finalized, it does look like there would be a baseline tariff of 10% remaining in place on the UK, which the president noted was actually on the lower end of what other countries should expect. I will say, as far as futures are looking, it's kind of down, flattish down. So folks are still kind of holding their breaths here. Investors are being very attuned to any sort of trade news that's coming out. And then keep in mind, over the weekend, we are expecting reps from the United States to meet with their counterparts from China over the weekend to talk about potential trade stuff. Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent among those set to meet in Switzerland with Chinese counterparts to have these discussions. So it's yet to be seen how that will turn out, but I know a lot of folks will be keen on seeing what the developments are around the U.S.-China trade relations. But we wanted to turn now. We had a little bit of this for you before, but we're going to jump back in here with this announcement from the president regarding the trade deal with the UK and hear what he has to say.
And our Secretary, as you know, of Agriculture is here. Brooke, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, sir.
You'll let the farmers know. In addition, the UK will reduce or eliminate numerous non-tariff barriers that unfairly discriminated against American products, but this is now turning out, I think, really to be a great deal for both countries because it'll be really great for the UK also. So they're opening up the country. Their country is a little closed, and we appreciate that. They'll also be fast-tracking American goods through their customs process, so our exports go to a very, very quick form of approval, and there won't be any red tape. Things are going to move very quickly both ways. The final details are being written up in the coming weeks. We'll have it all very conclusive, but the actual deal is a very conclusive one. We think just about everything's been approved. So good for both countries, and we'll also receive new market access for American chemicals, machinery, and many other industrial products that weren't allowed, and they'll end up getting products that they'll be able to price, and if they like them better and we make great products, they'll be buying those products, but they were not available in the UK. Furthermore, in a historic step, the deal includes plans that will bring the United Kingdom into the economic security alignment with the United States. That's the first of its kind. So we have a big economic security blanket, and that's very important, and we feel very, very comfortable with that because it's been a great ally, truly one of our great allies. I mean, a lot of people say our greatest ally. I don't want to insult people by saying that, but I can say it's certainly one of our greatest, and right at the top, and they're the first one we're talking about. And by the way, we have many meetings planned today and tomorrow, and every country wants to be making deals. And we have a meeting, as you know, Scott will be going over to Switzerland on Saturday, and that'll be very, very interesting. We'll find out, but I think they want to make a deal very badly too. Both countries have agreed that the economic security is national security and will be working together as allies to ensure that we have a strong industrial base, appropriate export controls, and protections for key technologies and industries like steel. Steel is a big factor. Both countries will become stronger with steel and things necessary for military. You know, we used to build ships and other things literally at a level that nobody's ever seen, and we haven't, we've eased up, and I would say that the UK certainly eased up, but now we're going to be uneasing both, and we work together. Once again, I want to thank Prime Minister Starmer. He's been terrific for his partnership in this matter, the special relationship and external bond. It's really an external and an internal bond between our two countries will soon be stronger than ever before, and we really do. We have a great relationship. I want to just say that the representatives of UK have been so professional, and it's been an honor doing business with all of them, and in particular the Prime Minister. And I'd like to introduce him now to say a few words. Mr. Prime Minister, please take it away.
Thank you, Mr. President, Donald. And this is a really fantastic, historic day in which we can announce this deal between our two great countries. And I think it's a real tribute to the history that we have of working so closely together. Can I pay tribute, Donald, to your negotiating team as well, particularly yes. Howard and Jameson, who've done an incredible job, a very professional job, and my team as well. Two negotiating teams have worked at pace now for a number of weeks to bring in this deal today. Really important deal. This is going to boost trade between and across our countries. It's going to not only protect jobs but create jobs, opening market access. And as you say, Donald, the timing couldn't be more apt, because not only was it 80 years ago today that victory came for Europe after and at the end of the Second World War, but of course on that day the UK and the US stood together as the closest of allies. And Donald, I think even down to the hour, because you may or may not know that it was about this time of day, exactly 80 years ago, that Winston Churchill announced victory in Europe, and that led to great celebrations across Europe, across America, but particularly in the United Kingdom. Literally people going out into the street putting bunting up, going up to the palace. And so to be able to announce this great deal on the same day, 80 years forward, almost at the same hour, and as we were 80 years ago, with the UK and the US standing side by side, I think is incredibly important and makes this truly historic. That close relationship has endured over those 80 years. As you know, Donald, when it comes to defence and security and intelligence sharing, of course, there are no two countries that are closer than our two countries. And now we take this into new and important territory by adding trade and the economy to the closeness of our relationship. It is built, as you say, on those notions of fairness and reciprocal arrangements. We've always had a fair and balanced arrangement between our countries. This builds on that, hugely important for sectors like car manufacturing and for steel and aluminium and so many others. And yes, we can finish hammering out some of the details, but there's a fantastic platform here, including, of course, on the tech side, where I think I'm right in saying we're the only two Western countries with trillion-dollar sectors when it comes to tech. And in the end, it comes down to, as you say, Donald, economic security is national security. On national security, we've been absolutely the closest of allies for so many years, keeping the peace through that close alliance, that friendship. And now we add to that this deal on trade and the economy. And I want to thank you for your leadership on that, Donald, and for the way in which your team have negotiated this. And I'm so pleased that we've got this deal, we've finalised it, and we've built an incredible platform for the future. So thank you so much. Donald, I'm now going to go and do a press conference. I think you have your press in with you. But on the details, I think if you've got Howard, we can deal with that through one of my team.
That's great. Well, Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much. It's an honor. We're going to have a continued, maybe a better relationship than ever before. You know, I don't know if the media knows, but the U.S. and UK have been working for years to try and make a deal. And it never quite got there.
Yeah.
It did with this Prime Minister. So I want to just congratulate you.
Well, with this President, this Prime Minister, we've managed to achieve what many people have tried to achieve for many years.
Right.
And I'm really pleased, and it feels completely historic and on a special 80-year anniversary as well. So, Donald, thank you so much. It's really good to have got this deal over the line. Tribute to both teams, tribute to our countries, and tribute to your leadership.
Thank you. Well, it really is a great thing. And you go do your press conference, and I'll see you soon. Maybe speak to you later. But thank you very much. An incredible thing. I can't tell you that for so many years, even as I sat, everybody talked and talked and talked about a deal with. It just seemed like a natural deal, but it was not done. But now it was done with us. So I feel very proud to have been a part of it. Keir, thank you very much.
Thanks, Donald, and we'll speak again soon.
Very good. So long. Bye. Why don't I do this? Why don't I have our Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, give a little description of the deal pretty quick, and then the good side, the very nice side, we'll be speaking about it also, maybe, from so you get a pretty equal. I think it's a very, it's just been a deal that was, we thought, very complicated. It became very simple. It's opening up the country that we really didn't have the kind of access to that I would have thought. I was surprised. I think it's why the deal never got done before. It was, you know, they've been working on this deal for 25 years. And we got it done, and we got it done. Really, it's going to be great for both countries. So, Sarah, if you could go, and then somebody else, you may have, you'll pick whoever you want who'd like to do it. I have a feeling you're going to do it, right? So you guys go ahead, and then we'll take questions right after that. But I think you'll get a pretty good understanding of how big it is. It's a very large deal, very big deal. And Howard, go ahead.
So the UK is the 6th largest economy in the world, and the 4th largest that we export to, right? So it's a huge market, a top 10 market. If you remember Liberation Day, they were at 10% because we have balanced trade with the UK, right? They say they had a surplus, but of course that counts gold bullion, which is, so let's just call it balanced trade. So how do you open up a market in balanced trade? People think it's impossible. They've always thought it was impossible until President Trump came on the scene and changed the way things work. So here's what we've got. We've opened up new market access. Ethanol, beef, machinery, all the agricultural products. They've agreed to open their markets, and that will add $5 billion of opportunity to American exporters. So the question is, why would they do that now? Because they've never done it before. And we still have our 10% tariff on, which will produce $6 billion of revenue for the United States. So the idea was, how did they keep their jobs, protect their economy, and do the best for their people while opening the market for us? And the way is they studied it, their team was exceptional, and they tried to figure out the markets that they're importing from other people and try to send them over to America. So why were they always favoring others and not us? And what they've done is they've found the ways to do that so that we have new access, right? But the UK workers are protected, and that was the balance. So we did a deal with them in automobiles, and you know, if you're not building here, we charge you a 25% tariff. But the president, and by the way, I want to make this clear, while Jameson and I worked hard, this was the president's deal. And people think, oh, that's not the way it works. If you got to sit next to him, I have the best deal maker to my left. And if you don't think that we take advantage of him calling the prime minister and getting that deal done, you don't understand who's the president of the United States. So he's the closer. He gets deals done that we could never get done because he understands business, he understands deals, and that's why we're here today. So he agreed they could send 100,000 cars into America and only pay a 10% tariff. And that protects their car industry. And remember, we do 16 million cars a year. So this is only like 0.6%. But for the UK auto people, this is tens of thousands of jobs that the president agreed that he would protect for them. So he made that deal, right? Then steel and aluminum. Right? Their steel business has been destroyed like everybody else has been destroyed by people dumping steel into their markets. And British Steel had announced it was closing down. So the British government, as part of this deal, nationalized British Steel, and they're going to match the kinds of models we do. They'll put tariffs on, they'll put quotas on. They want to do it with America so they can be part of the resurgence of steel and aluminum in America, and that saves them, again, thousands and thousands of jobs. So if you go step by step, aero and commercial planes, they sell Rolls-Royce engines to Boeing. We've agreed to let Rolls-Royce engines and those kind of plane parts to come over tariff-free. And what you're going to hear today is there's going to be an announcement in the UK that they are buying $10 billion worth of Boeing planes later today, but I'm going to let the name of the airline announce it because that's theirs to do. But part of this deal was always to do it together and to do it strong, and you can see the numbers on this board. Everything about this board works exceptionally well for the United States of America. It lays out the plan that you can work with us in autos, you can work with us with aero and commercial, you can work with us in pharmaceuticals if you have a supply chain that is secure and protected in national security. So we feel really good about the deal. You've heard the Prime Minister, he feels really good about the deal, right? And we started at 10% and we ended at 10%, and the market for America is better, and this is a perfect example of why Donald Trump produced Liberation Day. People don't understand he gets things done in a matter of time. This would have taken Jameson and I 3 years, maybe, and instead we got it done in 45 days, certainly, because we worked for Donald Trump. So Jameson, my partner in all this, maybe Jameson, you'd like to talk a little, and then we'll turn it over to the UK.
Sure, happy to do that. Everyone has great remarks. I just have to echo the President and the Prime Minister when we talk about VE Day. This is something we've been waiting for decades, and there's no more appropriate day to do this. And when we step back and we look back a few weeks from now, or months from now, or years from now, we're going to look back at this day and better appreciate the significance, I think. And I'll just say as well, in terms of negotiating, I mean, the UK negotiators, you know, we've got one right here, did an incredible job, right? This is why you win wars, right? When you act like this, and the ambassador, he knows more about trade than a lot of us here, based on his background. And I would say on this deal, Mr. President, what we've shown is that it is time to change the way we do trade. People said we couldn't do a global tariff. We did a global tariff. They said no one would want to deal with us. People want to deal. They said no one give offers. You saw that stack of offers I showed you yesterday. All of those countries said we wouldn't get deals, and here we are with the deal with the 6th largest economy. We've agreed to have fair and reciprocal trade, and we've done it in record time.
Thank you very much, sir. Great job.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Ambassador, please. Well, Mr. President, thank you very much indeed in hosting us this morning. And thank you very much indeed also for that very typical 11th hour intervention by you with your phone call to the President, demanding even more out of this deal than any of us expected. So thank you for that. The Prime Minister was delighted, obviously, to take that call later tonight. But you took it to another level, and I think the point I would make is twofold. One is that if we're going to rebalance and rebuild international trade in a way that serves all our interests, then we're better doing that together than separately and apart, and that's what we're on a mission to do. But secondly, you've done what you said you would do. You said to the Prime Minister when he came and we visited in the Oval that you would do a good trade deal with the United Kingdom, that you would do it at pace, and that we would be first. And you have delivered that. You know, you've been true to your word. So thank you very much indeed for that. For us, it's not the end. It's the it's the end just of the beginning. I mean, there is yet more we can do in reducing tariffs and trade barriers so as to open up our markets to each other even more than we're agreeing to do today. But it also provides us with the platform, the springboard, to do what I think will be even more valuable for both our countries in the future, and that's creating a technology partnership between the United States and the United Kingdom, so that we can harness science and technology in order to create future industries and future jobs, and to do that together in the way we work so closely already in the national security and defense area. We can just take that to yet further areas of science, enterprise and endeavour. So we're looking forward to doing that in the coming months. You've launched us extremely well today. It just, in my view, as the Prime Minister has said, just shows what two countries who trust each other, who are confident in each other and are familiar with each other can do, not just for ourselves, but for the rest of the world who need to benefit from a bigger and better international trading system. Thank you very much. That was beautifully stated. What a beautiful accent, too. I'd like to have that accent. Thank you. My mother would be proud. Thank you very much. Any questions?
James Matthews from Sky News.
Yes.
Can I ask, why Britain and why now? And you've described this deal as a full and comprehensive deal, and yet we've just heard from Mr. Mandelson it's the end of the beginning. Clearly, there's much more work still to do. With respect, are you overstating the reach and significance of this deal? Because you're a president who needs a result.
Folks, live Impact News here on WCNC Plus. We continue to listen in to this press conference with the president regarding the trade deal announced today between the U.S. and UK. Bottom right corner of your screen, live images from New York City, Empire State Building lit up in gold and white as a tribute to the new Pope, who we mentioned is the first American Pope. And then we've got live tracking right now in the top right of your screen as we still have severe thunderstorms across the area. And our Weather Impact team is going to keep us updated on this throughout the evening. So stick with us here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus.
But they weren't getting it done. But for 25 years before that, they were trying always to make a deal, a very significant deal. I actually, until I looked at the numbers, I didn't realize this is a very conclusive deal, but we think we can grow it even from that. But this is a maxed out deal, not like you said it. You said it really incorrectly. This is a maxed out deal that we're going to make bigger, and we make it bigger through growth. But we have tremendous assets involved. I was surprised to see how big your country is in trade. Actually, one of the biggest in technology and so many other things. It's agriculture. I really didn't know. It's depending on your definition, it's from 4 to 5 to 6. That's pretty big in the world. So I was very impressed by that. But we're going to take it to new levels. It's a very big deal right now, but I think it is going to grow just of its own volition. It's going to grow, and over time there'll be changes made, there'll be adjustments made because we're flexible. We'll see things that we can do even better. But it's very conclusive, and we think everyone's going to be happy, and the people of your country are going to be very impressed with the result, and they'll be able to buy from more people. They'll be able to price things differently. They'll be able to get some products that aren't available to them now that we make better than anybody in the world. And it's just something that it's a great thing that it came together. It's so nice because we have many countries want to make a deal, and many countries are very unhappy that we happen to choose this one, to be honest with you. But it's a long time, our oldest ally, or just about. Because a couple of people claim that too, but let's put it right at the top. I think it's going to be something very special for UK and special for the United States.
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. How close are you to more deals, and when do you expect the next to be announced?
Well, very close. We have numerous deals. I know Howard's going back. As soon as this is finished, your press conference, he's got numerous. And Scott, who's right over here, who's fantastic, by the way. You were great on television this morning. I watched you. That was very good. You gave them a little lesson in the world and economics. But Scott's going to be going to Switzerland, meeting with China. And, they very much want to make a deal. We can all play games. Who made the first call? Who didn't make them? It doesn't matter. It only matters what happens in that room. But I will tell you that China very much wants to make a deal. We'll see how that works out. Every country throughout the last 40, 50 years has literally ripped off the United States on trade, on military, on protection, on all the different things. And we are now making fair deals. And in this case, it's great because we really weren't very much involved. You have the European Union, which is, I think you made the right decision years ago. I don't know if you remember, I was opening up Turnberry the day that you were voting. And they asked me, would it happen or would it not happen? I said, no, I think they're going to go their own separate way. I think it's better for them. And they did. I think it's going to end up being a very smart decision. But a big part of that decision was always that you'd be able to make a deal with the United States. And they were unable to do that. But now they made it. And it's a tremendous, it's very important. That was always a big part of your decision on Brexit. And they were never able to make that deal. It was a tough one. And this one it's amazing with time. This one just went very smoothly, went quickly and smoothly, and a lot of common sense, as I like to say. There's tremendous common sense, but it's going to make your country much bigger in terms of trade, and it's going to make our country much bigger in terms of trade, too. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Go ahead, behind you.
Oh, yeah, Tom Bacon at the BBC. Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned meat.
You're with who?
The BBC.
Oh, good. Very nice. They tribute you.
You mentioned meat and beef exports. The UK currently doesn't accept American beef because of its own food standards. Are you calling on the UK to accept all American beef and chicken products?
Well, I think they'll take what they want. We have plenty of it. We have every type. We have every classification you could have. As you know, Bobby Kennedy is doing a tremendous job, and he's, I think, probably heading toward your system with no chemical, no this, no that. And I think we're heading that way, it seems to be. And but we have that also. So we're a very big country. We have a lot of beef We're a very big country, so it'll be great. Yes. Yes.
You want me to jump?
Yes.
Let's talk about American beef really quickly, and it can't be understated. I'm Brooke Rollins, by the way, how important this deal is and what this means to American farmers and ranchers. Specific to the beef, this is going to exponentially increase our beef exports. And to be very clear, American beef is the safest, the best quality, and the crown jewel of American agriculture for the world. So I think a really important part of this deal isn't just the ethanol reducing of tariffs from 19 to 0, which for our row croppers is a huge deal, but also for beef. And as we move forward, I know our incredible trade team is looking at all of the meats, all of the produce, really all of our agriculture exports. And I don't know if there's an industry that has been treated more unfairly and has suffered more than our agriculture industry. So we look forward to, I'll be in the UK on Monday, talking to my counterpart over there for the next, really for next week, and look forward to moving that out across the country. The president is
I think we could say that we have the best in the world, best tractors, the best everything in the world. And they say that our agriculture is, second to none, you understand. And it'll be a great asset. People are going to be able to have options, choice, and they'll have more of it. And that usually means lower prices. How about we'll do you and then you?
A follow-up question for the Italian TV, Daniele Compatangelo, LA7, TV 2000, Primetime Media. So congratulations for the deal. We'll see a big revenues from the chart. But what's the rest of Europe? It's a victory day, but other European countries, it seems like they're losing the trade.
We intend to make a deal with Europe. We have found that the European Union treated us extremely unfairly, very difficult, and hurt themselves in doing so. And they very much want to make a deal. We'll be dealing with them. We are dealing with them currently. So that'll cover pretty much the rest of it. But this was separate because of Brexit in particular. This was a separate deal. It always seems so natural. I mean, all the media would say that this seemed to be like, why did this happen 25 years? Why didn't it happen a long time ago? And it was always amazing to me. Somebody would say, hey, we got to make a deal. We have to make a deal. But this deal just fell into place. The Prime Minister did a fantastic job. His representatives are total professionals, and they got along well, and it just seemed to work. And I think one of the reasons it did is because we blew up the whole system. If we would have just been dealing with you separately or, country by country, we blew up the whole system. It was very fair to very unfair to the United States. And I think because of that, this worked out so nicely, and I'm honored that it was the first deal. Please.
Sir, you mentioned...
Well, why don't you go in the back, yes.
Oh, thanks, sir. I'm with the London Times. I'd say this is a great day for James Bond because now Aston Martins will be available to American buyers. But will it be even better by extending it to film? You've talked about a big tariff on films, and we'd like to know if there'll be relief on British...
Well, we're going to have a discussion on that separately. And as you know, we're putting tariffs on that particular film, you said, the movie makers. And we're going to be doing some tariffs to get them because a lot of them have left this country. They all live here. The money comes from here. Everything comes from here, but they make them in other countries. So we're going to do something to bring them back, maybe to a large extent. But James Bond has nothing to worry about that, I can tell you. James Bond. And Sean Connery was a friend of mine. Sean Connery was responsible for my getting zoning in Aberdeen. He said, let the bloody bloke build his golf courses. I was like 4 years into the process, and it was impossible in Aberdeen. And he just stood up one day and he said that. As soon as he said that, I got the approvals in about 2 minutes. So he was a great guy, Sean Connery. And
can you share if you're going back there later in the year? Are you going to Scotland and to the UK?
Yeah, I will be, sure. It's great. And we have a lot of investment over there. We have Turnberry, Aberdeen. We have, as you know, in Doonbeg in Ireland, right on the ocean. They're all in the ocean. I only have interest if they're on the ocean. And we have good investments over there. It's been beautiful. Yes?
Mr. President, if the talks go well this weekend between Secretary Bessent and Ambassador Greer with their Chinese counterparts, not preemptively, but if the
All right, some remarks there once again from the White House as this announcement of a trade deal between the U.S. and the U.K. came down just a bit earlier today. Quick recap on what we're seeing as far as the terms here. U.K. is set to reduce non-tariff barriers on U.S. products. So you heard some conversation about beef. So beef would be included in there. Ethanol, fuel, machinery, chemicals. And the U.S. in turn will have that 10% baseline tariff, which the president remarked is going going to be among the lowest baselines that any of the countries would likely receive. And the duties, by the way, for British vehicles will fall from 25% down to the 10% baseline tariff to kind of match everything. So once again, impacts positive on the markets today. Upon closing, the major indices ending the day in the green. However, we are still seeing a bit of flatness with the major indices in pre-market, so futures. We'll just have to wait and see a few more hours what it looks like with the markets when they finally open in the morning. You were seeing in that 3 box there a tribute from the Empire State Building, and so that's going to be the building there in gold and white. We are told that is a tribute tonight to the first American Pope. So, of course, big global news that came down today. The new spiritual leader of 1.4 billion Catholics worldwide will be, as he has now taken his new name, Pope Leo XIV, a man who is known to others as Robert Francis Prevost, with Southside Chicago ties, and also some Peruvian ties as well, in the sense that a lot of his work was done in Peru. So we did see some local reaction from Catholics in our area, including Bishop Michael Martin with the Charlotte Catholic Diocese, and he made some remarks earlier today, essentially giving what we could tell was a pretty glowing review of his meeting. He actually met with the now Pope Leo XIV, I want to say about a month ago. So of course before maybe any ideas that he could be the Pope, but he had a great meeting apparently with him when he was in Vatican City to discuss some administrative matters. So let's listen in on some of those remarks today from our area local reaction to naming of the new Pope.
Pastoral Center. This is a wonderful day for Catholics and people around the world. So we're grateful to have you here. And with that, I will just briefly introduce Bishop Michael Martin. He was ordained the 5th Bishop of Charlotte nearly a year ago on May 29th here in Charlotte. The Diocese of Charlotte covers the western half of North Carolina. That includes the 46 counties of western North Carolina. That includes 93 churches, 20 schools, and a growing Catholic population of more than 500,000. So we'll welcome Bishop Martin here to answer your questions and talk about our new Holy Father.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here today on a day of tremendous joy for the Universal Catholic Church, and in particular for the Diocese of Charlotte, as we celebrate our new Holy Father, Pope Leo XIV. I'm honored that you've come to cover this as it relates to our local reality, but also as we participate in something greater that's throughout the entire world. There's been tremendous anticipation since the death of Pope Francis on who might be the next spiritual leader of the entire world, the Catholic world, and we're thrilled today to be able to name Pope Leo XIV. Cardinal Prevost, as you know, has some great connections here to our country, born and raised in Chicago, and has served here in the U.S., but also in Peru, and most recently at the Vatican for the Dicastery of Bishops, which is the office within the Holy Roman, or the Roman Catholic Church that determines who becomes bishops throughout the church. And so it's amazing to see this man being selected by his peers. Interestingly, I had a meeting with him, a personal meeting with him on April 1st. I was in Rome for some other meetings, and one of which was to meet with him about a couple of issues here locally. And we were together for just under an hour, and just he and I it was not my first time meeting him, but it was certainly my first time sitting down with him one-on-one, and we had a couple of things to talk about, but then also had some time to just communicate informally and learn a little bit more about each other. And I was very taken by his friendly nature, but also about his awareness of the dynamics, not just of the church in the United States, but more importantly about the church around the world. And so I'm certainly thrilled that our church has selected this man whom I believe will be a wonderful 267th successor of Christ in the chair of St. Peter. And I pledge on behalf of all of the Catholics of the Diocese of Charlotte our support, our prayers, and our best wishes to Pope Leo XIV. I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
So I'm very interested. You got to meet them. Sometimes sitting down, informally, just chatting with someone tells you a lot about who they are.
Sure.
What did you pick up about who this person that we now call Pope is?
You know, I would say that the thing that struck me the most was just his calm demeanor. Very, very relaxed. That was some of my experience of him. I was at some meetings back in September that he was leading, but it was in a much larger gathering. And again, he was talking about big issues and important things, and still just had a certain calm about him. But that was more appropriate, I think, in that one-on-one meeting. And his interest in me and his interest in what was happening here in Charlotte, in particular the things that we were talking about, I just had this sense of someone who cared very deeply about what was important to me, more so than maybe what was important to him.
Can you describe that meeting so I can make sure and describe that right? When it was and what type of meeting it was?
Right. There were just some administrative issues that I had to speak with him about. It took place on April 1st, and it was a very warm and collegial, you know, we worked out a few things that needed to be addressed, and it was great. It was a really good time.
Bishop, are you surprised that someone from the United States was selected, and in the path of Pope Francis and his bent towards social justice? Do you see all of that continuing, and are you surprised?
I'm very surprised. I never would have dreamt that we would see a pope born in the United States in my lifetime. I thought eventually it would happen, but I have to admit, sitting there watching him walk out onto the loggia, I was very shocked. So I don't mind admitting that at all. But at the same time, knowing that he was someone who had been considered, I thought, yeah, he at least in my dealings with him, I felt like he certainly had the qualifications for it, and has had experiences in diverse parts of the world that allow him to bring to this position, I think, a unique blessing that we're going to see very quickly. Related to your questions around Pope Francis, each pope, each Holy Father is their own person. And there's not a sense that they're committing themselves to carrying out, this particular agenda or not. There's only one agenda, and that's the life and mission of Jesus Christ in the church. And so it's not really about, what Pope Francis did. It's more about what the Holy Spirit's calling the church to in this moment. That said, I think the fact that he took the name Leo XIV in the last Leo was Leo XIII, who was the Holy Father at the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th century, and one of the greatest encyclicals, which is a papal document of tremendous weight.
Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Once again, you were listening to Bishop Michael Martin with the Charlotte Catholic Diocese, reflecting on the announcement of new Pope Leo XIV, the first American Pope. And just worth noting, of course, for folks local to the area here in Charlotte, the diocese is inviting anyone who wants to come for a special Mass to pray for the new Pope. That's going to be tomorrow, 7 p.m. at St. Matthew's in Ballantyne. And we will, of course, keep you updated on all the reaction in our area to this new era, this new chapter for Vatican and for the Catholic Church. So with that, we want to turn to another big headline of the day, and that is on the transportation front. And for the past several days, we've been talking about those issues with delays and cancellations, particularly stemming around the Newark airport situation, where we've got reports of air traffic control, staffing issues, even some infrastructure and equipment and communications issues, causing ATCs to even walk off the job in some cases, what we're hearing. Well, today we had transportation officials announcing this new plan to essentially modernize some of the infrastructure as it pertains to this industry. And so we're hearing more from them about how this is going to work. Important to note that a House committee last week had estimated that such a modernization would probably cost around $12.5 billion. And Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, while not remarking on a specific figure, said that this project would likely cost even more than that estimate there. So let's listen in once again. Looks like we start off here with the Transportation Secretary.
Welcome to our press conference on air traffic control. I want to first start off by talking about how historic this day is. The fact that the FAA is going to undertake an initiative that has never been done before. The fact that today we have 55 different groups that are here with us. Groups that might not always agree on every issue, but on this issue, they're here together with one voice supporting what we are going to roll out today. We have industry, unions, political leaders. We have the CEOs of major airlines here today. Most importantly, we have some of the family members of the victims of the DCA air crash, all here supporting this effort. Now, when I first got this job back in November, the president called me. And if you know anything about the president, he loves the airspace and he loves airplanes. And when he called to give me the job, he said, we are going to fix American airspace and our air traffic control system. He knew in November that this job had to be done. And as we look back, a lot of people in industry and leaders have said, this problem is too complicated. This problem is way too expensive. And to redo air traffic control is way too hard. We can't get it done. But we are blessed to have a president who actually loves to build and knows how to build. President Trump understands the problem, and he wants to fix the problem. He doesn't want to take this problem and pass it to the next administration, to the next secretary, to a next set of victims who could lose their life in an air traffic incident. We're going to fix it today. And so I would just tell you what we're doing today could not have happened but for the visionary leadership of President Donald J. Trump. Now, I asked him to come over today, and he wanted to come. However, it's kind of complicated to move with his kind of security. And so he said, I can't make it, but I would love to join all of you on the phone and address this group as we undertake this conversation. So with that, we do have the White House on the line. And, Mr. President, we're merging in POTUS now. As we prepped this, it was a lot more seamless than what's happening now. Mr. President, I'm here with 200 or so people. If I could put you on speakerphone. All right, Mr. President, you're on speakerphone.
Hello, everybody. It's a great honor. Great honor. And I'm sorry what you're going through with the terminals, but we're going to get them fixed up, and I imagine Sean's been telling you that. And I was going to do that in my first month of my second term, but my second term got delayed 4 years, unbelievably. So it would have been done. And probably, Sean, have you been discussing what happened, what took place, how they spent billions of dollars, many billions, tens of billions of dollars to fix a system that was old and broken, and hooking it up to satellite when a lot of it isn't satellite, and that doesn't work, and and you guys have to suffer because of it, but we're going to do the right job. So where are you on that, Sean?
So, Mr. President, you can't front run me here. I haven't announced the plan yet to everybody, though you know what it is. We're going to lay out the plan that you and I discussed in the Oval Office as we go through this press conference.
Good. Well, we are, and we're going to do a great system. And I just want to thank you all, and I want to thank the Secretary. He's fantastic. He was a great politician, a great congressman, very popular, and very smart. And he's running the Department of Transportation now, and he's going to do
a fantastic job. I also want to recognize some of the family members whose loved ones perished in the Reagan National Airport collision. What a horrible thing that was. Earlier this year, if they had a system in there, we wouldn't have had a problem. But you know, the people have devoted themselves to making the skies safer, and we're going to make them totally safe. And today, also, I'm thrilled to announce the complete rebuilding and modernization of America's air traffic control system, and that's what we're doing, and we're going to make it the best. And we'd also like to have, Sean and I, some recommendations as to who the best would be. Where do you, when you people do it for a living, when you land and when your planes come in, who do you think has the best system? Which company does the best system? We'd like to give out one big, beautiful contract where it's, they're responsible for everything from digging ditches to the most sophisticated stuff. And if you have any ideas as to who makes the best system, we'd love to have it. But after decades of originally, and we're talking about a long time ago, reliable service, air traffic control is long overdue for not an overhaul, really, for a remaking. It's got to be brought up to a modern standard. And when my pilots landed before, now I have wonderful pilots from the military, great pilots. We have it a little different, but they used to use systems from other countries to land. If I was landing in New York or something, they'd be using a different system to land in New York because our system's so obsolete in this country. So the ancient infrastructure, it's buckling under the weight of more than 1 billion flying passengers a year and supporting hundreds of billions of dollars. And Pete Buttigieg, who was the Secretary of Transportation, had no clue what the problem was. He had no clue, zero. But he wants to run for president. I don't think he's going to do too well. The federal government now pays $250 million annually just to keep up the old equipment, keep it running. And I guess you're having a big problem in Newark. That seems to be the one of the moment, the flavor of the moment. The equipment on most airplanes in the sky is now generations ahead of the ground systems. And recently, and you've seen this, the controllers lost contact with planes for 30 critical seconds at Newark. And that was something that was not a good situation. But they lost them, and something like that just doesn't happen. So while we're confident that the system remains extremely safe and the passengers are, we're going to take good care of everybody, a complete modernization is going to soon be taking place. We're going to be going all brand new, all with the best company. We're negotiating with the various companies now. That's why we'd like your recommendation. We're beginning the process of fully replacing the technology at more than 4,600 air traffic control sites. That's a lot. And building 6 new state-of-the-art air traffic control coordination centers, which is the top. That's the tippy top of what you do. And it's the first time that there's been anything like this since the 1960s. We have a lot of equipment that's from the 1960s, if you can believe it. And it doesn't even...
All right, folks, Vanessa Rufus here in the Live Impact News studio. We'll continue to share with you here this briefing from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy on this announcement of a DOT proposal to upgrade and modernize the system that air traffic controllers use. There's basically entailing of ground radar sensors, new radio and surveillance systems, telecommunications. Wanted to let you know I'm signing off from Live Impact News as I'm going to be heading to the main studio because the 11 o'clock news here on WCNC Plus is coming up in just moments. I'm going to leave you in the hands of our producer, Jeb Goldman, who's going to take us home, and I'll see you at 11, folks.
Well publicized. We'll make sure that the men and women who operate these systems are hired and promoted based on merit. And, I won in the Supreme Court. It's merit now. We have to go by merit, especially these jobs are unbelievably complex. If you're not great at mathematics, physics, and about 15 other things, you can never be a great controller. It's a very, very talented position. And we're going to have the best systems anywhere in the world. We already have some tremendous qualified people. We're going to be hiring, as you know, thousands of more. And I just want to extend again my love and regards for the people that such a tragic event took place, and for the people that had to suffer through that event. And with that, I could, if you have any questions, I would do that. If you want to do that, Sean, or I could let you take it over from here.
Mr. President, we're not set up. I'm up here on the podium. The press is way in back. But listen, I want to thank you for your support of all the work that's gone into this initiative. It wouldn't happen without you and your leadership. So thank you for that, and thank you for taking your time out of this busy schedule to partake in what is this historic announcement that you've led. Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, thank you very much, everybody, and I'll see you soon. And any complaints, you let me know. But thank you. Thank you very much. You do a great job. Thank you very much. Bye.
All right, you got a little sneak peek of what we're going to talk about. But if I could, I want to quickly talk about where we're at. Right, we've had years of neglect, decades of neglect. It's been a patchwork of fixes, partial funding, and you can blame me for that. I was in Congress during part of this as well. But the plan to do a brand new redo of air traffic control has never existed. And so what we use today is copper wires. We are one of the last businesses that actually use copper wires. The President mentioned we spend $250 million a year. I think it's $250,000 to $400,000 on obsolescence fees. Just wasting money because our system is so old and no one else uses it anymore. We should be using fiber, but it's copper. We use radar from the 1970s. Some of them are from the 80s, but most of them are from the 70s. So this technology is 50 years old that our controllers use to scan the skies and keep airplanes separated from one another. And it's important to recognize what you have and what you need. And so you look at how this functions. I think Newark has been a great example of when this old infrastructure goes down. And what happened in Newark is the main communication line went down. We do have redundancies. The backup line didn't fire. And so we had that 30 to 90 seconds of a blackout, which is frightening. And if we don't actually accomplish the mission that we're announcing today, you will see Newark's, not just in Newark, you'll see Newark's in other parts of the country because it's an aging system. And so we have to actually upgrade it. Now, if you might take a look at the stage here, we have a number of different, you might call them systems. I didn't, by the way, get this off the set of Apollo 13 or War Games. Remember those movies? You might think that I went to the Smithsonian and pulled them out of the Smithsonian to show you what they used to use for air traffic control. I didn't do any of that. This is actually the systems that our air traffic controllers use to keep our skies safe. It is old. It looks like it's out of the 70s and 80s. And if you're an you're 22 years old, you're 25 years old, and you're used to the highest technology at your fingertips, and we say, come be an air traffic controller, this is the system that you get to use. They say, no, thank you. Why do I want to work on 50-year-old equipment? We give them the best equipment. We're going to have more young men and women who want to sign up and become air traffic controllers because they're going to use state-of-the-art equipment as they do their jobs. And so I want to talk about, and the President mentioned this as well, but what we want to do. And before I do that, I want to tell you why we're here. And we have a few of the family members from the victims of the DCA air crash. And my heart goes out to them. And I think if you learn anything from what's happened, it's that if there are foreseeable issues in the airspace, you would expect someone to take action to make sure we save lives. And after DCA,